Good morning, Chatty House. Hello, friends. Kyle A. Madsen mentioned me on Twitter. Probably should look and see what he's saying. Ooh. Mm. What do we got? Is it Ramsey? Were you first?
Chatty House, good morning, good morning, good morning. I need a light. Shout out to Ramsey for the gold.
There we go. Kyle's here. Kyle has arrived.
We are back, baby.
We are back. Kyle, I listened to a 45-minute podcast this morning on the purchase of 25% of Manchester United.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Sounds enthralling.
It was intriguing. Adam L., any news on the Duarte injury? We'll get to it, but he's okay.
Okay, here we go. Board's hot. Yikes! Big yikes!
Hello, Kyle.
First time in a long time it's not a victory Monday for the 49ers, but it is one for the Las Vegas Raiders. They understood the assignment yesterday. They went in, they get a W against the New England Patriots, 21-17. They cover the spread. Shout out to the Raiders. I'm Kyle. That's James. We'll have plenty of 49ers, plenty of Raiders. We got some Kings to get to today, but let's open up with the disaster that was the 49ers 19-17 loss to the Cleveland Browns. Brock Purdy looked terrible. They got dominated in the trenches on both sides of the ball. They snap a 15-game winning streak. Their number 99 overall pick kicker misses 2 kicks. Trent Williams is hurt. Deebo Samuel's hurt. Christian McCaffrey's hurt. Not a lot of things could have gone worse.
Dogs, cats living together, complete chaos. It was a bad weekend for the San Francisco 49ers, and they lost by 2, and they had the field goal lined up, and all they had to do was hit it. Yeah. So I'm not gonna totally overreact, but I would like to say good job by the Raiders, man.
Yeah.
I think we kind of buried them a while ago, and then you look at the schedule and you're like, I don't want to say it, but they could be above 500. They got back to 500. Mm-hmm. They could be above 500. They could actually climb out of this whole mess. And here they are, and you're like, oh. I mean, again, I think we talked about this with Scott Gulbranson a little bit, but is this the worst possible scenario?
I think if they had at the end of the day, if you're going 7-10 or 8-9 and you're missing the playoffs and you're just middle of the pack, that's fine. But like you just said, they have, outside of a Lions game coming up, I think in 2 or 3 weeks, they have a bunch of winnable games now on their schedule.
Ton.
Now, we'll have to see with Jimmy Garoppolo. He left the stadium with a back injury. He left the stadium in an ambulance to go get his back evaluated. So we'll have to see what that looks like for him moving forward, because while Jimmy hasn't been great this year, I feel better about the Raiders with him than I do with Brian Hoyer or Aiden O'Connell. But that said, it was Bill Belichick. It was the Patriots. It felt like a game that you see the Raiders lose, and they found a way to win it. They found a way to score more than 20 points. They found a way to cover. And I know that stuff doesn't matter, but I was very, very impressed with them as a whole yesterday. And just their defense continues to be really, really good. New England's offense stinks, but the Raiders just game in and game out this year. Their defense just shows up. They go out and they make plays. And yesterday they gave their offense an opportunity to win, and they did it.
Okay, so
hats off, man. Really good performance.
I totally agree. Just running it down. They're at the Bears next week. Then they're at the Lions. Probably
an L. I'm calling that an L.
Then they have the Giants at home.
W.
The Jets at home.
Toss up.
Then we get a little dicey. We got the Dolphins and Chiefs, but then Vikings. And by that point, I think the Vikings are going to be shot.
Yeah.
Chargers, Chiefs.
Ooh.
Colts.
That's the Raiders' biggest problem. And that's why I say they're in a tough spot. And I don't want to drag them on a victory Monday for them. But that's why this is a tough, because their division is brutal. You have 4 games against the Chiefs and Chargers. And the Chiefs don't look invincible this year the way they have in the past, but they're still very, very good. So it's tough. But right now, look, they look like they were headed down a road where they might win 4 games all year.
Yeah.
And now they're sitting here at 3-3 with at least 3 winnable games coming up.
Well, I'd say 3 winnable games, and then let's see, 1, 2. I'll give them 3, 4, 5 winnable games, pretty easily winnable games on their schedule remaining. Then the Jets, so that's probably a coin flip.
Yeah, but so winnable.
But that could be 9. And then if you somehow can beat one division opponent one other time, you can get 1 win against the Chargers. Next thing you know, like,
took them with a little gas.
9 or 10 win season.
Yeah, you definitely needed to beat New England. And I think going in and getting away and just kind of, especially with the way the Raiders defense, I think kind of dominated that game. That's what you wanted to see. Now the injury to Jimmy Garoppolo could be a big deal, but we'll have to wait and see, if he's going to miss any time, and if he is, how much time he's going to miss. Because, like I said, I'm sorry, I'm not buying it with Brian Hoyer.
Yeah, but Kyle, I feel like we're just putting off like 49er talk. We're like, do we really have to talk about how bad they were?
Bro, they got smoked yesterday.
And then
they just got beat down yesterday.
Like, do we really have to talk about preseason basketball?
We do.
We have so much stuff to talk about.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
Kings Good, Bad, and Ugly coming up at 10:30.
All right.
But yeah, the Niners, the crux of the Niners game is they got beat down. They got punched in the mouth on the defensive line. They got punched in the mouth on the offensive line. Their defense tried to keep them in it. They intercepted Phillip Walker twice, or PJ Walker twice, but the Browns made more plays. That happens in the NFL. The Browns were the better team yesterday.
I thought they were the better team, but I also, the whole time, you're just like, the Niners are still sitting right there. All they have to do is have a couple of things go right, and they've got this. And even, like, I thought early in the game, they missed such a huge opportunity. We had the Fred Warner interception and return, right? And it set them up in really good field position. And they just didn't get the job done. And you started to feel at that moment, like, is it going to be one of those days where they just look like mortal?
Yes.
And they just can't get the job done. And that's slowly, as the game played out, it felt that way the whole time. And I almost felt like, Kyle, if they would hit the field goal at the end, like, as a Niner fan, like, I don't think that I've sat there and stressed out in a game like this since, playoffs. And even like playoffs, it was over.
Sure.
Because we saw Brock Purdy go down, and it was like, and then Josh Johnson goes down, and you're like, okay, this thing's done. But like that game yesterday, it was stressful. And the whole time you're like, man, they don't deserve to win. And if they win this, they don't deserve it.
100%.
And would it, like, is it better that they lose? Is it better that they lose? Because at this point, you're like, they need to know that they're not, like, that they're beatable.
Right.
That they are
right.
beatable.
That they're mortal. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. It felt that way very early on when Trent Williams gets rolled up on, right?
Oh yeah.
And you see you go to break and they have the sad Fox music as they go to break, which kills me every time. But then you see, okay, Trent Williams walked off under his own power. Okay, you love to see that. But then it's Deebo Samuel going into the medical tent. And then it's, Deebo Samuel's ruled out. Oh, hey, and by the way, here's Christian McCaffrey. He's been stretching on the sideline for the entire game. And then he comes in for one carry and immediately comes out. It had to feel, because look, teams don't go 17-0. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
The 07 Patriots caught lightning in a bottle that will never be caught again. So the 49ers were going to lose. And we talked about it on Friday. They had a big emotional win on Sunday Night Football. Now they got to fly across the country to play a 10 a.m. game against the best defense in the league. And dude, that's what happened. Their offense looked awful.
Yeah, and I will tell you, like we talked about it, we made our predictions, right? And I thought they'd still put up 30. And I thought, and I told you, they'll put up 30 because the inexperienced quarterback will make a couple of mistakes.
And he did.
He did make the mistakes, and they did not capitalize. Even the late where they returned it all the way back, you're like, okay, like this is your moment. The defense set you up again, you know? And so for me, like I was wrong. The Browns defense is much better than I thought they were. And, you know, I still think the Niners could have put up another 7 points without any problems.
Yeah.
But, you know, that was tough. That was tough to watch.
It was one of those games where it felt like the Browns were playing with 15 dudes on defense.
Oh yeah.
They were everywhere, man. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, their middle linebacker, safety middle linebacker hybrid, was incredible. I kept wondering, okay, is there going to be a player or a couple of players in a defense who can mitigate what the 49ers do offensively with their motions and all their different the versatility they have with their skill position players?
Of course.
And Owusu-Koramoah is that type of player. Like he can go out and he can, you know what? He can run with Christian McCaffrey. Oh, you need him to carry George Kittle and then get back over and tackle Brandon Ayuk on a short throw. Like he's got that. You need him to rush the passer. He's got that. He was really good. Myles Garrett was obviously brilliant yesterday. Even before Trent Williams got hurt, he was winning a ton of reps. I was blown away by how good Cleveland's defense was.
Yeah.
And they were, like I said, and also if you're here to listen about the bad officiating, the officiating was terrible yesterday. There were missed calls kind of both directions. The way there was a lot of confusion on stuff that should be pretty straightforward. They called a penalty on the 49ers, assessed it to the Browns, marched off the yardage, and then came back and corrected it and marched the yardage back the other way. There was the debacle with the Browns first down where they clearly got a first down. They gave them a bad spot, measured. It was a first down even after the bad spot. And then they said they didn't get a first down. Just a weird game for the officials in that one. It is not the reason the 49ers lost, bro.
Kyle, we were talking about this before. Like I don't prescribe to officials losing games. And even like the Gibson hit late in the game. Man, you got to know better.
That's a flag 10 out of 10 times.
It is a flag every single time. There's no way to review it. Maybe there should be a way to review it. It doesn't matter, Kyle.
Right.
Know better. Don't go light up a defenseless receiver. Even if you tried to do it the right way, it's the spirit of the rule. Like the idea there is to protect a player who's in a vulnerable position. You crushed him.
Yeah,
like, we all saw it. I mean, this isn't like
I will
Ronnie
say
Lott burying his helmet into somebody's chest and almost killing him.
Right.
But, this is still a hit that didn't need to happen. And it was a dumb play that changed the complexity of the game completely.
Yeah, that would have made it 4th and 10 and forced the Browns to convert a 4th and long with the game on the line. But again, you're not going to, that's not on the official.
Nope.
That's a flag every time. Was the holding call on Charvarius Ward a little bit ticky-tack at the end there? Yeah, but they had 50 other chances to get stops, and they didn't.
And at the end of the day,
they had 50 other chances to score.
They had the field goal.
They had the field goal lined up.
They had it lined up. It was over. All you got to do is 41-yard field goal. Just put it between the uprights.
So many players could have played better. It was not on the officials. So that's all we're going to say on that. I think the NFL has a little bit of an officiating problem right now, but that is a much larger discussion that goes well beyond the scope of the 60 minutes that the 49ers and Browns played at Cleveland Browns Stadium. All right, we have more 49ers Browns coming up on the other side. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, see, Kyron. If you count the refs, the Browns had 17 players on the field. Come on now. Yeah, I agree with this. Hopefully Jesse's bringing in champagne. We'll let him pop the cork. He can spray champagne all over Kyle in the control room.
No, he does not. He has no attachment to the 1972 Dolphins.
I think, was his dad born in 1972?
I doubt it.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, David.
I love, by the way, that Mercury Morris and them just go full-blown hater. I love it.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder, David. Fisher is trash.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I agree.
Gardner Minshew does this.
I need to hang on. Screw Gardner Minshew. Get him out of here. That was not a penalty. No, you're right. It was not a penalty. It was a legal hit, but refs see big player slam into big player, or I shouldn't say big player. Ref sees player slam into player at high speed, and they are going to call that and call it a defenseless receiver every single time. And honestly, the bigger deal is that needs to be reviewable because the official is guessing. There's no way if you're an official with where you're standing on the field that you can see where a helmet is hitting, whether he launched, nothing. You can't see it. So you see high impact hit, flag. It happens across the league. It happens all the time. And it's frustrating. And it would be super easy to have somebody, the official score. You don't even have to pay a person. Just have somebody with a monitor in front of them, watch a replay and go, oh, hey, pick up that flag. They run the replay back immediately. It would add no time to the game.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. I'm not going to fault the official because the NFL ignored player safety for so long.
Yep.
That they're now erring on the side of player safety, but too much to where. Did you see the roughing the passer on Josh Allen last night? Where you were at a basketball game. He's rolling out. As he's throwing, defender running towards him, hits his arm as he's throwing, and then defender doesn't push him. He had his hands up like he was closing out on a 3-pointer. Allen's arm hits his hand, and then Allen just kind of tumbles back down, flag.
Oof.
No contact to the head, no excessive contact, no late contact, didn't land on him, didn't push him. They just called a foul because there was a defender near the quarterback, and the quarterback went down. So I like I said, the Gibson hit was a legal hit. It was a bad call. He did not violate the rules, and it helped the Browns in an immense way. I'm not trying to, but also you see that play called a lot.
And I watched it. I watched it in the Commanders Atlanta game, and the guy was acting like he did nothing, and he just trashed Al. Just like, yeah, you had your hands up, and then you smacked him around a bunch.
Here you go, 10 seconds, sports live. I said I didn't want to do the ref thing today. And then our guy, Tyler Jennings, shout out to Tyler. He's in the chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Said, I disagree. It shouldn't be a penalty. And I'm like, on Tayshaun Gibson, I'm like, no, I know it. And then we got into a whole thing about the officials. So
it's not an easy job, and it's a bang thing.
Yeah.
The fact is, you knew if you lit the receiver up right there, you're going to get a call. You know it.
And so here the one argument I will make against that is I don't know exactly if an official were to say, here's what Tayshaun Gibson can do differently to avoid a flag on that play, because he didn't launch into the guy. He was running over to play coverage and to play football and then stopped. He didn't go through him. He hits him and watch it. He hits him and then stands up. He didn't run through him. He just ducked into the guy, because if he just stands there, he's going to get lit up and get hurt.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Tayshaun Gibson is supposed to do there necessarily, but it's a high impact collision on an in-breaking route with safety and wide receiver. That's a flag 10 times out of 10. And it sucks. It sucks that that's a flag. The more egregious one, here we go with the rest. The more egregious one was the quote unquote pass at the end of the half. So forget whether the ball was moving before his hand was coming forward. Let's forget that for a minute, because I genuinely don't think you can 100% tell. And I don't have a strong conviction either way that it was moving or not when his hand first started to come forward. Because Dean Blandino on the broadcast said it has to come forward a millimeter, and it is now considered a forward pass if the ball comes out of his hand, which is wild. But anyways, the ball didn't go forward. The ball went backwards. That's a fumble. Whether you were trying to throw it or not. Remember, Jimmy Garoppolo did that against the Packers. I think it was 2021. I think it was week 3 of the 2021 season. Jimmy Garoppolo gets wrapped up and facing the wrong end zone, throws the ball into the dirt. Like, that's a fumble. You can't throw it backwards. I think so that was my problem with that call. And that was far more egregious than the Tayshaun Gibson one.
Well, you could have even said the final play where Purdy spiked the ball. No, that was an illegal play.
How so?
You have to stay under center and spike the ball right there. You cannot take a step back, because then it's an intentional grounding.
Oh,
and that was a 10-yard penalty.
I didn't even notice that.
No, he pulled back, stepped out, and threw the ball down. No.
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Jeez, what a mess. Yeah.
It was a mess.
Officiating was a mess yesterday. Not the reason the 49ers lost. Let's talk about Brock Purdy. This is the Insiders. I'm Kyle. That's James. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's what a bad Brock Purdy game looks like, it turns out. Yikes. My guy stunk yesterday, bro.
He was not good. I know they were at a certain point in the fourth quarter, I think it was. And it was right before they hit Ayuk on one of his couple of game attempted saving plays.
Yeah.
He had 9 yards in the second half passing at that point. And it was like, what is happening? He looked uncomfortable from start to finish. First, it was, I think you're right, it was like a wet ball situation.
Yeah.
But then, this is the NFL. They have a dryer that's going the whole time. There are dry, footballs going in and out of the game the whole time. I really don't want to hear about he was having trouble with the ball. Put a glove on. Do whatever you got to do. Figure it out. Yeah. You knew coming in, this can't be a reason why you drop 4 games, because your quarterback can't figure out how to play in climate situations.
Right. So what we saw yesterday, to me, and what you're describing here, is why Brock Purdy can't get to that, or is not at, or can't get to that, or won't get to that, or whatever you want to say, elite level of quarterback. Because in a game where you're missing Christian McCaffrey, and you're missing Deebo Samuel, and Trent Williams is compromised, and your offensive line 1 through 5 is getting its ass kicked for 4 quarters, the expectation is the quarterback will elevate the play of Ray McLeod, and will find George Kittle, and will make a couple of individually brilliant plays. And when Brandon Ayuk does win down the field, Ayuk did have the bad drop down the field. I will say that. That was a bad drop.
He had 2 drops.
But the interception, that's just a bad throw. Ayuk was open and he missed him. Christian McCaffrey got open down the field, wide open.
Oh, that was brutal.
And if you're Kyle Shanahan, you're setting up these shot plays and you're taking them, and your quarterback's missing. That's not on the blocking. That's not on the receiver. That is not on the play call. That is the quarterback. The trust was put in the quarterback to hit these deep shots and to hit these open throws. And he didn't. He was inaccurate all day, whether it was because of a wet football or not. Now, I will say I didn't think he ever crumpled like, dude, you might as well take him out, because there are times where you'll see a quarterback when the pass rush is really good and you're just like, dude, put somebody else in. That guy's done for today.
Yeah.
He was just bad. Like, I think his physical limitations just showed up.
I think it was interesting. Like, I don't want to like over analyze one game when it comes to Purdy. I mean, he was sacked 3 times. He was hit 6 times.
Mm-hmm.
But you could see, like, someone put out a graphic of how close the Browns defensive players were to him at all times, and they were like all over him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm okay with Purdy having a bad game in week 6 of the NFL season. I am. Like this is a growing moment, and if he hits McCaffrey, let's say he hit one of those shots. If he hits McCaffrey, or if Ayuk doesn't drop the ball on a deep ball, but if he hits McCaffrey, that's going to be a blowout. That game is. I almost like assuredly.
The game script goes way against Cleveland in a way they didn't want it to.
Well, yeah. I mean, they didn't have a quarterback that could have kept them in the game. And again, their quarterback made the mistakes that you needed him to make.
Yeah.
The Niners offense just didn't show up, and
that's it.
Brutal to watch. And then even like we give Purdy his flowers all the time. We're like, we think Brock Purdy is a very, very good NFL quarterback and he's been treated unfairly. I think we've all been clear about that. But at the same time, when he does something that hurts you, then we'll call that out too. And personally, the only reason I think that the 49ers had any sort of shot to win this game was Brandon Ayuk made just a remarkable play, and the Cleveland Browns, like out of nowhere, decided to play one-hand touch. Like, what are we doing here? Like, number 44 runs in and like slaps him. Somebody else slaps him.
He's down. I touched him.
He's down. I pulled his flag. Like, what is happening? This is not blacktop.
So I think the first 2 guys, when he caught it, because you see Ayuk kind of catch it and then brace. Yeah. But I think the 2 guys were so worried about not letting him get out of bounds because the Niners only had the one timeout, that they just shielded him from the sideline to funnel him into the middle. And then, like you said, they funnel him into a bunch of guys who were not interested in tackling him.
It was almost like they were worried about running into each other or hitting him and like taking out the legs of somebody. It was weird.
Really odd. Nick Wagner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN, was at the game, said that last tackle that Ayuk nearly slipped. He said if he breaks that last tackle, he was gone. He said there was nobody else behind him. Wow. That would have been really funny.
Yeah, that would have been
that would have just been peak. Like Brock Purdy throws 2 touchdowns, quote unquote,
and he finishes with 200 yards.
Right, they want to but they want to combine 6 air yards or whatever it would have been.
Yeah.
He was bad yesterday, but that happens sometimes.
Yeah, to quote the great Buddy Hield, it be like that sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes.
It does.
That's a true fact.
Yeah, facts. So facts. That's another Buddy Hield-ism.
I don't have a ton. I'm not out on Brock Purdy now. We have a much larger sample size of him being good than being bad.
Yep.
And you made a great point just now. I think that this is something that could ultimately be good for him. And Eric Branch wrote about this in the San Francisco Chronicle. And the idea that Purdy has never had any adversity thrown at him outside of, an elbow injury that he needed surgery on and had to go through rehab with. But as far as like in season adjusting on the fly adversity, he's not really had it.
He was a bubble guy. Like he just walks around the world like he's a good looking dude. He throws touchdowns. Everything in his life goes well. Yeah. He's a bubble guy.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have a bad hair day like everyone else does.
I don't have bad hair days.
Yeah.
Shout out Baldies. Shout out to my bald homies out there. No, I'm fascinated to see what it looks like Monday night in Minnesota. That's another tough environment. Not a great team, but a team that the 49ers should certainly beat. And I'm interested to see how Purdy bounces back, because this is his first time having a truly bad game.
No, I get it. And I'm kind of hoping that this is a growing point for the 49ers, because I think it can be. It can be a major growing point. And it's a point where I still need more from Nick Bosa. I still need more from that defensive line. I need more. I did not feel like their quarterback, who was not good, I don't think he felt uncomfortable for a lot of the game.
I think he did. I thought the bigger issue was the Niners never adjusted to they definitely could have like thrown more at him blitz wise.
Yes.
And tried to get it, but I totally agree with. But what they did with their run game, because when you watch Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave, Eric Armstead, friend of the show, and Javon Hargrave are in the backfield a lot, but they're just running to the edges and just attacking the edges all day and just winning time after time. It never felt like the Browns' run game got challenged, and the Niners didn't adjust to the screen stuff until super, super late, like their last drive. And it was just a not good game.
Yeah.
The Browns were just better all day.
They were better that day.
Yeah, no doubt. All right. The Kings played last night. They lost to the Warriors in their third preseason game. They went to OT. Preseason OT, dog.
I was there. I was there for it, Kyle.
Oof. We've got the good, bad, and ugly from the Kings game last night coming up on the other side. You're not going to want to miss that. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where is it Ritter? What's the Atlanta quarterback? Yeah, Desmond Ritter. Isn't he the guy that had never lost a home game in all of his like high school and college?
Oh boy.
Yeah. It's like, well, that's coming because he's not very good.
What happened?
Like Desmond Ritter. Like I don't think he lost a home game in his career. Like college or pro.
Dang.
Until yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, wait. No, that's not what I wanted. What did I want? This one? Bro, that was so loud. I don't know if you guys could hear it.
I could
but whatever
see
was
them.
happening behind me was so loud.
They're putting tables down, and I'm like, what are we doing
Hey,
here?
those are your guys. Those are your circle of trust guys.
Yeah, my circle of trust bros, like.
Oh, I think they're adjusting the office space. There's like it's a very open office floor plan, office layout. So I think they're moving some tables around, and I'm wondering if they're moving this and setting it here for the time being.
Okay,
or maybe they're turning this into a workstation so people can awkwardly sit behind me and stare at you the whole time.
I love it if so this is something, if they put that table and the chairs there, I would do a contest here and allow someone to come in and hang out and watch the show from right there. I think that would be spectacular.
Okay, I have an idea. Let's move that to your window then.
No, that's true. That's true. But then, like, they couldn't see you.
Nobody wants to see the back of my head.
And
look at me, watch me push buttons.
I do know that if we did a contest and we had someone sit behind you, I would slip a scream mask to one of them and freak you out.
I don't need that. I don't need that in my life, bro.
I agree with this.
So I think I do too. This is another Kyle Shanahan problem. So in 2018, and I talked about this on Candlestick Chronicles, my podcast with a co-host who will not be named. But Kyle Shanahan in 2018, when the Niners signed Jerick McKinnon was supposed to be what Christian McCaffrey is in this offense, right?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, yeah. So he gets hurt like a week before the season.
Yep, blew out his knee.
Yep. And the Niners offense looks awful, even before Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. And it's because they had so planned around Jerick McKinnon that when you removed him, they didn't really have an on-the-fly answer. And I think yesterday was going to be a big Deebo Samuel game where they had a bunch of Deebo Samuel motion stuff and Deebo Samuel jet sweep stuff and screen game. And when you remove him, they did not have an on-the-fly adjustment outside of, well, let's have Ray McLeod do it. And God bless Ray McLeod. He's not Deebo. He doesn't affect defenses the way Deebo does. And okay, this motion is supposed to move these defenders to these spots. And if it's Ray McLeod, they're going, okay, that's cute. Like, yeah, you throw it to him. You do that. You enjoy that.
You go ahead, do that.
And yeah, so I totally agree. Shanahan's got to be able to adjust on that, and he did not.
And where's Elijah Mitchell? Like,
I think Jordan Mason's just better. But I have that as a note to talk about later in the show. I have that as a note to talk about later in the show. I've got snap counts.
Yeah.
Kangs, yo.
Elijah Mitchell's a dude who gives you that other gear. He's got that other gear, and I don't know. I did like my guy Juwan Jennings getting a long catch.
3rd and 1. Oh, here we go. It snuck up on me. If you're watching on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN1320, you could have seen what my face looks like with sheer panic. I thought I had one more spot to go, and we're just sitting here chit-chatting, and I look over and I see that the break is down to 3 seconds. Like, if you want to see that, like I said, ESPN.com/ESPN1320, ESPN 1320 TV. Shout out to everybody in the chatty house. Really appreciate y'all. And if you're there, smash that like button, hit subscribe, hit the little notification bell. When you do that, it'll let you know when we are live, and we are live every day from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's me and James till noon. D'Lo and KC take over at noon. It's the same stream. You don't have to refresh. You don't have to go to a new video. It's all right there.
You just come and hang out all day long. Forget work.
Yep.
Forget your children.
We want
Don't
to
pick
see
your children at school. Just leave them there. Just hang out and watch our show all day long.
We want there to be a proportionally inverse relationship between our ratings and your productivity.
There it is. As our ratings go up, your productivity goes down.
That's what we want. If you can't be on YouTube again, and you're not in the car listening to ESPN 1320 AM, you can also download the free Odyssey app, and you can catch our show. You can catch D'Lo and KC. You can catch all of the Odyssey podcasts and all of the different music stations. Anything you want, it's all right there in one app. That's the free Odyssey app. So really appreciate everybody who has downloaded that, has that on their phone, and listens there as well. All right, the Sacramento Kings. They fall to the Golden State Warriors last night in Sacramento, 121-115 in overtime. We've got good, bad, and ugly, James. So let's start with the good.
Yep.
What was good last night?
Yeah, for me, I mean, what we're seeing is the check-in moments we keep talking about, and I think what we're seeing from Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox is just next level. They look like the players that were all NBA players last year for the Sacramento Kings. Sabonis, 19 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists. He had 3 turnovers. Got to clean that up a little bit. But he came out. He hit a pair of 3-pointers. He hit a couple of jumpers in the key.
Yeah.
He said, hey, Golden State Warriors, look, I made adjustments. This is who I am. So
that's what he needed to do.
Yeah. So 19 points, 11 rebounds in 25 minutes of action. De'Aaron Fox, 5 of 11 from the field, 17 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds. I love the rebound number. To me, major check-in moment for De'Aaron Fox. I think we also had Trey Lyles finally have his game. I'm going to pontificate on this as we go through the week.
Good word.
Because I'm slightly concerned about the idea of JaVale McGee and Trey Lyles as a combo. And
how come?
We saw, well, first of all, Trey Lyles hasn't really played with the JaVale McGee type player. So that's one reason. And then also I would point out that I think Trey is better as a small ball 5 for this team. I think this team is better when they go light, when they go small and try to run. And so that's going to be an adjustment. Trey's got to learn how to play with him, and JaVale needs to learn how to play with Trey, and then we've got to have Malik Monk learn how to play with those guys, and you start building from there. But for me, seeing Trey Lyles have a check-in game, 3 of 6 from 3, needs to do a better job on the glass. But 11 points, 2 rebounds. And then I thought the other really nice thing was Keon Ellis just goes off in the fourth quarter.
Man.
Just confident. He's so fun and bouncy and big smile on his face the whole time. And you saw him get he started talking trash. I thought that there was with Lester Quinones, right? Quinones. Anyway, I like to see it. He was the reason why the Kings went to overtime. He was extremely good in the fourth quarter. And Jordan Ford with that nice little finish. I thought that was nice
love
too.
To see it.
Who pushed the game into overtime with the layup.
Was there a small part of you that was a little bit bummed out to see the layup go down?
No, because look,
I know.
I know it's gonna take an extra 20 minutes of my life for
Right on.
sure,
Yeah.
and push my evening back even later. But I can do that on my own by
Right.
not leaving the facility in time, or waiting an hour for Kevin Huerter to walk into a locker room. I could have avoided, some of those moments by just taking better advantage of my own time.
Yeah. No, I was joking.
Free basketball is free basketball.
And
I don't know.
dude, when people complain,
Yeah.
people in sports media complain about like the length of a game. I understand you're doing work and nobody wants to be at work longer, but like EOD, you're fine.
Yeah, you're literally watching
You're hanging
basketball.
out watching people play sports.
I'm sitting with my friend Sean Cunningham. I'm sitting there watching basketball.
The vibes were great.
I've got a bunch of friends around me. We have inside jokes.
Yeah.
Like, we have a friend that delivers ice cream to us sometimes. Like, my life is not bad.
We had when I was interning for the Stockton Ports. Shout out to the Stockton Ports, and shout out to Zach Bayruti, voice of the River Cats, who was the voice of the Stockton Ports when I was there. Love that guy to death. But I got to broadcast like 20 games for them. When they were on TV, Zach would do TV and I would do the radio. And dude, every game, the official scorer would at some point complain about the length of the game.
Oh.
Like, oh God, it's only the fifth inning. Like, yeah, man, but we're watching baseball. You can go downstairs right now and get free French fries if you want. Go do that. Go. You're chilling. We're good.
Yeah.
I have a good thing from last night. Outside of the vibes in the stadium, really great preseason vibes.
17,888 people, I think 86 people maybe.
Yeah, love to see that. I love that the Kings are just validating the take, or Kings fans are validating the take of like, wait to see this building until they're good. Like, just wait for it. Just wait for it. And now they're there. And I'd love to see that. My good thing, and this is going to be my new thing. This is the official Colby Jones fan club show.
Oh,
unless at least this is the Colby Jones fan club room. I don't want to lump you in if you don't want to be part of it.
Okay.
But this room, Studio 1, where I sit, you're in Studio 2. I'm in Studio 1, is the official clubhouse for the Colby Jones fan club.
Okay.
I think any Kings problem could be solved with Colby Jones. He's just good. Is he ever going to be an all-star? Probably not. Like, it's really hard to be an all-star. Probably not. But you're going to look up in 38, and Colby Jones is going to be playing 12 minutes for a good team. Whether it's the Kings or someone else, he's just going to be a contributor on good teams for a long time.
He's going to Garrett Temple this thing. He's just that's playing.
A perfect. Wow. Yes. That is a perfect comp.
I get it. Like, when he walks on the court, there's a confidence to him.
Yeah.
And an understanding of the game of basketball. Like, he does not do, like, he will make mistakes, but nothing is like, his instincts are to do the right thing on the basketball court.
Yes.
Yeah, I dig it. Like, he's fun to watch. Like, again, I've compared him, like, when Tyrese Halliburton walked on the court, you instantly go, oh, he knows how to play. Like, he's a ball player.
Right. He just gets it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, we've all been out there playing sports. You sit there and you watch somebody field a ball at first base and they just do a clean pick and you're like, oh, we got a ball player here.
Right.
That's what Colby Jones, like, every time you're like, oh, yep, there he is.
He's going to be able to be a chameleon, fit whatever role a team needs him to fit, and he's just going to do it. I'm a big fan. I'm so glad you said Garrett Temple, because last night I was trying to think of a comp. And I was trying to think. The only one that came into my brain was Damian Lee, because I think of Damian Lee as just reliable, but Damian Lee's not that good, and it felt disrespectful. So I didn't want to say Damian Lee. But yeah, Garrett Temple is a really, really great comp for the type of player I think Colby Jones is going to wind up being. Yeah, and that's a great career to carve out.
No, I totally agree. A guy who can be in the league for 10, 12, maybe longer. Yeah. Take care of your body. He can be a high flyer. Mm-hmm. He can shoot the ball. He can handle the ball. He can pass the ball. Mm-hmm. Like, he plays defense. Yep. Like, he's physical. He's just smart. He can play the 1, the 2, the 3. Mm-hmm. Like, everything about him is like, okay, like, you got yourself a little 5-tool guy. I like it.
I'm letting everybody know that right now, any Kings issue that we talk about this year, I'm going to try and solve it with Colby Jones minutes.
Colby Jones,
the official fan club right here in Studio 1. Shout out to everybody who cares to join me. All right, let's get to the bad, James. Kevin Huerter. We gotta talk about it.
Okay, yeah. So Kevin Huerter plays 19 minutes 44 seconds, 3 of 8 from the field, 1 of 5 from 3. He hasn't found his range yet on the 3 ball. He scores 8 points, and overall, I think like you look at that stat line for preseason, you're like, okay, a couple of problems. Number one, it's off the bench. So Chris Duarte starts this game. We'll get to Chris Duarte in just a minute and sort of his injury update, but Kevin Huerter is in no man's land. And I feel for him because, when a coach says, hey, we're going to try something for a week, we're going to just do an experiment thing, right? And Chris Duarte is going to start this game, and it's just an experiment thing. And, Mike Brown had told us like he had this conversation in front of the whole team, right? Like, hey, we're going to try this thing, and it's not on Kevin. It's not on Kevin. It's on, like, there are a lot of people right now that aren't doing what we're asking and aren't understanding the concept of how we want to defend the pick and roll and how we want to, push into somebody. And Mike keeps doing these demonstrations where he's like throwing Jason Anderson around while he's trying to tell us what's happening and what he's looking for. And it's funny. And it's like, we're enjoying the Jason getting beat up. And so it's fun. Right. But at the same time, we get it. Like, this team needs to get better defensively. Right. The problem is when you decide that it's not on Kevin, it's not Kevin, it's not Kevin, but you have 5 starters and Kevin's no longer one of them for a game. Well, then it looks like it's on Kevin. And that's uncomfortable, right? It's not like a fun look for Kevin Huerter because, like, hey, man, like, there are other people here that are doing the same thing I'm doing that are struggling with the concept or not, like, adapting quickly enough and all that stuff. But so I kind of feel for Kevin Huerter a little bit in this situation because, number one, he has red hair like I do, and people say that he's my son. No, that's not why. It's very specifically that, like, it does feel a little bit like you've been singled out, and I get the idea of trying Chris Duarte in the starting lineup. So there's some complexities with Chris Duarte that I don't think people are catching. Number one, he was an excellent player as a rookie. Averaged over 13.5 points a game, like, multifaceted. His defensive metrics were off the charts. Like, he was a very good defensive player as a rookie. He was a 24-year-old rookie. So that's like saying, a
28-year-old rookie running back.
Yeah, like a 30-year-old guy shows up for a senior year of high school, he's going to be better than everyone, right? So yeah, there's some things too, like the game that he brings, but a couple of things I want to bring up. Number one, he spent his first year and a half as a player with Domantas Sabonis.
Right.
In Indiana. So they have a connection.
Sure.
There's also something else which I didn't know really about Chris Duarte coming in. It's that, and we had Sabonis mention this on Saturday as well. Chris Duarte has a language barrier issue that his accent is very thick. And I think he also, for right now, I mean, on the court and like in general, like, he thinks in Spanish. And then has to translate, right, in his head. Well, not only do you put him on the court with Domantas Sabonis, who he's very comfortable with as a player, everyone knows in Sacramento, because it's happened multiple times, Sabonis speaks Spanish fluently and can just sit there and translate for him on the fly. And that's not to say that Chris Duarte is always going to have problems with this, or this is like the end-all be-all, but when you're trying to get a player acclimated to your system and to your team and you want him to be comfortable, sometimes the best thing to do is put him where he is the most comfortable. And that's not just with a player that he's comfortable with, but a player that can communicate with him. And, like, I mean, look, Jordy Fernandez is sitting on the bench. It's not like the Kings don't have someone else that can communicate in a different language. That, like, he certainly can. But there's a difference when you're on the court and you pull someone aside at, like, during while you're lining up for free throws and, like, start just giving directions or tap somebody and say, hey, I need you here instead of here, but not doing it in English, doing it in Spanish. And I think
that's fascinating.
Yeah. So that's one other thing that I would point out. And then the other, like, you got Sasha Vezenkov on your team. Sasha walks in the door and speaks 4 languages as well.
Sure.
So there is no language barrier there. There is, like, he understands basketball. Chris Duarte understands basketball. But when you're learning a new system, there can be moments where it's like,
Sure.
okay, you could use a little bit of help. So I don't hate Duarte getting a shot here.
Mhm.
And it makes sense to me, right? At least once or twice. But at the same time, we get this Kevin Huerter situation where Kevin started 75 games for you last year. Kevin Huerter was your third leading scorer. Kevin Huerter was one of the best shooters in the NBA last season. And so, like, it's a little awkward. We waited around in the locker room until late, and Huerter showed up, and we actually got Kevin to talk about it.
I think real quick, I want to get to the video.
Yeah.
But I also think that this is something, it comes up a lot, but it's something that I think needs to be restated over and over. We can sit here as analysts or fans or whatever and go, well, it's not about who starts the game, it's about who finishes. And hey, who cares if you're coming off the bench? It's still 30 minutes a night or whatever it is. But dude, it matters. It very much matters if you've been a starter your entire time with the team, and then they go, hey, you're gonna come off the bench today.
It still matters to Malik Monk. And it doesn't matter whether he found the perfect role or not. Like, as a player, I don't think
he wants to start.
I don't think he's ever going to accept that.
He does not want to be a sixth man, I promise.
Yeah. I mean, and this is probably who he's going to be. But, like, I don't think he's ever going to, like, accept that as, like, okay, I'm only this.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like, again, you want players to push themselves. You want them to get better. You want all these things for them. But anyway, we talked to Kevin Huerter, and I put the video out late last night. And I think a lot of people, like, their instant reaction. How about this? I'm going to play the video really fast, and then the instant we'll discuss the reaction right afterwards. Does that make sense, Kyle?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to play sound last night of Kevin Huerter. Here we go.
Is it different for you tonight, just coming off the bench?
Different energy for sure.
Any sort of way, like it just come out of your rhythm?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't definitely started more in my career than coming out the bench. It's something that you have to get used to. So yeah, just different energy. Used to starting games, the energy of being out there first, and just obviously got to prepare a little bit different.
What did you see from Chris in that starting group?
Played hard. They played hard.
When you're having conversations with Mike, what are those like? I mean, this doesn't feel like it's permanent. It just feels like it's something that they're trying in preseason, or is it something more than that?
That's a good question. I don't really know. He just told me he was going to give Chris a chance to practice with the Stars this week, start in this game, and kind of reevaluate from there. So just see what the plan is moving forward.
Where are you at just with just, I don't know, your rhythm and everything this season so far? Do you feel like you're rounding into shape?
Still getting there. I think, as we get better, more better with each other so far to start the year, I think, our team is in general is coming along on both sides of the ball, and myself included. So I think each game it felt a little bit better, just trying to get in the flow of the game, feel some rhythm, feel energy of the other guys around me, and hopefully be ready for game one.
How difficult is it to try to change who you guys are defensively when realistically most of the team is back? It's the same group that was here last year that finished 24th in the league. Is there a way to change the way you guys play enough to show improvement?
I don't know if we're changing what we're doing defensively. I think it's just being better at what we already do. And it's year 2 of that, second year playing with each other and just being better on that side of the ball. But we're not doing anything differently.
Kevin, when Coach Brown told you, he's going to make that change, for the starting lineup, what was your true feelings on that? Was you just, maybe I have to look at myself in the mirror, do some things differently, or just, continue to be the professional that I am?
Gotta be pro. Like I said, I don't know what the plan is for moving forward either way. He just was talking about this week. He's gonna see how it goes this week and switch it up, and was excited to play with new guys in practice, and obviously some new guys out there playing on the court tonight, and got some run with the starters again back in the second half. So we'll see again what the plan is moving forward.
Oof. All right, Kyle. So, look, I think this is one of those awkward moments where first of all, hat tip to Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter could have skirted out, but he came in. We were still there. He knew we were still there. He went in. He got a shower after he did all of his cold tub stuff and all that. He came back in. He got dressed. He waited for us to come over, and he answered the questions. I would point out, like, whether he's lost his job or not, I don't think that that's the case. Mike Brown has been pretty clear in the past that, like, he's not going to make any changes in the starting five, at least as of right now. So that may have changed. We'll have to see. But to ask somebody about this stuff, it's awkward. It doesn't feel good. It's not nice. And I thought he handled it well, because I think a lot of people like, oh, he looks pissed. Like, okay,
I would be too, bro.
let's say you just lost your job. Let's say James is at NBC Sports for 6 years, and and I lose my job for nothing that I did wrong. I wasn't messing up some sort of pick and roll, but they decided they don't want to cover the team anymore. If I would have had to do an interview the next day or 3 hours later, I can guarantee you would have got a side of me that you weren't at all comfortable with.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at. This is like a weird situation.
Yeah.
And I feel for Kevin, because it is like you're singled out, even if you're not if that's not the intention.
Yeah.
Or maybe it is the intention, but
Yeah.
maybe it isn't. But you feel singled out. And so I think it's okay to be defensive. I thought he was professional. I thought he answered the questions. And it is what it is.
The two most telling answers, and Kyle Renata in our YouTube chat pointed this out as well. When you guys asked how Duarte looked at the starting unit, and he goes, he played hard. That's just a blanket. He had no thoughts on it, or at least no thoughts he was willing to share.
Yeah.
And that to me is very indicative of where this is at. And then when you asked if he got any indication of whether this is like just a preseason thing or what the plan is with this, and he goes, it's a good question. That was the way he said it, and that was such a, not at you, but with the situation. Like, I don't know, I'm really upset by it, but I mean, if this is going to take Kevin Huerter out of the season or whatever mentally, like that's on him.
I get it. Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's a tough situation, and
Yeah,
but it could, like, we could get to the game, the back-to-back that's coming up,
Mm-hmm.
and everything changes. Like Wednesday and Thursday, he's probably the starter. Chris Duarte did injure his knee. He has a bone bruise in his left knee. They did an MRI last night. They said his MRI was clean. He's fine. Although I will have many experts tell me that a bone bruise does not mean you're fine. A bone bruise is a contusion inside your knee. That's not good. But they said it was a small bone bruise. Like whether he plays on Wednesday or Thursday, we don't know. Whether he's coming off the bench or starting, we don't know. But the fact is the Kings have depth, and Chris Duarte is going to be part of that depth in some way, shape, or form.
That was one of your ugly things from last night. Do you have any more bad things from last night?
Yeah. Harrison Barnes had 1 rebound again. He now has 2 rebounds through 3 games. To me, that's ugly.
That is, what is that? 0.6 per game?
0.66 per game. Is that what that is?
Yeah, nice.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to cut it, James. Your thoughts?
I'm not. No, we got to keep calling it out, because that's not okay. And then the other thing is, I don't think playoff Malik has arrived yet, and I'm still waiting for playoff Malik to show up in like I kind of feel like a 64 Impala with like big rims and like the whole suspension thing and all that, like the beautiful artwork on that's like playoff Malik showing up, like boom, he's here.
I get the impression, based on everything I know about Malik Monk and have seen from Malik Monk in the league, I think Malik Monk is a lights on guy.
Oh,
he's chilling because none of this matters.
I'm with you.
None of this matters. Night 1, you're going to get 20 plus from Malik Monk, and he's going to look great. Bet, dude. There are Harrison Barnes not rebounding. That's like, hey, that's kind of concerning. Your whole thing is you disappear for stretches. What is this? Why are you not going and grabbing rebounds? Keegan Murray had 6 rebounds last night. De'Aaron Fox had 5 rebounds last night.
Sasha Vezenkov
went in there.
6.
He was mixing it up. He was, where are you? Malik Monk, I promise I don't think there's some issue with the offense. I don't think there's some issue with how he trained this offseason or where he's at. I think he is waiting for the games to count, and then you'll see Malik Monk.
It's a good point.
That's where I'm at with
You're probably right. But I like a check-in moment for every player.
Sure. And maybe he hits a big 3, or maybe he has a stretch of 2 possessions where he looks great. But I'm not concerned in the slightest right now.
Yeah,
He's
so
in cruise control.
So far, we've got Fox, we've got Sabonis, we've had Davion Mitchell have his check-in, we had Trey Lyles have his check-in, we've had Harrison Barnes have his check-in, we've had Keegan Murray have their check-in moments.
Colby Jones,
where you're like, boom, Colby Jones has checked in.
Several checks in.
Keon Ellis checked in.
Oh, big time.
So we had our check-in moments. I need the Malik Monk check-in moment.
Yeah. We'll have more Kings coming up here in a bit. We need to get back to this 49ers loss yesterday. A couple of interesting things in terms of snap counts, who played, who didn't, who played more, who played less. We'll dive into that next. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
Hello. See, Miles, you understand what I'm saying, though. You see, like, when Malik checks in the first time, you're like, oh, there he is. Like, you won't miss it. Like, 64 Impala style. Like people are like talking about. Oh yeah. Okay. So first of all, I'm gonna pull this up. This is Drew Down. Kuminga will be a problem this year. I can't wait. Okay, man. Let me break this down. And maybe Kyle needs to hear this too as a Golden State Warriors guy.
Bro, we talked about this last night.
If your guy scores 28 points on 7 of 8 shooting, 1 of 4 from 3, gets to the free throw line 17 times, which was a bunch of hooey, and plays 34 minutes, including 5 minutes in overtime in the preseason, he ain't going to be a problem this year. The dude didn't play in the playoffs at all. And then you think he's going to be a problem because he dribbled and tried to force everything every single time he touched the ball. When has that ever been Golden State Warriors offense? That dude is not going to be a huge part of what they're doing. I'm just like, I don't understand.
I tend to agree. The fact that last year in the playoffs with Kuminga, they just desperately needed athleticism on the wings and size inside. And not that he's 6'11", but my man can get up. He's big, he's strong. And they couldn't get off the bench. Like I'm with you. So he's leading all scorers in the preseason. He's a top scorer in the preseason. I don't care. They don't need guys who can put the ball in the basket.
That's not the badge that you want to wear.
Right.
That you led preseason in scoring.
What I care about with Jonathan Kuminga's scoring is, can he hit threes at a high enough rate that he and Draymond can play together? And that's TBD. But can he live within the offense? Can he exist within the offense? Can he hang out in the dunker spot? Can he hit corner threes? And can he play on defense? Can he stay on the floor defensively? He doesn't need to pour in 28 points. I don't care that he can take
17 free throw
backups
attempts
off the dribble. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, Kyle. Like, you have a team that Klay Thompson once scored 63 points and dribbled the ball 12 times. That's not who they are. Whatever he was doing last night, that was get me through a preseason game without Chris Paul, without Steph Curry,
and you notice
without Draymond Green.
You talk about check-in moments or whatever. You notice that it wasn't, wow, JK looked great. Pull him out for OT. It was, no, he's playing through OT.
They went back to him. They pulled him in the fourth quarter at some point, and then they said, hey, it's overtime in preseason.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kuminga, go on out there. Like, I was like, oh, no.
A couple of people are saying this Moody will be more of a problem than Kuminga. I totally agree.
I agree as well.
Yep.
He just.
No, and maybe he carves out a role, but whatever he was doing last night and whatever he's done in the preseason, that's not going to be his role.
None of it's sustainable. Like, that's not who he will be.
Here we go. 10 seconds. 5 seconds, actually, now. Board's hot. Oh, yeah. I'm Kyle. That's James. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Yeah, Niners loss. Raiders win. Kings preseason loss. I got some more Niner stuff to get to, James.
I'm
And I'm
listening,
not talking
Kyle.
about the officials anymore.
I'm listening, Kyle.
I'm done with the officials. I think Jordan Mason's a backup running back now, bro. I think Jordan Mason's just better than Elijah Mitchell. And that's going to matter. If Christian McCaffrey, so Kyle Shanahan talks at 1:30 today. He'll have a conference call with reporters, and he'll have updates on Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey suffered an oblique/rib injury that removed him from the game in the second half. If they have to go a prolonged period of time without Christian McCaffrey, I think you're going to see a lot of Jordan Mason.
I mean, I don't disagree because that's what we've already seen, like 5 carries, 27 yards. But that doesn't mean I have to agree with it. Like, I get Jordan Mason to me feels like if you need someone to carry 17 carries or 18 carries in a game, like, go ahead. Go get your 3.5, 4, maybe 5 yards a carry if he's hits a seam and gets a nice little 20-yard run here and there. Like, that's fine. This offense is good. But the guy who has always like brought the excitement and brought the change of pace and sort of the electricity is Elijah Mitchell. And, you know, before Elijah Mitchell, it was Mostert. And I love watching Mostert run too. I think they both have a similar style of like an energy to them.
Yeah.
The 49ers need that energy because while Christian McCaffrey is like one of the best football players in the NFL, there's a way that he attacks that is like so specific. And like he does everything perfect. That's what it feels like every time you're watching McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Like he goes out on a sweep and you just see him wait, boom. And he changes speed, he changes direction, he doesn't get hit hard, all the things that you're hoping for. Well, Elijah Mitchell brings chaos, and I like the chaos that he brings. And maybe he's had injuries, maybe he's fallen out of favor with the coaching staff, but I still think that he's a better player, that in my mind.
I think he's definitely better on those outside zone runs. That's what Raheem Mostert was so good at, where his speed just gets him to the corner and then he gets one cut north to south and he's gone. But like you said, he's been hurt so often that it's tough to even get a read on him as a player. Put 11 games in his first season and 5 in his second season, not including the playoffs. And then he gets hurt after week 3 this season and then missed 2 games. And so maybe yesterday against Cleveland. So Jordan Mason was the first running back in off the bench even before McCaffrey went out. It was just Mason was the second running back. But then with McCaffrey out, it was Mason getting the carries at the end of the game. He outsnapped Elijah Mitchell 15-7. I think the Niners coaching staff likes what they see more from Jordan Mason in the last 2 weeks. 15 carries, 96 yards, 2 touchdowns in super limited work. So I'm with you. I think Elijah Mitchell's a good player. But given how often he's been hurt, he's just left the door open for somebody to come in and be more effective. And to me, Jordan Mason's a more effective of the two right now.
For right now, that might be the case, but I still like the energy and the change that we get from Mitchell. And I'm hoping that Mitchell can find himself and be part of this because I think he makes them better.
I think it's going to be super frustrating for fantasy owners because I think you're a little bit right in terms of Elijah Mitchell just being more what they want from a running back offensively in terms of hitting the right hole and having the speed to hit home runs. I don't know if Jordan Mason has that top end speed, but I think it's going to be super frustrating for fantasy football players with the Niners backfield again if McCaffrey's out, because Mason might start, but I think if Jordan Mason gets 14 carries, I think you're getting 10 from Elijah Mitchell.
Okay.
I just think Mason's going to be the starter and get more carries.
No, I think you're probably right. I just want Mitchell to be in the mix if McCaffrey's going to miss major time.
Yeah, I think he will be. I definitely think he would be.
Yeah, I want to see him in the mix.
All right. The other thing yesterday that stood out to me, this is not many silver linings for the Niners here, but one of them was Randy Gregory. Randy Gregory made his debut. The 49ers, in case you missed it, acquired Gregory from the Broncos before last week's game. They got him and a 7th round pick from Denver for a 6th round pick. He sat out last week because he didn't have a chance to practice with the team at all. They traded for him on Friday. But this week, really good. He played 26 snaps, and he had a sack. He had a tackle for loss. I think he was exactly what the Niners needed on the edge.
Yeah, I think he just added a new element where you instantly saw like, oh, that was missing. That was missing.
Yeah.
So I want to see more and more and more of this defensive line because it's spectacular. They have all the potential in the world to be one of the great defensive lines we've ever seen in the NFL, but they just haven't been there.
The Browns' defensive line's better than theirs.
Yeah. Well, it just hasn't been enough,
Yeah,
right? Like I'm sitting there waiting like, hey,
Yeah.
like, dude, Nick Bosa has 2.5 sacks.
Right. Take over a game.
Like it's 6 weeks in. Like you got 2.5 sacks, bro.
It felt like they were getting to that point yesterday where, okay, they're rolling. They're forcing Phillip Walker to escape the pocket. Now he's trying to throw on the run, and that's just not his bag. Like he's not going to complete those. He had Elijah Moore open twice in the middle of the field on that last drive and just missed him. And I thought that was kind of because the Niners defensive line had really started rolling, but they just didn't impact the game the way you would like to see them impact a game.
Yeah, and I also think in those throws, you saw even like a linebacker, he tried to escape at one point. A linebacker put pressure and he missed the throw. Like, hey, coaching staff, where were you the rest of the game? Where were you the rest of the game? And I thought that I've seen it all year long where I think they've been way too conservative. When you have, to me, like in the running right now for NFL Defensive Player of the Year is Fred Warner.
Yeah, I agree.
And he's doing everything. He's picking the ball off. He can get you a sack. He's getting you all these tackles. He doesn't stop. Like, send him. Like, if you can't get to the quarterback with your 4-man rush, send somebody. Like, put some pressure. Like, this defense should be they're already like a turnover machine. They've been all season long. We have so many turnovers that we've seen, but like there are opportunities that they're leaving on the field. And in my opinion, it's not just players. It's the scheme. It's being aggressive. Like I do not feel like they're aggressive. And I often feel like they're not aggressive on the offensive end either, but on the defensive end, like way too conservative. If you want to be the best team in football, go take that mantle. Go beat up an inexperienced quarterback. Make him make more mistakes than the two he did make.
I kind of wonder. I don't think you're wrong, but I kind of wonder if their concern was, okay, you send an extra blitzer and it takes out somebody in coverage and makes his throw easier. But to that end, there wasn't a lot of evidence that he was going to calmly sit in the pocket and digest a blitz and fire an accurate throw to an open receiver.
No.
But I just have a hard time yesterday complaining about what the Niners defense did.
No,
I don't think their defense lost.
I don't think the nuts and bolts of their defense, I don't think they did anything wrong.
Yeah.
But I honestly feel like you left too much out there. You could have put more pressure. You could have like schemed differently to make things more difficult for an inexperienced quarterback who is, who's showing up against the league's best team. And without his star running back.
Yeah.
Like these are things where I think you could have like put pressure. Even like, I don't think they had all of their stable of wide receivers.
Yeah.
Like
it's just here's the thing. This happens a lot in the NFL. It's just that the Niners had won 15 games in a row. And they had won all but like 4 of them by double digits. They just hadn't had a game where they got punched in the mouth in such a long time. And that's just kind of what happened. They didn't have answers on either side of the ball.
Yeah, and sometimes you got to make adjustments on the fly and like put pressure on somebody on the fly, and you got to ditch your game plan and go after somebody.
Well, Jim Schwartz, man. That whole Jim Schwartz as Kyle Shanahan's number thing, that holds up.
He owns him.
8-1 against him now, and Shanahan's offense has never scored more than 20 points.
Owns him.
That is bananas.
And the only reason they scored as many points as they did this weekend was the defense.
Yes. Set them up. Well, they missed the field goal after the first interception.
Well, exactly. They didn't capitalize.
They weren't scoring a touchdown again on a full field. They weren't. In fact, if Deommodore Lenoir only returns that interception to the 20, I don't think they score a touchdown.
No, they're a mess.
It was not a good game.
For one game.
Right. It's not an indictment. The Niners are still one of the best teams in the NFL. You just remove them from that mantle of where they looked kind of invincible.
I think they are the best team still in the NFL. They just aren't so far above everyone they were the week before. I
was going to get into this, but we got to hit the break. I want to talk about this on the other side. I don't on the other side of the break. I'm not making sweeping judgments based off a week 6 game, But there was one thing that happened in the game yesterday that made me gravely concerned for the 49ers Super Bowl chances. I'll tell you what it is on the other side. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, don't you know?
Oh, hey there.
Boy, Ayuk had 10 targets,
Yeah, 4 catches.
4 catches. Not great. I hear commercials.
Oh, you do? Oh.
Maybe they're just playing in your room. Oh, there we go. Yeah, like he dropped 2 balls that were like, oh, bro, if you're going to be an all pro, you're going to be a like big time Pro Bowler. You can't drop those 2 balls. Yeah, I like the teaser too, Sean O'Brien. Kyle hit us with a teaser. John Poles is asking any updates on CMC. We don't get updates until like 1:00.
1:30. Kyle
1:30.
Shanahan will talk. Yeah.
Yeah. You hearing anything, Kyle?
Nothing. No.
All right.
I heard a rumor, but not substantial enough that I want to. That I want to say it on the radio.
Yeesh. A good rumor or a bad rumor?
Kind of nothing substantial either. Not like it's this injury or it's that injury or he's out this time or that time.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. We're talking about an oblique. It's funny.
Hang on one second. I gotta disappear. Hang on.
All right. Yeah, it's funny. My train of thought went sideways. No, I've seen oblique injuries at the NBA level. So we had Darren Collison have an oblique issue, and he ended up tearing an oblique and had to have surgery a couple of years ago. That was maybe like 7 years ago. And then last year, De'Aaron Fox he pulled an oblique, and I don't even think he missed a game. Maybe he missed 1. Michigan Wolverines, you ask, do you think Colby Jones will see time in the regular season? He's looked pretty solid. Look, I think he has looked solid, but the problem is he's up against, like, Mike Brown already doesn't have any room for all these players. That's already a problem. So, like, he's already up against it with Davion Mitchell needing more than 13 to 15 minutes a night. And so he's got to steal minutes at the 2 with De'Aaron Fox. And like then he's got at the 2, he's got Huerter, he's got Duarte now, he's got Malik Monk. And then at the 3, he's got, again, Huerter, he's got Duarte, he's got Harrison Barnes, but he also needs to steal time for Keegan Murray at that position. Got Keegan Murray at the 4, but he's got to steal time for Trey Lyles, and he's got to steal time for Sasha Vezenkov. Harrison Barnes can play the 4, and then we have the center position. So, again, it's it's complicated. So the answer is, I don't think so. And I like the idea of him being down with a group of guys at Stockton that can really develop and have a good time and win a bunch of games together, because I think that team is going to be really fun. So whether it's Jordan Ford, and they brought in another point guard, I can't remember his name, but Keon Ellis, Scal Labissiere, Chance Comanche, Deontay Burton.
We're gonna go to some Stockton Kings games, James?
No, it's too far from my house. Yeah, I don't drive to Stockton.
I forgot you're out in the sticks.
I am
too, but I'm not that far from Stockton.
Coming out of
I'm like an hour from Stockton. I'm a solid hour from Stockton.
Yeah. During the compressed.
All right, hang on. Right. 10 seconds. Turns out we're not going to any Stockton Kings games this year. That's fine.
Kyle,
you don't want to hang out and watch G League with me. I got it.
It's just so far from the house. It is so far from the house, and we're talking like an hour and 45 at least.
Oh.
and it's in a weird direction, and there's often traffic through a stretch of it. Yeah, I had a time when I was with NBC where I think it was during where they rushed us back for pandemic stuff, right? And I had something like 4 games in 5 nights. Maybe this was before that. It was when they still did something like that. And they asked me to go to a Stockton Kings game on the one day off I had.
Mhm.
And I was not. It was something crazy. Like I had 1 game at home, 3 games in studio. So each of those are 5 to 6 hours of driving each,
Jeez.
including a back-to-back where they didn't put me up in a hotel. And then they wanted me in the middle of that to go to Stockton. And I got to be honest, I showed up and I may not have been in the best mood. And I rarely let that show at work, but on occasion I will.
Yeah, that sucks.
And I was
That's
not.
trash.
I was not a happy. It was like, hey, we need you to go to like Kiss Babies, and there's going to be the King's brass there, and I was not in the right frame of mind to watch a basketball game and to be
Yeah, and
cordial.
it affects what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, and
That sucks, dude.
for a game I didn't have to write about or anything else. I just had to be there to like, hey, James is here. That's cool. Thanks for sending your guy out.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. No.
Oh,
Yeah. So
yikes, man.
maybe that's like made me a little jaded when it comes to driving to Stockton.
Well, I'll go to Stockton Kings games and I'll report back.
There you go.
I'll FaceTime you while I'm there.
Oh yeah.
We can watch 2-way.
Hey, I love it, and I
It's
love
Jalen's
my
awesome.
friends Deuce and Mo doing the
Yeah, do some will be there.
Yeah, they call the game, and
Stockton Kings games are going to be a vibe this year. I'm really excited. I'm going to go to a bunch.
well, that and like Scalabis here, one of my favorite
player.
players I've ever covered. One of my favorite players I've ever covered. He's my dude.
I have a gang of Scalabisiere is going to be awesome takes on the internet, and we've gone over this before, but I was a big Scal guy. I have takes that are like Scal's going to be the best player on the team in 3 years.
Oh yeah,
and Scal is awesome, and it's a tough look for my guy. So if my man can bounce back late term validate my opinions of him, I'd be all in. I'm a big Scal guy this year.
I told you he invited me to go to Haiti with him when he went back for the first time after. So he was in the earthquakes when he was 13. He was crushed by the apartment. His apartment collapsed on him and his mom and his brother. He was trapped in a seated position under a wall for like 8 hours. It took him 2 months to learn how to walk again. His neighbors, so his dad had dropped them off after school and then took off, right, to go back to work. And 15, 20 minutes later, the earthquake happens and their apartment complex collapses on them. So neighbors are digging out, like trying to get the rubble off of them, like this incredible scene. So Scal was he had recruiters coming to Haiti to try to get him to go, like Christian families, trying to help out and adopt and for a while. And then when that happened and like everything is gone, completely demolished their entire country, he ended up going to Memphis as like a 13, 14-year-old who is already like 6'4". We're talking about like a stream being like 6'4", like 110 pounds. But like, so he's one of the nicest kids. So I was supposed to go back to Haiti with him for the first time. He'd been back to Haiti.
Kentucky, right?
He went to Kentucky.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And then at the last second, Scal switched his agent and the NBA said, hey, we're not going to send security now because we don't have a point of contact. And when that happened, Haiti is still a no-fly country for the United States. They do not recommend you going to Haiti at all. Not only do you have to get a bunch of shots, but like there are like you can get kidnapped and stuff like that. So if NBA security was going, then NBC was going to allow me to go. When they pulled out and the NBA said we're not sending security, it's like, okay, the trip's over.
Yeah.
So, but then they did go, and the first thing that happened is Scal's walking down the street towards the old apartment complex. One of the men who helped dig him out comes running out and like, oh my gosh, Scal. And they have this incredible moment, and I missed it all. I'm pissed.
Sorry, man.
Pissed.
It's tough.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my guy. We talked about this in the locker room last night with Jalen Slauson and Keon. I said, I'm excited for you guys to hang out with Scal because he's a really, really good dude. And I'm like, I started, he got, he
Yeah.
survived the earthquakes in Haiti, and Jalen Lawson goes, wait, what? Like, wait, come here. Like, what? And so I told him the story, and he's like, oh, that's incredible. Like, I'm excited to like hang out with Scal and get to know him
Great.
better. And like one of the nicest human beings you're going to run into.
Great.
Yeah.
Now I'm even more excited to go to Stockton Kings game.
Yeah. So I don't know how we got there, but the 49ers lost, Kyle.
Boy, did they. The Raiders won. I hope Jimmy Garoppolo is okay, dude. I feel so bad for Jimmy Garoppolo because it's not like he did tear his ACL, but it's not like Jason Verrett, okay? Jason Verrett's a bad example too because he had a bunch of ACLs. But it's not like he had an ACL injury and there was chronic issues because of that injury, which is awful, and you hate that.
Yeah.
Garoppolo has the type of bad injury luck where it's something different every time. It's a high ankle sprain, and then it's a shoulder, and then it's a thumb, and now it's a back. And you just feel awful for the guy because he just cannot seem to string games together. He has one season as a pro where he started every game.
Wow.
And that's just, and it's not like he missed one here and one there. Even in 2021, he only missed 2 games that year. It was the Houston game and then the Arizona game, the 2 that Trey Lance started. But he finished that season compromised. He had the shoulder and the thumb injuries that he was playing through.
Yeah, it's not great.
And
yeah,
man, I hope that the back injury isn't something serious because you know how bad back injuries can be and how big of an issue those can be just long term. Like, forget this year as a player. You just hope that it's not something that's going to affect him long term in his life. So I root for Jimmy, man. I want him. If he's not going to be an awesome quarterback, I at least want him to be healthy and playing.
Yeah, I totally get it. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of Marvin Bagley. Just like every time, Marvin, while he was with the Kings, I think his record was 23 straight games.
That's just, you just can't develop as a player like that.
You can't, especially as a young player. You can't. Luckily, Jimmy had so much time to develop as a player. So, I think it may have taken Jimmy away from being like a great player and just like kept him at, you're a good, solid quarterback. And that's who he is as a player because of all the injuries with the 49ers. But with it's really tough to overcome that stuff. It's tough to grow and to be who you're supposed to be. Yeah,
like we were talking about earlier, you just hope that too with the Raiders, their defense has been so good. They pull out a win yesterday against New England, a game that, if we talked about it with Scott Branson from Silver and Black Today, the Odyssey podcast, if they lose to the Patriots, you're like pulling the plug. You're looking at 2 weeks to the trade deadline. Who can we trade and what can we get for him? But now you beat New England. Your defense looks terrific. And you're going into a stretch where you play the Bears and the Jets are in there. I think you said the Vikings are in there.
Well, and it looks like Justin Fields is hurt.
Tyson Bagent, I think is his name, is gonna play quarterback for the Bears if Justin Fields can't go. So again, a couple of winnable games here where now the Raiders can, instead of looking at the 7 or 8 win conversation, now you can start going, okay, hey, maybe they can sneak in 9 or 10 and maybe sneak into the playoffs after looking like I said earlier, they might be a 4-win team.
Yeah, and I'd even add there's a sneaky thing that's happened with the Jets, right? So we're all thinking, oh, the Jets are going to make a move. They're going to make a move. They've got to do something to shore up their quarterback position. It's looking less and less likely like there's going to be a quarterback available. Because again, Jimmy Garoppolo would have been on that list,
sure,
in my opinion, or he should have been. And I would have even said Matthew Stafford might have been on that list if the Rams really were bad this season and they were going so young, both on defense and with the receiving core, right? Even with their running back. And then the same with Minnesota. You're like, oh, it's very possible that Minnesota, like they've already said, hey, Kirk Cousins is spending the rest of the season here.
Man, that's a wild thing to commit to.
So, but the interesting thing for the Raiders is that they played the Jets like right after the trade deadline. That could have looked very different.
Yeah.
If you throw like name that quarterback, any quarterback in there outside of, Zach Wilson, you might have a better shot of winning that if you're the Jets.
Also, Max Crosby needs to be in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation.
Yeah, he's been fun, man. He's good.
He's just quietly been awesome.
So is Daniil Hunter for
Daniil Hunter's good. I think Daniil Hunter's going to get traded. Speaking of guys who are going to get traded from the
He's up to
Vikings.
8 sacks on the season.
Yeah, man.
And
Really good player.
He's got 1 week without a sack. That's
and
it.
They didn't want to pay him.
Oh, it's just crazy. Yeah.
He's so good at football. I
Yeah,
don't know
he
why you wouldn't
is.
want to pay him or trade the guy. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Bygones.
But yeah, Max Crosby should be in the defensive player of the year conversation.
I'm with you.
Raiders defense is very good, and Max Crosby is the clear leader of that defense. And we were talking about it with my dad yesterday. Max Crosby's never missed a game. He played over 1,000 snaps last year, and he's playing 98% of the snaps again this year.
Oof.
He's just a machine, bro.
Yeah, that is a machine.
He's one of my very favorite players to watch in the league. All right, we got a couple of more Kings notes to get to after the break. We'll dive a little bit into the Chris Duarte knee injury and what that could mean moving forward for the Kings. That's James. I'm Kyle. We are the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
Look at that, Kyle. I did what you did the other day. I forgot to plug in my phone. My phone just died. That's unusual. Oh,
My thing on this is I think I would rather play Aiden O'Connell, but I think that's more because of what with an eye toward the future of just seeing what he's got and seeing if you need to invest heavily in a quarterback again, or if he's worth giving a shot as a starter next year.
I remember you tweeted out when Jimmy Garoppolo was going to miss that if you start Brian Hoyer over, is O'Connell a 4th round pick or 3rd round pick?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said something like, if you start him over a 4th round pick, you need to be fired or something like that.
Yeah. I believe it was be launched into the sun.
Maybe that's what you said. So, but my point would be that was then, this is now.
Correct.
And so
we've seen Aiden O'Connell in the regular season now, and it doesn't look as good.
Well, I mean, I would say that he actually looked good. He just fumbled the ball a bunch, and didn't he have a couple of turnovers?
Yeah, and that's what maybe they think Brian Hoyer gives them a better chance to win.
Yeah, like game manages thing through the middle of until you get Jimmy back. All right.
Yeah, lean on your defense, lean on Josh Jacobs.
Yeah,
but I guess theoretically you could do that with O'Connell too. But do you trust him to not turn it over? I don't know.
Certainly can try to win you a game with his arm, but he can also lose you a game. Where I don't think Brian Hoyer can win you a game with his arm, but he also won't lose you a game.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Just sucks for Jim.
Jimmy Grapes. What are you talking about? Yeah, people have such a strong opinion about the Kevin Huerter video, and even when I was done, talking to a couple of the guys that were with me, they were caught off guard by him, and I'm like, really? I didn't think it was.
Do you know how angry I would be if Charlie, our boss, walked in and said, "Hey, you're gonna sit the table that we just put up outside the studio is actually for you to sit at during the first 90 minutes of the show, and Damian and James are going to do the show, but then you can go sit in for the last 30 minutes."
Yeah, it's not fun.
I'd be pissed.
Oh, I totally get it. And there's no clarity, because in that situation, he would say, we don't know how long, if it's just for today or if it's going to be going on for a while. And so I get it. And I thought he handled himself the best you can. He didn't get angry. I also, do you have the TV on in there?
No.
Okay. What is happening with Shannon Sharp?
What do you mean?
My goodness, man. The makeup,
he's just, dude, living his best life.
I guess, man. They got Rex Ryan, who's like taped together.
Oh, 10 seconds.
All right.
Board's live.
ESPN 1320.
I think we got to run it back with this Kevin Huerter video. Is this really like an issue? What's the, so we played, if you missed it earlier, we played the video of Kevin Huerter talking with reporters last night after the Kings game. And if you don't have it set up, we don't have to run it back. But Huerter, if you missed it, came off the bench last night for the first time as a King, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
he came off the bench in the Kings preseason game against the Warriors. Chris Duarte got the start ahead of him. And there was a conversation with Mike Brown and the entire team who said, this is what we're doing. This is not an indictment on Kevin. This is something we all need to get better at. And so Huerter went out, played with the second unit, got a little bit of run with the starters, and then talked after the game and was not super happy after the game.
Yeah. I think we can play it.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me see.
We're going to play the sound for you in case you missed it.
Yeah. No, I don't think I did that right.
No, not just hit full screen. Here we go. We're learning on the fly. This is great. I don't know. I'd be way more upset than Kevin Huerter is here. He's being short with his answers, but he's not being like outwardly hostile or anything.
No, I don't think he's being hostile.
Hostile.
Let's play the here.
Yeah, here you go. Okay, here's the sound.
Tonight, just coming off the bench.
Different feel, different energy for sure.
Any like sort of way like it just takes a little more to get into a rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't definitely started more in my career than coming off the bench. It's something new that you have to get used to. So yeah, just different energy. Used to starting games, the energy of being out there first, and just obviously got to prepare a little bit different.
What did you see from Chris in that starting group?
Played hard. They played hard.
When you're having conversations with Mike, what are those like? I mean, this doesn't feel like it's permanent. It just feels like it's something that they're trying in preseason, or is it something more than that?
That's a good question. I don't really know. He just told me he was going to give Chris a chance to practice with the Stars this week, start in this game, and kind of reevaluate from there. So just see what the plan is moving forward.
Where are you at just with I don't know, your rhythm and everything this season so far? Do you feel like you're rounding into shape?
Still getting there. I think, as we get better, better with each other so far to start the year, I think, our team is in general is coming along on both sides of the ball, and myself included. So I think each game I felt a little bit better, just trying to get in the flow of the game, feel some rhythm, feel energy of the other guys around me, and hopefully be ready for game one.
How difficult is it to try to change who you guys are defensively when realistically most of the team is back? It's the same group that was here last year that finished 24th in the league. Is there a way to change the way you guys play enough to show improvement?
I don't know if we're changing what we're doing defensively. I think it's just being better at what we already do, and it's year 2 of that. Second year playing with each other and just being better on that side of the ball, but we're not doing anything differently.
Kevin, when Coach Brown told you, he's going to make that change, for the starting lineup, what was your true feelings on that? Would you just, maybe I have to look at myself in the mirror, do some things differently, or just, continue to be the professional that I am?
Gotta be pro. Like I said, I don't know what the plan is for moving forward either way. He just was talking about this week. He's gonna see how it goes this week and switch it up, and was excited to play with new guys in practice, and obviously some new guys out there playing on the court tonight, and got some run with the starters again back in the second half. So we'll see again what the plan is moving forward.
There it is, Kyle. Again, like I think that people who are watching the video, like, just like put yourself in his situation. You're being asked about a very awkward situation.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
Yeah. He had a starting role on the number 3 seed in the West last year.
He probably still does have a starting role
right,
on the number.
right.
Yeah, but for today, He didn't.
Well, okay, what's the knock on him? It's his defense, right?
I think it's his defense, and at 6'7", he probably should be a better rebounder than he is.
Okay, but let's stick on
yeah.
the defense point for a second. What's Chris Duarte supposed to be really good at?
Oh, defense.
He's staring down the barrel of a player who does the thing really well that he really struggles with.
Yeah, Kyle, it was on our list last week, and it's something that I asked, like, is Chris Duarte a more Mike Brown type player than Kevin Huerter?
Yeah, probably. I bet Mike Brown loves Chris Duarte.
Yeah.
And if you go back and watch like Chris Duarte's college tape or his rookie season, Mike Brown is salivating at what he could do with a switchable wing who can knock down threes with the starting lineup, with Domantas Sabonis, with De'Aaron Fox. And he's not going to knock him down at the clip that Kevin Huerter knocks him down, but he's going to make up for it with better, more versatile defense on the other end.
Yeah, that, and, I think they're both good creators. I think Kevin Huerter is probably a better creator.
I would agree with that.
Than Duarte is. Mm-hmm. But Duarte is a more physical player. And when your entire offseason is based around physicality and, like bringing in, like not changing, you didn't really change out that many players. Mm-hmm. But at this point, maybe they did. Maybe they are looking at 3 of their top 10 are different than they were last year. And really 2 of your top 8 or 9 are different, which is, I think it's something different than what we expected. This is not at all how you expect. But again, this can just be like we're going to give something a try and we're going to nudge a player and we're going to see if we can get more out of them.
Right.
With the understanding that, the Kings had the healthiest team ever last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's because they worked hard. It's because they had a group of players that were age 23 through 26, basically their entire primary roster outside of like a Harrison Barnes.
Right.
Like everyone was healthy. And the other reason that I think people miss is they're healthy because they didn't bring in players with a history of major injuries.
Right.
And so that's a big deal. When you don't bring in a player with a history of injury, then you have fewer injuries. And so what we're talking about is like residual injuries. You brought up Jason Verrett, right? Like you can't blow out your knee a bunch of times and think that you're going to be the same player after every single time.
Right.
And there's a reason why the knee keeps blowing out. So if you have a guy on your roster who's had a torn ACL and then had a clean out, like on a Wednesday afternoon after a strange night of travel, his knee can swell up 3 times the size it normally is. And now you got a problem for 3 days or 5 days or 10 days. Right. Well, the Kings don't have those players. Now, Chris Duarte last season was one of those players. Mm-hmm. He's one of those players who had an ankle injury that just kept coming back all season long, and he never got healthy, and he was a shell of himself. He lost his job because he couldn't stay healthy.
Right.
And the Pacers moved on. They gave him up. I mean, we're talking about, this is a 13th pick in the draft from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He was 4 picks after Davion Mitchell, but he's a 13th pick in the draft, and he was an older prospect, so you knew he was coming in, he was ready. Then he puts up a monster rookie season where he's all rookie second team, and then you just gave him away for 2 second-round picks. And we're talking one is a 2028 second-round pick that I think is the Dallas Mavericks, and one is a 2030 second-round pick, which is the Sacramento Kings. That's what they gave up for him. So you're not looking at like a huge investment here if if you're the Kings. And so to see him like all of a sudden be potentially part of a conversation, I didn't even know how he fit in the rotation 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Like, how does he fit in? Because they have a glut of guards and small forwards and forwards in general. And so, yeah, I just think it's interesting.
If he can be I don't want to say lockdown defender, but let's use that term, lockdown defender, he's going to find a lot of minutes for Mike Brown.
If he can be a plus defender with physicality,
plus defender, thank you,
a plus defender with physicality, then I think you're right. And again, I think he can play the 2, he can play the 3, and in some situations he can play the 4. I think he's switchable as a defensive player,
particularly as a defense. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, he's a dude that can play in their defensive scheme. He can switch between the 2 forward positions, I believe. Now, you don't want him locked up against a 7-footer in the post, or
Right.
like, I'm not saying go out there and we're gonna throw him
Small
on
ball 5?
Laurie Market and playing the 4, or
Right.
even maybe even John Collins is a stretch. So maybe this isn't the guy that you want going up as a forward against Utah. But as a rookie, 13.1 points, 4.1 rebounds, 2.1 assists, a steal per game. He shot 43.2% from the field, 36.9% from 3. If you get that Chris Duarte, then he will play.
Yeah. And playing defense at a high level with those numbers.
Yeah.
They'll sacrifice if it means, and again, this is going to the hypothetical where what does it look like if the Kings are really experimenting with putting Chris Duarte in the starting lineup? I don't think they are. I think opening night, you're going to see Kevin Huerter with the starting lineup. That's what I think it's going to look like.
Okay.
But I think Mike Brown wants to let this play out in the preseason, because if they get a month in and Kevin Huerter is not doing what they would like him to do defensively, then I think that they want to be ready to move to Chris Duarte with the starting lineup, and they don't want those first minutes to be in the middle of November.
Yeah. Well,
that's what I think is happening right now.
And I'd say this too. If somehow Chris Duarte is your starting shooting guard, then Kevin Huerter doesn't become your backup shooting guard. That's Malik Monk.
Right.
Kevin Huerter becomes your backup small forward. And so like the ripple effect is pretty great here.
Yeah.
It's pretty strong if Chris Duarte works his way into the starting lineup. And again, he played 28 minutes per game as a rookie. It's pretty earth-shattering for your rotation.
Yeah.
Like you have some cleanup to do after that. And I think it's interesting. I don't know how it will all play out. I don't. And but I have an inclination that what you believe to be the case and what we all believed a week ago is probably still the case. That Kevin Huerter will come out of this as a starter.
Yeah. And if you brought up something about having cleanup to do. So he was a little bit, I guess terse, but short with his answers with media yesterday.
Yeah.
If he is removed permanently from the starting lineup and moved to like the 7th guy, that's where that's not as easy to just come out and be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to answer these questions, but I'm going to be short, but I'm going to answer them. Like, no, at that point, you're real angry. At that point, you're real upset.
I think it really does depend on the questions that are coming at you. So if it's like nonstop about like his place, if he's still trying to fight for that job and stuff like that, like I hope that wouldn't be the case, but like it is what it is. Like people ask what they're going to ask. There's nothing you can do about it.
No, I just mean,
like,
I don't even necessarily mean from the media. I just mean from a locker room standpoint. Like Kevin Huerter is going to be, he would not be stoked with that demotion.
Yeah.
Because that's what that is. That's not a one-off preseason game where he goes, yeah, I don't know what the plan is. That is hey, the plan is for you to play not with the starters anymore.
Well, that, and for you to go from 30 minutes a night to probably 18.
Yeah.
18
like that's
to 22.
That's a really big deal.
No, you're right. It's a dramatic shift. And we haven't got to that point yet. And that's why I would just like caution everybody. This is preseason.
I agree.
Like just step back from the ledge and also give a guy a little bit of a break if you think he came across a little too strong. I didn't think he did.
It was, dude, I thought, okay, hang on. Kevin Huerter that was nothing. In terms of like an athlete being upset with media.
Yeah. Well, and I didn't feel like
upset,
he was upset
not
with upset with the situation.
Upset in
front of the media.
In front of the media. Yes.
Yeah.
Not with.
That's different.
Not with. Right. That was like nothing. Like,
yeah.
It was a player who was who's obviously a little, peeved, but he wasn't like, I'm not answering that. No comment. Is that the question? Say the question. Like that. That's the kind of stuff where they start getting combative and like, no, he's bummed out, but I would be too.
Yeah.
That's a nothing burger for me.
He's probably a little confused, which I mean, and I understand why it would be that way.
Yeah.
Like he's probably a little bit like, okay, I'm confused about what's totally happening. And I don't know what to say. And I don't want to step out of line here. And I don't want to be the guy, especially like this is Team Kumbaya, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last season that's who they were. They're Team Kumbaya. Everybody got along. Everybody loves each other. All of a sudden we have this little wrinkle of, oh, okay, maybe there is a little bit of instability here that needs to be looked at with a different eye. But there's also the possibility that Mike Brown just wanted to see Chris Duarte with the starters because he's going to play plenty of minutes coming off the bench with the starting unit.
Right.
And
Right.
that's it. It is what it is.
That's
So,
what I think this all comes down to. And honestly, last thing for me on this, if they do decide to make that dramatic change, okay, we're going to go to that hypothetical world. Mike Brown is one of the handful of coaches in the league that I would really have a lot of faith in to navigate that in the locker room. I mean,
yeah. And Kevin's a pro. He is. I mean, he's going to come
he's a
out and
professional.
he's going to try to, shoot 45% from three and earn his starting spot back and show defensive improvement, show the intensity that they're looking for. He's going to do the work to try to get back in good graces. And
do you?
Okay.
I have one more thing on this now. Do you think that any of this, God, I don't even want to say contentiousness, but do you think any of this stems from the fact that he didn't have a great playoff series and now in the preseason after 2 games he's going to the bench?
That's a lot of speculation and
that's what I'm here to do.
Pontification. Yeah. Look,
if that's a stretch, it's a stretch.
Well, no.
I'm just wondering.
He knows he didn't have a great playoff. You can't say,
sure,
hey man, you had a great playoff. He wasn't.
He didn't make shots, and that's fine.
No, I mean he did. Yeah, he had a bad playoff run. I think he probably wanted to come in and prove himself, and I think he probably came in the best shape in his life, and he's doing all the things to improve because he like everyone else on this team understands where their trajectory can be and what they want their goals to be. But it's just really hard when all of a sudden you're taking a step back and maybe you're not part of the primary group that will be. You're not one of the starting 5 that led this team last year. That played again. He played 75 games last year.
Yeah,
as a starter.
Started all of them.
Yeah. So it's an awkward moment, and we'll get through it. And Kevin Huerter will get through it, and he'll be just fine.
All right. Let's we're the insiders. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Let's talk 49ers real quick before we give way to D'Lo and KC. So we have established that they sucked yesterday. The offensive line was bad. The defensive line was bad. Brock Purdy wasn't good.
Yep.
They had a bunch of injuries. Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan talking on a conference call at 1:30. Should get some updates there. Bad day for the Niners. Worst day for the Niners since their last loss, I think. They got blown out by the Chiefs 44-23 at Levi Stadium.
Okay.
Some good news, though, for San Francisco. The Eagles lost.
Yep.
To the New York Jets. Weird week just all around. Just a very, very odd week of football. The Giants nearly upset the Bills. The Giants, I don't know if you saw this. The Giants had the ball at the 1 with time at the end of the first half and did not score at the Bills 1. And then at the end of the game, on what looked to be the last play of regulation, they have the ball at the 10. Throw goes into the end zone for Darren Waller. Pass interference in the end zone. You get an untimed down because the clock had expired. So they get the ball at the 1 again and don't score again.
Now, the second play, I heard people complain because I wasn't able to watch because it was in the game, during the game. I heard the second play also looked like a PI.
It was a lot of contact from both guys for me.
Okay.
I've seen that not called a lot. So I'm not going to go say tough look for the Giants. A weird week. But then the Seahawks also lost in the NFC West. So the 49ers still a game up in the West. The Rams are the only NFC West team who won. So they are 2 games back of the 49ers now. I'm sorry, one game back.
They only have 1 loss? No. Rams have 2. Oh, no. They're only 1 loss back. Yeah.
Yeah, 1. Yeah, okay. I thought I had that written down wrong. Yeah. No,
the NFL looks like everyone else looks really mortal. The Niners, they lose, but you could see how they could come back next week and look like the best team in football without any question again.
Yeah.
Where, the Cowboys have fallen off, where, again, the Eagles haven't looked like the Eagles all season. The Chiefs have not looked like the Chiefs. That's a sloppy 1-loss team. Where Buffalo was a really weird 1-yard play away from being 500. So we keep putting these teams up on, and what happened?
The Jets are now 500.
And what happened with Miami?
Miami ended up smoking the Panthers.
Oh yeah.
Panthers go up 14-0 in the first quarter, and it's like, oh, Miami, and then Miami wins 42-21.
Yeah, I think it's 28 unanswered, something like that. And even like the pick
cruised.
6 or something, like there was some craziness in that game.
They were cruising. Yeah, no, I will pull the 49ers just because of the nature of how this goes. You have to take them off of the top spot in the NFL. I think right now, I think if you're doing power rankings, and we'll do this tomorrow, but my early look ahead without having watched a couple things, I think it's the Lions right now, man. The Lions are playing the best football in the NFL. They are cruising, bro. I think they've won 4 straight by double digits. They just kind of went and dismantled the Buccaneers in Tampa Bay yesterday. They have a win at Kansas City this year.
Yeah.
And he's
without Kelsey, week 1.
Right. No Travis Kelsey, no Taylor Swift. I guess.
Taylor Swift. No
Did you
Taylor
see the
Swift
photos of them
safe
walking together holding hands?
Oh no.
Yeah, it's big time, dude.
Oh no.
It's so funny the amount of people in my life who couldn't give a rip about football before, who are huge Taylor Swift fans, who are now like, go Chiefs. It's unbelievable.
You know what? Like, look,
it's awesome.
If you're Travis Kelsey, like, you shoot your shot. Like, okay,
I'm thrilled for him.
Like, good for you.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it may end in disaster because that's the way these things usually end with her. But like, all right, good show. Now you got a song about you.
Yeah, I think that I still like the Chiefs to wind up in the Super Bowl. Or potentially win. I don't see as much wrong with the Chiefs as you and other people do. I have so much faith.
They're the Chiefs.
I have so much faith in them. We've seen it for 5 years. I have so much faith in Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid to figure it out. And their defense is playing like a top 5 defense.
Yeah. I just wish that we were seeing more because I think it's awkward to watch them play.
And it would also help your fantasy team.
It would, but I also I'm watching and they don't look right at all.
Yeah.
And the fact that they can squeak by teams on their defense is a problem because, that defense, again, you can show defensive improvements, but that defense has not been able to sustain that for long periods of time historically.
Yeah. It feels like in past years, though, the Chiefs might be, because they're still after winning on Thursday night, they're still 5-1. It feels like in past years, they might be sitting at like 3-3 right now. If their offense is playing like this with some of the defenses they've had.
Oh, totally. They easily could be that.
But no, they're just sitting there 5-1.
They just
one of a handful of 5-1 teams left.
They have the guy that can win any game for you at any moment.
That's it. Yeah.
And sometimes that's all you need. That's all you need.
Yep. All right. And that's especially true when their defense is playing as well as it has. All right. We'll have more NFL talk tomorrow. We'll have more Kings talk for you tomorrow. We got to give way to D'Lo and Casey. I think they would be pretty upset if we tried to just sit here and commandeer the studio
filibuster this thing
for the next couple hours. I think we could.
We're not leaving.
We're sitting. D'Lo and Casey, I got to ask them if they'll go to a Stockton Kings game with me.
Oh, there you go. I think
I get why you want
Casey.
I'm not taking it
personal.
Right
there. He's right there.
Casey's pulling up.
You think he's down the mayor that way? Grove? He's down that way. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Yeah. I'll let him know royalties in the building when he's there.
All right.
Hey, courtside Kenny. I can't wait. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is the Insiders on ESPN 1320. D'Lo and Casey next. And clear.
Nice.
Good work, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Strong chatty house today. Really, really strong. A lot of good points. A lot of good arguments. I read almost everything. Even if I don't put everything up there, respond to everything.
Do you read everything while we're going?
Not everything, but it breaks. I try and catch up.
Okay. Yeah, you do good with the multitasking.
I try. Gotta stop that. And
there. All right. We gotta clear out, people. Don't gotta leave, but we can't stay here.
Oh, there's Jesse. That's my cue. All right. Appreciate y'all. D'Lo and Casey coming up.
doing, man? Didn't go last night at the Golden One Center.
Been good.
Looked like a nice crowd up there.
We talked a lot about the Kevin Huerter stuff because I got
Yeah, so
Huerter
I was
a lot
watching
from
that.
last
Yeah.
night. Yeah, that was awkward and weird. But again, it's like, hey, the dude just, at least temporarily, he doesn't know when it will end. Just lost his job, and doesn't feel good, and we keep asking about it.
Right.
Our mics live? I think our mics are live.
Yeah. He handled it for the most part. Like he spoke.
No, he did. Well, and he didn't have to speak. I was surprised he did that, and I was also surprised that they kind of allowed that to happen. I would have thought that he could have just said, "Oh no, he's already left for the day," type deal. But no, he sat in there and took his lumps, and
Thank you. No practice today?
no. Well,
That grueling overtime game was just go home and rest, guys. Go home and rest.
Yeah. No, I thought it was good. We had some discussions before that interview about like some of the issues we're having as a media group and like being
Check one, check two.
Real quick to the Dr. Davids and the Michigan Wolverines. I have not watched any of the fights yet. No spoilers. Saw Logan Paul though.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Oh, man, we in here no matter what. Let's go. Come on, man. Let's go. One more time. Let's go. Let's talk sports today.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Yeah, it wasn't the best weekend for fans in the region, but the Raiders are 500.
Raiders are 500.
Wow,
Repeat that.
That's amazing. The Raiders are 500. They do not look like a 500 team, but yet here they are with a chance to add to it. We'll talk about that. The 49ers lose. The Eagles lose. The Kings lose. Oh, man. That's tough.
Well,
that's tough.
Can't win them all. Get all this stuff out the way now for when the Niners win the Super Bowl and the Kings are, making a Western Conference Finals appearance. Get it all the losses out the way now.
Well, the Kings they're stockpiling losses here at this point in the preseason. We'll talk about that. I joked like, hey, if they lose another one, like, we cool? Like, everybody's good. Watching that game last night, it's like, yeah, I mean, Mike, I think if Mike could do one thing over again, it'd probably shoot a 3 at the end of regulation rather than a 2. Like, no preseason game.
They didn't give him the timeout.
They should. Well, that's fine.
He tried to call the timeout.
But
you mean Jordan Ford?
They gotta do better. Shoot the 3. Shoot a 3 and get this over with. Like,
shoot it.
No, you should. In fact, you should. If you tie the game and you're the team who forces the tie, you lose. No preseason game should ever go to overtime. It was fun watching those teams continue to fight it out. a
I was
little
just
bit.
about to say
but
that the NBA just implement a tie.
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Like, don't even keep records. Like, no one cares. We don't need to do this. It's fine. Keep it moving. But man, a really dramatic 5 minutes, and then a very, very different, final, 40 and some change. So we'll talk about that for sure. We'll talk a lot about the Kings. We'll talk about the starting lineup we saw last night. That's interesting. And James Ham will be back with us in the 3:00 hour as well. I feel like we need to have Kyle on more. Like James is on 3 times a week. We just got Kyle Fridays. We just need to have Kyle come in more. Let's start with the 49ers.
Let's do it.
They scored. The 49ers game and the Kings game were stunningly similar. The way that the 49ers scored at the beginning of that game yesterday, like it was like, oh, they just walked through that Cleveland Browns defense on the first possession.
Almost pulled a Jim Schwartz my ass.
Hey, the Kings scored 23 points in the first 5 minutes of yesterday's game. It was like, oh, we're going to have a 40-point quarter right here.
Man, they was
smooth set. Domas is hitting threes for God's sake.
I said Jim Schwartz. I'm thinking Steve Kerr. That's what I said, Jim Schwartz. Brown's still on my mind.
Well, no, I thought that's what you meant when because I said when the 49ers walked down and scored easily.
Oh, I'm thinking you said Kings.
No, the two games were similar.
Yeah.
The 49ers scored
easy
on the first possession with Christian McCaffrey. The Kings literally hit everything.
It was cooking
in the first 5 minutes. And then everything on both fronts slowed down.
Did you see? I only know this because ESPN, I was watching the ESPN feed, and they kept showing it, like kept updating it. The Kings started off 6 of 7 from beyond the arc.
It checks out because the one missed shot came from the corner, and I think it was Chris Huerter.
Yeah. And then well into the third quarter, they were like one of their next 15.
I believe it.
It was crazy.
Yeah. There was a point where I was scoreboard watching where the Kings scored like 23 points in the first, 5 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. And then like 10 in the next 12 minutes or something like that. Like, hey, I think that I think it was 30. I know they had 30 something.
I think they had 38 at the end of the first quarter, and they didn't get to like 48 till like 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, they scored 38 in the first, and then 21, 24, and 28. And then 4.
Wow. At overtime.
Yeah. So it was the parallels between the two were interesting. I don't know if it was necessarily Golden State's defense, but I know it was the Cleveland Browns defense. And as the Browns defense was as advertised. They were everything that we had been watching for in the last couple of weeks. What we questioned going into the game is, can the Cleveland Browns defense win a game against an offense like the San Francisco 49ers? The answer is yes. You don't take that away from them. The answer is yes. As bad as the 49ers played yesterday, as bad as Brock Purdy played yesterday, and that'll be a big topic of discussion, he still put them in position to win the game at the very end. And then, hey, where'd that kicker go to school?
Settle down.
I'm just asking.
Don't be disrespectful.
I'm trying to. Hey,
do I need to do that every time a bad Ohio State quarterback takes the field?
Buddy, you don't have time to do that. Jake Moody misses the
Michigan man, Jake Moody,
winning field goal, and the 49ers lose 19-17.
Man, that was a frustrating game because it was there for him. It looked like even before like the missed field goal, it looked like they were about to do work on the Browns with the way that first drive went down. They were moving the ball a couple other times, had a couple turnovers, got up 10-0, and it felt like, they were going to be in complete control of this game. And the big Amari Cooper player, I mean, that kind of that changed everything.
Hey,
man.
Amari Cooper had a couple.
Yeah,
like
Amari
Cooper
crazy
was
catch on the
showing out.
sideline.
Yeah.
So you talk about that, and then you talk about that Browns defense, which we, like I said, talked about it on Friday. We've been talking about how good this defense is and how much of a test that was going to be for Brock Purdy and the 49ers. And they failed it yesterday. That defense is the real deal, though. They are top flight on all three levels on the defensive end, and they took a L. That game yesterday, it reminded me of, and I don't mean this to take away from the Browns or anything like that. It reminded me of just there are games throughout a season where you're just not going to win.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what happens. Doesn't matter what breaks you make for yourself or what happens to it. It's just not going to happen. The Niners, off the top of my head, they've got a couple like this in the past. I remember in 2012, which is, aside from this one, probably the best 49ers team since they won the Super Bowl. They had a week 3 game against the Vikings that it's just weren't going to win. Like they couldn't make enough stops. They couldn't make enough plays on offense. This was going wrong. That was going wrong. They just weren't going to win. And I went back, and the funny thing about that season, I thought I heard it, but I was like, nah, that couldn't be true. They were like 13-3. They ended up being 11-4. That team that went to the Super Bowl didn't win 3 games in a row all year.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember hearing it. And I was like, nah, maybe I heard wrong. Yeah, they couldn't win 3 games in a row all year. So I said that 2019, you had a situation. Niners go to the Super Bowl. They lost a late game at home against the Falcons, who were no good. These things happen. Like, this is a reason why nobody's gone undefeated in X amount of years, and why Mercury Morris and all them still pop champagne, because even the best teams have games where it just doesn't go your way.
And that's still the case, because shortly after the San Francisco 49ers lost, so did the Philadelphia Eagles. There isn't an undefeated team left in the league. Power rankings are going to be a lot of fun. There's a team in my power rankings that did not have a difficult matchup this weekend, but I found really, really impressive that we'll talk about as the days roll along. Also, the Cleveland Browns defense is a Super Bowl caliber defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's glaring. I think Mark Sanchez it was mentioned on the broadcast yesterday. This is a Super Bowl caliber defense. The question has been all year is whether that offense is going to be good enough. Of course, you lose Nick Chubb very early on. That throws a wrinkle into the plans, and Deshaun Watson not quite looking like what you hoped Deshaun Watson would look like, though another wrinkle in the plans. And now you're playing without Deshaun Watson. You beat, for my money, the top team in the league, but you also dealt with injuries to Trent Williams, in which he gutted it out. You dealt with multiple injuries to Christian McCaffrey, the second one taking him out of the game. You dealt with injuries to Deebo Samuel that removed him from the game. You've had weather going on. You had a ton of different things working against you. You had the worst game in your young quarterback's career, and you were still in position with 9 seconds left
to
win the game, and you didn't.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those games.
That's what it is.
It's a remix of the old Monica song.
It's one of those games.
Yeah.
What was it? Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal.
Yeah.
49ers don't take it personal.
Yeah.
It's one of those games.
That a
it's
team
not
goes through.
It's not it's not the reason why they lost. When it's angry inside. But man, some frustrating, questionable officiating situations.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't gonna. Yeah, it was.
But it's.
I think officials had a bad day yesterday.
Yeah,
like across the league, it was like no official did their homework. It was a tough day for officials yesterday.
Tough day, man, and there were some crucial ones in that Niners game. It all balances out. I'm sure the Niners will get the benefit of the doubt in a couple of calls moving forward, or have in the past, or whatever. But obviously the 2 calls, the one on Sean Gibson, to Sean Gibson, that was frustrating. I'll say this:
bad call.
Yeah, it was a bad call.
I thought it was a bad call.
It was definitely a bad call. But I'll defend the officials on this one. In real time, I thought, like, damn, you can't do that. Like, that's a personal foul. That's a defenseless receiver. Just looking at it in real time, like, yeah, that's what it looks like. They don't have the benefit, and some, would make the argument they should, of having somebody look at the replay and say, oh, actually, you got that wrong. But in real time, it looked different. The killer to me was the forward pass fumble thing. And that's only frustrating because it led to points in a game where points were hard to come by.
Yeah.
or would have led to points in a game where points were hard to come by. But what you gonna do? Once again, just one of them games.
TC's in the chat. We'll see if Kyle Shanahan is fired after yesterday's performance. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the conversation, if you want to be a part of the chatty house, man, it's a great place to be. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You could jump in the chat as well over on the ESPN 1320 Facebook page. We're just getting started. We've got a lot to cover. Estilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Join today and get $20 free play. And with basketball back, with football in full effect, catch all of the action at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino with over 70 TV screens, game day menus, and drink specials. There's no other place for you to catch all of the action.
That's the spot.
Then you can get in on the action out there on one of the 2,100 slot machines, the table games that they got. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. We'll come back. We'll dive a lot more into this 49ers game. We'll dive into the Raiders. Josh McDaniels already spoken today about Jimmy Garoppolo. We were watching that game before the show started. We'll talk about that. We'll come back and we'll talk about the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Kings lose to the Golden State Warriors last night. Much different feel to this game, I think, than in the past two preseason games. But the fact is they're 0-3 through 3, and we'll talk about that. Again, Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I had the funniest little exchange with my wife on FaceTime.
Oh,
she goes, something happened, and she sticks a thumbs up, and she goes, I hate a thumbs up. And I was like, she's like, why? She's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, what the hell is a thumbs up? And then we got to talking, and I was like, well, thumbs up is fine. You know what's really aggressive? A thumbs down.
Oh, Batista.
Somebody goes thumbs up. It's like kind of like, all right, thanks. All right. Thumbs down is like
disappointment or disrespect.
Thumbs down is very disrespectful.
But you have to do it slow. That's
like, you imagine you cook dinner for someone, it's like, oh, how was it? And they give you a thumbs down. They don't even say just thumbs down.
It is very aggressive.
Imagine if they actually took the phrase 2 thumbs down and did it with both hands. That's a good point. That is aggressive.
Hey, look. What was the first thing I said on the stream? What was the first thing I said on the stream? I said the first thing I said on the stream. I said Michigan and Dr. David. No spoilers. Now, luckily, Tim Zoo wasn't going to lose, so it's not that big of a deal. Don't nobody be listening, man. Don't nobody be listening. Tim Zoo wasn't losing that fight.
That's pretty dope what Iowa did.
Mm-hmm.
Take advantage of Caitlin being out there.
She's a problem.
55,646. Impressive. I met Kimberly's dad last night.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Very, very nice man.
Shout out to Kimberly's dad.
Yeah, very nice man. Well,
Johnny, dude, you thought he was hating? I didn't think he was hating. He actually wasn't hating. He actually said some really positive.
Oh, I didn't think that was the case last night. I didn't get to. I really only heard the third and the fourth quarter. I didn't get that impression at all.
He actually said some real positive things about the Kings. He tried to press Mark Jones though for being too excited about the Kings because he's a play-by-play guy.
Mm-hmm. So Mark, big up the vest, the Monty vest.
Yeah.
How come no one told Shannon about his makeup?
Yeah, his makeup is awful.
How come no one was like, hey?
He looked like Dracula.
So, and I don't understand, why did he do it himself?
He didn't. He said like the lady did it for the first time.
Oh, I thought he said he did it for the first time.
Damn, we got Shannon looking crazy out
He
here.
looked tough.
My man looking.
It's so much funnier when you read his tweet first and then you see what he looked like.
Hold on. Justine says she pulled a cab. I'm watching the way she walks. She's like, I can't make it. I pulled a cab vacuuming. Wow. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. We're happy you're here with us, man. We are diving into topics early today, man. There's a lot jumping off. We're going to try to get to everything. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. We'll talk much more about the San Francisco 49ers, and we'll talk about the fact that the Raiders are at 500 with a chance to add to that. I feel a little bit differently about the win this weekend than I did the one the weekend before. But we'll talk about it. We'll get there. Let's go to the Kings last night. Kings game seemed to have some it has some takeaways. I'm trying to decide whether they're significant or not. There was a lot of conversation about the move for Chris Huerter. Chris Huerter started in place of Kevin Huerter. That was a fun topic to be around other media members for yesterday and discussing about everyone had a theory as to what this move may or may not mean. The overwhelming belief was Mike Brown was trying to send a message to Kevin Huerter. If you're not going to play defensively, we're going to have a new role for you. And I thought that was a bit of a stretch. Like, I didn't know why Mike did this other than I thought he just wanted to try something out. That's honestly all I thought is he was just trying something out. I might be the only person who covers his basketball team that thought that. And those guys who cover this basketball team are around the team a lot more than you and I are because obviously we're here. And I don't know that last night's move was just for preseason fun. Obviously, we didn't really get to see how it would play out in the end because Chris Huerter wound up not playing in the second half because of knee soreness, and it was all kind of thrown out the window. How his availability for the final two preseason games will probably determine what Mike Brown wants to do in that case. I thought Chris played really, really well in his minutes with the starters. You mentioned they were like 6 of their first 7. He was the lone missed shot.
Made another one too.
He did. Yeah, he made another one. I thought he was solid defensively. He was all over the place. I thought the team was really busting their ass defensively. Meaning the starters, De'Aaron. I thought the same was true for Davion as well with the second unit and Malik, but that's kind of par for the course with those two guys in the way that they move out there. But let's start with that. Chris Huerter in the starting lineup for Kevin Huerter, something or nothing.
I think it's something. I've gone back and forth about that. It feels like it's something. My first thought is like you don't pull that move, or I wouldn't pull that move unless you're ready to do it. You know what I mean? Like to me, that's not sending a message. Like if I'm going to take you out of the starting lineup, I'm going to take you out of the starting lineup, and that's just going to be what it is. So that's how I would approach it. I don't know if that's how Mike Brown was looking at it. He may look at it as, I've got a couple of preseason games to work with to send my message that way. But I do think it's something Jesse said last week. It stayed with me since he said it. I'm of the belief that at some point you're going to have a better defensive-minded shooting guard in the backcourt with De'Aaron Fox. I think we feel that way right now. A lot of people do right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I was always like, yeah, then in the future, you're gonna have to. That's gonna have to be done. And Jesse was like, well, if we all know that's what's gonna have to be done, just do it now. Like, what are we waiting for?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting here like, yeah, you're right, but vibes, they were successful last year. You want to give it every opportunity you can.
I don't know why I love that. Yeah, you're right, but vibes.
You want to give it every opportunity you can. But maybe Mike and that coaching staff is looking at it that way. Like, look, we don't have time for vibes. We got to win.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not ready to do that, if you're not ready to do what's being asked of you, then yeah, we'll find a replacement.
You think that's what this was? We have someone on our roster who might be able to fill this void we have.
Man, to be honest with you, this probably isn't great radio. I don't know what that was. I'm not gonna lie to you guys and act like I have a good grasp on that. I don't know what that was.
I thought it was nothing until I got to the arena.
I don't think it was nothing.
That's the first time I was like, wait, this wasn't just a Mike just trying to see what Chris Huerter looks like with the starters.
Yeah, I don't think it was nothing.
Yeah,
but I don't think
I don't think that now. I certainly don't think it was nothing now.
Yeah, I don't. I'm also not sure if it's the final, like this is the move moving forward or something like that. I don't know about that. I'm not exactly sure what to think about this one.
So
I just know it wasn't nothing. I guess that's what I do think about.
No, I mean it
has some kind of significance.
That answers the question. Monty spoke to Mark and Richard Jefferson on the broadcast.
Richard Jefferson looked a lot nicer when he's not trying to be stylish.
Yeah, his shirt was buttoned and he put a tie on.
Yeah,
he did.
When he's not trying to be stylish, looks good. The guy just doesn't wear clothes that well.
Well, it's good. Mark would have embarrassed him if he dressed the way that he does on NBA Today. Like Mark would have laid him out. Like, sir, you're coming into my home and you look ridiculous. Like, button your shirt. But Monty said, on the broadcast to national television, we need to improve our defense without sacrificing our offense. And, he talked a lot about flexibility and the roster moves that they made. And it was a great conversation with Monty McNair and Mark Jones and Richard Jefferson. But that line stood out to me. We need to improve our defense without sacrificing our offense. He said essentially what you've been saying for months. I think he even used this term. That's our bread and butter. Like that's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what made us special last year. Was on the offensive end. And he even noted in the playoffs, there were a lot of days, a lot of those, 7 games, our offense was suffering a little bit and our defense picked us up.
Mm-hmm.
We have to have our defense be around for the entire year and not wait to come around in key moments in a win or go home situation or in a playoff situation. Like we need to be conditioned to play defense all year.
Yeah. And
hearing that, the thing that I just couldn't get over was, and it could be as simple as this. This move is something. This Chris Huerter move is something.
Mm-hmm.
If Kevin Huerter's not hitting shots, if he is, then he's in the starting lineup. Because I wonder if the feeling is right now, like if you're not hitting shots in an elite clip, and you're not playing defense the way we want you to, then we can make a change.
Mm-hmm.
You can hit the number of shots you're hitting coming off the bench, and all Chris Huerter can score enough.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't really have to worry about him because Keegan's going to score more. De'Aaron's that dude, and Domas is that dude. And if 3-pointers are in Domas's repertoire, what did you say what was going to happen?
It's over for you hoes.
That's exactly what it would be. That's exactly what it would be. I'm not expecting Domas to shoot 100% on the season as he did yesterday in the Warriors
he was
game.
Cooking yesterday.
But yeah, he looked really, really good. Everybody looked great in that first quarter. But I think it boils down to whether Kevin Huerter's hitting shots or not. If he's not scoring, I don't think the Kings will feel obligated to have him in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
But if he is, I don't know that they're going to sacrifice that scoring either.
That would be my first thought. If he's hitting his shots at a clip that he did clearly at the beginning of last year. I mean, he was unconscious. So if he's hitting it, like that, then yeah, you keep him out there. But if it's just at a moderate place, I'm not there yet. The other reason why I'm not necessarily there yet, and I don't know how this will play out is, and I don't know him as a guy. James, talked to him after the game at length. That's on his Twitter page. But I don't know if you lose Kevin Huerter if you don't start him. And that would be a concern of mine. Is he a guy that isn't going to look at this as like, all right, this is my new role and I'm going to be a star in my role?
Mm-hmm.
Or is he going to, I don't think he's this type of guy. I'm just asking the question, is he going to pout because he's not starting? Mike Brown would have a better grasp on that than I would. But that would be my concern is, do you lose Kevin Huerter if you take him out of the starting lineup?
It's a good question. I don't think you do.
I don't think so either. I don't think he's that type of individual. I really don't.
Let's go to Kevin Huerter.
That's a nice still shot.
In his Giants quarter zip following their heartbreaking loss to the Buffalo Bills.
Was it different for you tonight, just coming off the bench?
Different feel, different energy for sure.
In what sort of way? Like it just takes a little more to get into a rhythm? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't definitely started more in my career than coming off the bench. It's something new that you have to get used to.
By the way, good for him for speaking to the media.
Yeah,
this is probably the toughest game for him to speak to everyone. And
yeah, he's got an answer in here that I thought was funny, and I'll talk about it when it happens.
So yeah, just different energy. Used to starting games, the energy of being out there first, and just obviously got to prepare a little bit different.
What did you see from Chris in that starting group?
Played hard. They played hard.
When you're having conversations with Mike,
that was it.
Yeah, he was a lot better than me out there. Yeah, I think he should. No, he played hard. That's it. Next question.
He was asked, bro. Like, what you want me to do?
I guess the question has to be asked. Shout out to our guy Brendan Nunez. But what do you expect him to say? He's in a competition with this guy. Yeah, no, he played hard. It's fine. It's okay. Move on. Next question.
Fair question. Fair question. It is a bit of a funny answer, though.
When you're having conversations with Mike, what are those like? I mean, this doesn't feel like it's permanent. It just feels like it's something that they're trying in preseason, or is it something more than that?
That's a good question. I don't really know. He just told me he was going to give Chris a chance to practice with the Stars this week and start in this game and kind of reevaluate from there. So just see what the plan is moving forward.
Where are you at just with I don't know, your rhythm and everything this season so far? Do you feel like you're rounding into shape?
Still getting there. I think, as we get better, more better with each other so far to start the year, I think, our team is in general is coming along on both sides of the ball, myself included. So I think each game it felt a little bit better, just trying to get in the flow of the game, feel some rhythm, feel energy of the other guys around me, and hopefully be ready for game one.
I agree with him in that regard, by the way, that each game looks different, right? None of these games have looked the same. And Mike's approach last night, we'll talk about this more as we roll along. I thought obviously Mike wanted his team to win that game. It's not like he was throwing De'Aaron Fox back out there to make sure that they did.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like It was Alex Lynn, Colby Jones, Jordan Ford, Keon, and Kessler Edwards.
Yeah,
that's who played like the final few minutes of regulation in overtime, and I think Mike was perfectly comfortable with any result.
Yeah, we'll talk about it more at length, but I thought they looked fine yesterday.
How difficult is it to try to change who you guys are defensively when realistically most of the team is back? It's the same group that was here last year that finished 24th in the league. Is there a way to change the way you guys play enough to show improvement?
I don't know if we're changing what we're doing defensively. I think it's just being better at what we already do, and it's year 2 of that. Second year playing with each other and just being better on that side of the ball. But we're not doing anything differently.
Kevin, when Coach Brown told you, he was going to make that change, for the starting lineup, what was your true feelings on that? Would you just, maybe after looking at myself in the mirror, do some things differently, or just going to, continue to be the professional that I am?
Gotta be pro. Like I said, I don't know what the plan is for moving forward either way. He just was talking about this week. Was gonna see how it goes this week and switch it up, and was excited to play with new guys in practice, and obviously some new guys out there playing on the court tonight, and got some run with the starters again back in the second half. So we'll see again what the plan is moving forward.
Defensively, how do you strike that balance between upping the physicality and still trying to keep the fouls down?
Yeah, I think that's the balance. That's it for everybody. The way the game is called today, it's definitely skill, being good on that side of the court. So something everybody's got to get better at, myself included, obviously, and continue to obviously lock in, watching film, and learning what guys do.
And then offensively, how do you feel like it's been for you guys getting used to some of the new aspects that Mike's implementing?
It's getting there. I think it's been a little choppy. Our rhythm hasn't been quite where it was last year, where I know we're capable of getting to. So we just got to continue to practice, continue to play these preseason games, and continue to get in shape. Up our speed and energy, and I think we'll get there. It's just a couple games into it.
So there's Kevin Huerter last night, following the Kings' loss to the Golden State Warriors, courtesy of the insider James Ham.
Yeah,
I'm trying to. I think I have it pretty accessible. I do. I couldn't remember what happened last. Goodness gracious. Kings put up 133 points against the Lakers last preseason. My goodness. I'm just going back because I know they were 4-0 in the preseason. They beat Phoenix by 1. Wow. Okay. Well, this wasn't going to help my argument. They scored 126 against the Blazers. They were scoring points in the preseason last year. Beat the Lakers in the first preseason game 105-75. Of course, Keegan, played a lot in those games. It's interesting to see Terrence Davis with big point totals. Keegan again played a lot in the preseason last year. Obviously, that's quite different this season. I'm sorry, did we have Quinn Cook points last year? Oh, looks like we did. Yeah, just a very, very different, very different postseason. Or excuse me, a very, very different preseason last year.
Yeah, I try to look at the way these guys are playing and assess that. Yesterday's game, I thought they looked really good. Yesterday. Obviously, it gets back to what we talked about on Friday. They were making shots. But even when they stopped making threes, I thought they looked fine. They looked good. They looked like a good team out there.
They hit 33% of their threes on the day.
Yeah.
So they didn't, shoot the lights out. They just hit a lot of them early. They wound up finishing 15 of 45.
They 33, I think they were 37. I'll look at this real quick. I think they were around 37% on the season last year. So it's still below what they shot. But the thing about it, which is something that, I talked about on Friday, is they made 49% from the field, which is what they did last year. And Sabonis was playing well. They were finishing at the rim. I thought they played really well yesterday. And that's what I wanted to see from them. It wasn't so much for me about wins and losses and nothing like that. But especially the starting unit, they played well when they were out there. And that's all I was really looking for. Yeah, they shot 37% from three last year.
8 of 12 in the first quarter from three, 66%. They did not hit a three in the second quarter. They were 0 of 9.
I think that, so
I'm sorry. They hit 3 in the third quarter, 3 of 9. They stayed with that 3-point shot. Like they were gonna ride, like you always say, just ride it out. And then they kind of started shucking them a little bit in the fourth quarter. They were 4 of 11, but they're hitting closer to the clip that they averaged last year. That's a 36% average there in the fourth quarter.
So
it's just all thrown off because of how well they shot in the first quarter.
Yeah, the way I looked at it last night. Let me see. Do the math. So they shot 45, correct?
They shot 45. Yeah.
Started off 6 of 7. So you take 7 off of that, and we're at 38. 38 attempts. I disregard the 3 made by Keon Ellis. 3 made 3 threes in the fourth quarter.
Well, what'd Keon Ellis ever do to you? Why are you taking away his threes?
Nothing. I'm not counting that, and I'm not counting Alex Lynn. So,
wow.
So you take away the 6 they started with, and then another 4. That's 10. So what's that? 2 of 34? Because I took away Keon's and Alex Lynn, so I took away their makes, so I took away their attempts. So 2 of 34 for the rest of that.
I don't know what I have no idea.
Not good at all.
I don't know what you're doing. I have no idea.
I took away the hot start, and I took away 4 meaningless threes.
So you took away the 7.
I thought it was 6 of 7.
Yeah, I thought you took the 7 attempts away.
Took away the 7 attempts. Yeah,
and then you took.
So I put him at 30. I put him at 38, and I took 4. I took the makes and attempts away from Keon and Alex Lynn. That's 2 of 34 because they made 12, right?
No, they made 15.
Oh, they made 15. Okay.
So that's 5 of 34.
5 of 34. Changes everything.
But what did we accomplish with that? Like,
just the fact that in like the real game setting, they didn't shoot the ball well at all. Now, obviously, there's some overtime threes and some fourth quarter threes that also probably don't need to be accounted for. But
what Keon Ellis and Alex Lynn ever do to you?
Well, Taking away Ellis isn't going to be inside.
Keon had a Keon wanted to win.
Keon's fine. He's not going to be in Sacramento.
He will. Just he'll be.
He got hot.
He'll be commuting.
He got hot in that fourth quarter.
He'll be commuting. Keegan shot 3 of 6. Is that on the game? Yeah, Keegan shot 3 of 6 on the game.
Keegan looked taller for some reason.
Well, yeah, that's what happened. That was actually Chris. It was Chris out there shooting. Chris is a little bit taller. So one thing I've noticed about Keegan is like I don't remember if this was the case last year. He's just shooting threes.
No, it was the case last year too. That's what he does. He not.
But you want more than that this year. Isn't that part of the growth? Isn't create?
Yes.
Be your own. That was the whole California Classic vibe.
Yeah, I think that I never really. That's not his role on this team. His role is space the floor, knock down open threes. He's never gonna create.
But if you want him to grow as a player, it's just hit more threes.
I just need him to be. I need him to be a star in his role. His role is a floor spacer. If they're closing out at you hard, you go ahead, pump fake, attack the basket, give a little floater or something like that. Like you want to have that in your game.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not saying that he can't have the skill set. But this is like when people were talking about Chris Middleton. He's never going to dribble the ball that much.
Mm-hmm.
He's never going to be in that position to hit a hezzy pull up in somebody's face. Like it's not. I don't think that's where he's going to be on this particular squad. At least for now. I mean, maybe when maybe he takes that role because Harrison does some of that. Harrison creates off the dribble, goes one-on-one and things of that nature. Maybe they flip-flop roles at some point or something like that. But right now, he's a straight spot-up shooter, three-point shooter.
Huge game from Domas last night. That was one of those games where you walk away going, yeah, this dude's really good. He was super efficient from the field. He had 11 rebounds. He finished with 5 assists. I'm pretty sure he had the 5 assists early in the second quarter. He might have had the 5 assists in the first 5 minutes of the game when everyone was hitting shots. But I looked up at the scoreboard like this dude's going to exit the game after playing 20 minutes with a triple-double.
It seems so far after 3 preseason games that he is looking to expand the range of that shot.
Yeah.
I think he's taken maybe 4 3-pointers in these 3 games, maybe even more than that. He's adding that to the repertoire. He's saying, I'm gonna take these shots, and I think that's got to be part of it. Like you've got to be willing to take those shots if you're Sabonis.
We'll talk more about the Kings as we roll along here.
Real quick,
talk a
by the
little more
way,
about Domas and De'Aaron.
Keegan Murray 6 rebounds. Harrison Barnes 1. Harrison Barnes played well, I thought, but he still just had 1 rebound.
I don't know this for sure. You can go look at it. I think Harrison got either the first or second rebound of the game. Because I remember when he got it in my head, because I wasn't around anyone to talk to, I just kind of...
You watched the game alone?
I just thought to myself, I think he just matched his rebounding total for the whole preseason. No, you know I stand. You know where I stand. There was no one there to talk to. I was by myself. Everybody was on.
It was Jake.
Jake left. Jake had to go back to the studio. Sarah was in the front row, like all the way down by where Sean and James are. Like,
that's prime time.
I'm not. Well, I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not. I ain't doing that. Saw Logan Murdoch yesterday.
Shout out Logan.
Logan came up and said what's good. Saw MT2 yesterday as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, man. The stars were out.
Stars were definitely
out. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings. Also, a concerning stat from last night's game, question mark. Got that coming up. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I'll tell you guys something. The days of courtside seats might be over for you, boy. I don't know if that's going to happen again.
Uh-oh.
Why did you get yourself a suite? Or luxury box, I guess they call.
Shout out to Richard Jefferson, who just had a momentary lapse when he didn't know Steph Curry's documentary was
underrated.
Underrated.
Yeah.
Why is he wearing that shirt? Who said he's underrated? That's crazy.
He seems so perplexed. I was like, nobody tell him. And I thought Mark didn't tell him because he didn't want to embarrass him. I was like, oh, it's just a brand. I think he said it's a brand. Like, oh, guys.
Oh, Richard Jefferson. Like I said, though, Richard Jefferson had some nice things to say about the Kings. So it wasn't all a mess.
I didn't get to watch much of this one. I'm gonna try to watch it. I don't know if I'll get to it tonight, but I'm gonna try to watch it this week.
I didn't watch a lot live yesterday because I was at the pumpkin patch. It was hot. John Paul was asked, who do I think wins the World Series? Man, I think the Astros, but jeez.
I mentioned there maybe a concerning stat from last night's Kings game. 53-41 was the rebounding total. And there were at least 2 possessions that the Warriors got 2 offensive rebounds. And the groan from the crowd, oh my God, this again.
The good crowd last night looked good on TV.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know how it is. Like, there's a lot of Warriors fans here, and there were a lot of Warriors fans there. Probably because it was preseason and there was no Steph. You know, there was noise made when the Warriors scored, but it wasn't, it wasn't overwhelming.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good crowd last night.
Look good.
Very, 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 very good crowd. Very loud, very hyped for national TV. Exploded when Domas hit that first 3. Multiply that by 5 when he hit the second one. I'm surprised the chant of championship didn't start after Domas hit that second 3. But yeah, that was a perfect way to start the game. It's unfortunate they couldn't maintain it a little bit longer. But that brought the crowd right in and set the energy through the roof.
Yeah. Woodland Max says on TV it sounded hella Warrior heavy.
Nah.
I don't know what's wrong with his sound bar because it didn't sound that way to me. It sounded typical Warrior, like there's obviously Warrior fans in the building, but it didn't sound heavily.
They popped, a little more for Clay because he was the most, I think Andrew Wiggins is a hell of a ball player. I just don't think fans gravitate towards Andrew Wiggins the way that they gravitate towards the other 3. But, yeah, they weren't in it. They were, yeah, it was fine. Like it was fine. They were there. They repped for their team. But it was a good crowd for sure.
Yeah, I just thought more so of, and you could tell me whether it looked like 16,000 in there, 17,000, like it.
Yeah, it was pretty.
Full.
Yeah, it was. I stupidly took inventory at the beginning of the game, but you know how much is over on that open area and how many people are lingering around there. I'm sure it's listed here. Yeah, it says it's a sellout. It says 17,000. 17,880. I'm sure all the tickets were sold. And if there weren't 17,000 people in there, it was pretty damn close.
Yeah, that's what I say. Probably like 16.
Yeah, that's not like it was back in the day when they tell you 16,000 people were there and there were about 650. Like, no. No, it was a good crowd last night. Good crowd, a lot of fun. Great way to start the game. Wow. Just didn't last long.
But you talked about the rebounding. Yeah, I noticed it a few times as well. I also thought there were times when 41. I also thought there was times when they did a good job rebounding. The Kings did.
Okay.
So they had those moments, those offensive flashbacks, offensive rebound flashbacks for the Warriors, but watching it didn't stand out to me. Obviously, the numbers say 12 rebound difference. But watching it didn't seem drastic. It seemed like they were doing a relatively good job on the board.
12-8 offensively, offensive rebounds. Some of this was very, very reminiscent of Game 7. The offensive rebounds they gave up, it's not like they're down, on the block and they're getting beat and they're getting roughed up or they're getting muscled out by somebody. The ball's hitting like the very back of the rim and shooting 27 miles per hour backwards.
Right.
Like those are the rebounds that they're not missing. There's the very, for us, very infamous Game 7 play where a ball takes a high bounce off the back of the rim. I think it lands in Draymond's hands, or it was probably Kevon Looney because Domas was on him. And I think it was the second or third of the possession. And Domas had the visible reaction like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm not getting beat on these rebounds. The ball just keeps clanging off the back of the rim. Like,
right.
What do you want me to do short of tackling Kevon Looney?
Right.
Which still doesn't get us the possession. A lot of those offensive rebounds that the Warriors got were similar, which I guess is if you're if you're searching for a positive in this rebounding issue, they're not getting beat down low, right? They're not getting beat in, I guess, what you'd call a traditional rebounding area. They're getting beat when the ball flies back out to the perimeter.
But to that point, though,
Or maybe they're not even getting beat. Maybe they just can't get to the ball there.
That's when you look at your guards, though. Like, were y'all leaking out? Like, because even on that one, there should be.
Well, some of them were crashing. I know the one that I'm thinking of in my head from last night, Malik was crashing, and the ball just flew over his head.
Yeah, I mean, but there's almost like ideally, there's like a force field inside the 3-point line where you got your 1 or 2 bigs down there rebounding, and then you got your 2, maybe 3 guards that are around there looking for long ricochets, and you should be able to get all the rebounds, right? Like, that's the idea. And on the long rebounds, usually, I'm not saying this is the case, and you pointed out Malik was crashing on one, but sometimes it's like, all right, you guys are doing too much leaking out, like looking to get out and transition a little too soon before we secure the rebound. So that could have been the case on some of them last night. That's a little frustrating because you need all 5 guys to rebound. But in totality, I think they're fine. They're fine, right? That yesterday, it didn't stand out to me watching the game that, oh, here we go with the rebounding again. I actually thought a lot of the time, and I guess we could look at this, like, what was it looking like in the first half? Because in the first half, I thought they did a good job of rebounding.
First half rebound numbers were the Golden State Warriors had 24 total. The Sacramento Kings had 22. So I think what do we say? They had 41 on the day. So that puts them at 19 through the second half and overtime.
Yeah, I looked at I watched that game and I just thought that they did a good job. I thought they looked good. That's what I was looking for the most part, was the way they played. And I'm talking about through 3 quarters. The fourth quarter was, a different time. So through 3 quarters, for the most part, that's what I was looking for.
Not directly our business, maybe indirectly our business. Kuminga looked good last night.
Kuminga did look good. Kuminga's a good ball player. Now, here's the thing and it's a good problem to have, I guess, but when's he going to play? How much is he going to play?
See, that's
why you don't sign Draymond Green to 4 years, $25 million or whatever, because you got this guy that's ready to go. He's not going to start or finish games more times than not.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's not just this year, for the next 4 years.
Yeah, that's a mistake. That's a mistake on their part, because you see the so-called 2 timeline thing is obviously dead, but games last night remind you, there's still some talent on this squad, and he's probably part of the reason so many in the national media, the national NBA writers are so high on the Golden State Warriors. I saw a Hoops Hype ranking today that had them, I think, up at like 4 or 5. Like, they were really, really high. Like, they're just behind like the Celtics and the Bucks, and I think the Lakers were up there with the Denver Nuggets. Like, the Warriors were right up there in that conversation. Kings were behind Oklahoma City, the New York Knicks, and the Cleveland Cavaliers. I think they were at like 14. But I think he's part of the reason so many people are like, I think there could be something here. They're probably just putting a lot of faith in Steve Kerr managing that. And he might not have to manage much if Draymond's missing the start of the season.
There you go.
And you start with him, and he was phenomenal. 28 and 7. He 28 and 6. I don't think that's his stat line. But if he's playing well and the team's winning and a month goes by, you just going to throw dude back in the lineup?
Yes. He always does. He will. He will. Kevin Looney was dominating the first round of the playoffs,
that's true.
and it didn't matter.
Well, he got sick. Remember?
Yeah.
He got sick.
Yeah,
He could still play, but he got sick, and he had this rare form of sickness that only allowed him to play 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then Steve Kerr accidentally acknowledged that was a lie.
Well, and how about in the Kings series? I think this is correct. I don't know. We can look it up. But Draymond, for the good of the team.
For the good of the team. Yeah.
Didn't want to mess anything up after he got suspended.
No.
Said he'll come off the bench for game 4.
Yep.
Only to start in the second half.
Right.
Yeah.
Couldn't even keep it up a whole game.
Yeah, and I think he might have came off the bench in game 5. I think where he played
I don't
really
think he did.
Where he played really well. He came off the bench in game 5. The Warriors won. And then in game 6, he's like, let me start again.
I need to double check. Did he come off the bench in game 5?
I think he came off the bench in game 5.
Kevon Looney, Draymond Green. Yeah, he did. And that was his best game.
Yeah, everything was working. And in game 6, let me get back to starting.
I don't care. He actually didn't start game 6 either.
He didn't start game 6?
No.
I thought he started game 6.
He played 25 minutes in game 6, but he didn't start.
That's my bad, dude.
Started game 7, though. Started game 7. We could talk about Kevon Looney's 20 rebounds, multiple. Like, Kevon Looney's a hell of a ball player. I think very, very highly of him. You want to be ashamed of something. Draymond Green put 21 up on us.
He was cooking in that game 5.
He killed it.
He was cooking in that game 5.
It was like Draymond's highest point total in 17 years.
That was a big time game from him. Big time performance, man, in that game 5. I take nothing away from him on that one. He was balling. He was absolutely balling. But the whole point of this is Kuminga looks really well.
And it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Like, and then Drew Down, our guy Drew Down, he's talking about y'all act like only minutes get starters get minutes. Nobody's saying that. All right. Relax. We know he's gonna play maybe 20 minutes a night. But Drew Down, you tell me right now, is Kuminga gonna average 28 and 6 for the season? Absolutely not. All right. He's not gonna have that type of opportunity minutes wise and getting the shots up as well. So it's a good ball player, but it's not the same as Wemby out there putting up 23, because he's going to get that opportunity every single night. Kuminga's not. He's not getting that. Last year he played 20 minutes a night, and that's with Wiggins out for the last 30 games of the season. So to get those type of opportunities, it's going to have to come at the expense of somebody's health. That seems to be the only way.
Yeah.
Because if everybody's healthy, he's not starting the game. He's not finishing the game. You might get 6 or 7 minutes a quarter in the second quarter, or excuse me, between the first and second quarter and second and third. That's about it.
Steeler with KC here on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, wherever you are. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Shout out to those streaming on the Odyssey app. Make sure you hit the little heart button in the upper right-hand corner. Save us as your favorite radio station. For those watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button. We know a lot of you aren't subscribers. You just search ESPN 1320, D'Lo and KC, the Insiders every day. Subscribe.
Yeah.
We'll send you an alert when we go live. That easy. That way you don't miss a second of the Insiders and you don't miss a second of D'Lo and KC. Much more Kings coverage ahead as James Ham will join us in the final hour of the show, even though Kenny's discounting Keon Ellis. Want to talk about how fun he was in the fourth quarter later on. But let's get back to the San Francisco 49ers. 49ers lose. That's why Kenny's in such a bad mood today, by the way. Not a lot of laughing. Not a lot. The Kings lose. 49ers lose. Just not a good day for our guy.
There's a lot pissing me off, and the 49ers are probably last on that list.
Well, but we don't. Yep. Yeah. Well. So the 49ers lost yesterday, and 49ers loss is brought to you by nobody. Brock Purdy was pressured on 47% of his dropbacks last night. That's the highest of his career. That courtesy of our friend Nick Wagner over at ESPN. That defense roughed him up. That roughed him up in the sense he committed his first turnover of the season, and they made everything difficult for him. He got nothing easy, with the exception of the first 3 minutes of the game when they walked right down the field with Christian McCaffrey for Chris. So all of this, right? All of the injuries, the missed field goal, the weather, the play. Still, Christian McCaffrey got in the end zone again for the 15th straight time.
That's crazy, right? Yeah.
15 straight, like right out the gate. Like, I'm going to get this over with, so it's not a talking point anymore. And it's going to look like the 49ers are going to coast, but they're not. And part of that was because Brock Purdy felt pressure. He was inefficient. And again, to me, and maybe I'm standing too hard here, you're going to have to fight your way through those games. NFC Championship, you got the Eagles or whoever. You're going to have to fight your way through that. This is about what Cleveland did. Cleveland was really good. You could argue that the offensive line may have had their toughest day of the year, which would be totally fair. But that's because of how good that Cleveland Browns defense is.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The Browns are everything we thought they were coming into this game. And, the 49ers offensive line had their hands full with everything they had to do. But that secondary for Cleveland is just as good.
Yeah.
Like, those guys can cover as good as any team that I've seen out there. This game, and here's the quote unquote positive, I guess you could put on it. 49ers won't play a better defense all year. They will not play a better defense than that Brown defense. And I don't think it'll be particularly close. I think that is by far the best defense they're going to play all season long.
Are the Eagles on the regular season?
Yeah. I think they're a better defense than the Eagles.
Oh, they're absolutely a better defense than the Eagles. I'm trying to think of the toughest defense left.
You got the Eagles. Cincinnati's hit or miss. It depends on how people feel about Jacksonville.
I don't know what the hell to think of Jacksonville.
Some people really like Tampa Bay's defense. But other than that, you got Seattle. You got Baltimore. I don't think Baltimore's defense is it's not on that level at all.
After seeing what Detroit did to Baker and the Bucks yesterday, I don't know about that.
The Bucks, we'll talk about them more throughout the week, but I think they're not bad, but they're not good enough to be good teams. That's the assessment I have from them.
That's perfectly fair after what happened yesterday. That those were two teams that looked like they were in different classes.
Yeah.
The Bucks are trying to come along, but the Lions are already there.
Ramsey says Seattle has a good defense. I'm not buying that.
Oh, I think Seattle has a good defense. But again, they don't. I'm talking about like their toughest defenses left. I'm not going to put Seattle on the list of the toughest defense that they have left.
No, I think off the top of my head, I guess I could pull up their schedule. But off the top of my head, Philly.
That's probably the toughest. Like that was the question. What's the toughest defense? Well, you got Baltimore on here.
Yeah.
It's Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the toughest defense. But like you said, what do you think about Jacksonville? I don't know. Tampa Bay, I'm not buying. Seattle is solid. It's a good test. It's Seattle, Philadelphia, Seattle, which makes that whole component interesting. You have Baltimore on Christmas Day. So point still stands. The toughest defenses that they'll face, they may have already faced in Cleveland. And I mean, it didn't look like it, but Dallas was a tough defense leading into that game.
Was another tough defense.
And again, it may not have looked like it.
Right.
Pittsburgh was a really tough defense. As a matter of fact, I think the part 2 of Nick Wagner's stack there about pressures were the second most in his career. It was he was pressured on 47% of his dropbacks. The second most was 41%, and I believe that was week 1 against Pittsburgh.
Yeah. So
and he put up 30 in that one.
Yeah.
And
they had had opportunities in this one to score some points. As rough as it looked, they had some opportunities to put some points on the board. A big drop by Ayuk in that first quarter, I think it was. Purdy had McCaffrey, overthrew him a little bit.
Yep.
One that's also interesting.
Was that the free play? The McCaffrey free play was tough. He just
had him.
Missed him.
He had him. Another one that was kind of sneaky was they had a wide receiver screen set up for Ray McCloud, and man, the convoy was ready, and the ball slips out of Brock Purdy's hands. And I think that was like a 3rd and 15. I would have been anxious to see what Ray would have been able to do if you could have just got him the ball. So they still had opportunities throughout that, even without McCaffrey, Debo, and a healthy Trent. They had opportunities to put up points. But Cleveland came to play on the defensive end, man. They're the truth.
They are. They needed that.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a desperation factor into all of this. I did want to check.
Cleveland also, not to diminish them, but coming off the bye, well rested.
Yeah.
At home. Everything was going against the 49ers in that situation, and they were going to have to overcome a lot of different stuff to win that game, and they weren't able to do it.
These things are often fluid with the San Francisco 49ers and Kyle Shanahan, but the conference call is scheduled for 2 p.m., just about an hour from now. I reference that because obviously 49er fans will be waiting for updates on Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel, and Trent Williams.
Yeah.
Trent left, I think, in some sort of walking boot after getting hurt, playing through it. He left in some sort of walking boot. He said he was pretty uncomfortable, but he knew he could gut it out. He wanted to gut it out. And so I'm confident all of those guys will be day-to-day, and we'll know their availability probably later in the week.
They got an extra.
We're not going to learn today.
So
Minnesota next Monday.
Yeah, you got an extra day. So we'll see if that helps out any of these guys trying to recover.
Okay. Well, just a tough weekend for everyone involved. But they got helped out by the fact that the Eagles lost. So if you're thinking further down the line, you're thinking about home field advantage, you're thinking about the NFC Championship game, you're thinking about the playoffs. Well, good news is Philadelphia managed to lose to the Jets, who, by the way, we've been saying this with the Raiders for the last, hour and 10 minutes. The Jets are back to 500.
Found a way.
The Jets are back to 500. Aaron Rodgers is throwing a football.
Oh gosh.
And they're managing to keep their head above water.
Yeah, that's all, and that's all you can ask at this point. It seems like Zach Wilson starts to feel better and better about himself every week, gets a little more confidence in himself. That team gets a little more confidence in Zach Wilson every week. So
and it doesn't hurt that Jalen Hurts was just kind of throwing the ball all over the place yesterday. Doesn't that's not going to hurt Zach Wilson's confidence. Just the other quarterback throws the ball all over the place.
Yeah, Jalen, and that last one was the worst.
That was tough.
That was a tough pick right there.
Yesterday was low key a really ugly day in the NFL.
Yeah.
Shout out to D'Amico. The Texans are 3-3.
Come on now. He out here doing work.
Y'all want to talk about your Saints or no?
Oh, they're not going to get it done.
Y'all want to talk about your Saints?
Don't be throwing shots. We all look bad, okay? How about we talk about your butt? Okay, we all look bad here. We all sitting at the same table. Okay, let's be nice.
Hey, the Saints, the Bucks got easily dispatched yesterday. They still might win that NFC South.
Facts.
Because the Saints are looking at. Did you see that clip of Jameis talking to Kamara?
Oh my God. Oh, that's so good. So good. Shout out to the person who caught that screenshot.
Hey, so the funny thing,
money.
The funny thing about it though is, and I had this thought when I first saw it too, but it looks like Kamara is like, bro, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody brought it up, and I think they're right. The more I look at that, Kamara probably agrees with everything Jameis says. If you look at it, he's actually like, you feel me? Like at first it's like, yo, Kamara's done with this dude. But look at it from the premise that Kamara agrees with every single thing Jameis says. And you'll be like, damn, that's probably exactly what happened. He agrees with Jameis. Jameis is 100% right.
Here it is.
Look at the first one.
Yeah.
It looks at him like,
yeah,
bruh.
Yeah.
I know. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Yeah.
I know though.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. That's funny. Jameis leading. Look at Jameis leading.
Jameis hilarious.
Talk to him, Jameis. Talk to him, baby. Jameis out there leading. That's funny. That's like, hey, see, someone did them dirty because they took the screenshot like right there. And that's like when we accidentally pause on Harrison Barnes just at the wrong time. Like there's no context for what HB is saying or talking, but we have the still shot and it lives forever. That's what they did to Alvin Kamara right here. And the only reason it went viral this way is because it's Jameis.
Oh yeah.
If it was Derek Carr, people probably would have thought nothing of it.
And for good reason. I mean, Jameis's animations here are just A1.
Spectacular.
A1.
Yeah. I want Jameis in my locker room. Look,
Look at him go back quick. Go back quick.
I want Jameis in my locker room. That's so funny.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's how Kenny and I looked at the entrance of the event we were at the other day. We were live gambling on Saturday morning.
Oh man, we lost
everything.
Too.
Lost everything. Late too. Them late overs were a killer. Them late overs were a killer. Man. We were trying to count. I'll leave the first one to everyone's imagination. The second one was
wrong too.
American flags. How many American flags would be on? There were 50 minutes. It was 50 minutes left. We set the over under at 8.5. We got there in 16 minutes.
Yeah.
We set a second over.
We had to do some live betting.
We set a second over under at 18.5. But I stopped counting at 23.
Yeah, we blew by that. It was like 11:45.
And that was just in 50 minutes. We'll come back. We'll talk more about what went on in the NFL. We'll talk about the Raiders. As well. We're back at 500. That's all coming up here. And I think there's a little bit more to talk about with the Browns and the 49ers. It's coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, Steven. Yeah, this might be spot on. But when I do it, it's a problem.
That's Jameis. You know what's wild about Derek Carr's stats? How does Derek Carr regularly throw for 350 yards and get 13 points on the board? How? Like, how is that possible? Sorry, I need to go fill this up real quick.
Here's where I might have a 13th round, but I didn't watch the games yet. I didn't watch the fights yet. It was a busy weekend. I did see that. I didn't see the fight, but I saw the Logan Paul. Logan Paul. Who is this guy? Who Jesse, you know who the guy is?
I think my brother used to be in Bellator, I think. He used to roll with like McGregor and stuff, I think, too.
Was he was a fighter? I thought he was a YouTuber.
He's like a jiu-jitsu guy, I think. I don't know. He does one of those things.
I heard he lost convincingly too.
I didn't watch it this weekend.
I didn't watch it either. I didn't watch. Oh, that reminds. I got to tell. I'll save this for when Damian gets back. Dylan Dennis. Yeah, KSI lost to Tommy Fury. That's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a game of the week right there. That's gonna be some good stuff. Usually, I don't have a big problem. Maybe I'll have this for the 13th round tomorrow, but usually I don't have a big problem with the influencer boxing and all that other stuff. It don't really bother me because it's whatever. But yeah, it was a joke.
They're not even boxing now.
Yeah, it was a joke from everything I saw on Saturday through Twitter and stuff like that. It looked a little ridiculous. I know, right? Dana trash, bro. Oh, damn. Why you got to bring up old stuff, Paulo? Why you got to bring up old stuff?
That one felt like we all lost when he got knocked out. Like I took a picture with Nate Robinson one time at Six Flags, and I just kind of just quietly deleted that after.
Oh no. Oh no.
Justine pulled her cab vacuuming. She said she heard a pop.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
How was she vacuuming?
That's what I just asked her. I was like, could you walk me through how this went? She said she went to step back. She heard a pop.
It's like Mariano Rivera heard in his back when he tried to tie his shoe.
Jacob, I'm going to save this. We'll get back to this because I think the answer is yes.
Roz was in the building last night.
Mm-hmm.
Has Nate Robinson ever recovered from being knocked out?
I don't think I've seen him.
I think he did. Like a post about it or something like a year later, and got people back on his side.
Is that like when Dennis Schroeder posted after the contract?
Oh, in front of the
All
Bentley.
right. Yeah, like all right, y'all go ahead.
No, Nate has something about like keep fighting or something like that. No.
I think Oh, it's the tough thing about Mondays is you start to get the injury reports. Nothing on the 49ers yet, as Kyle Shanahan is set to take part in his conference call at the top of the 2:00 hour. Looking at Dan Campbell said David Montgomery will be out for, quote, a little bit due to a rib cartilage injury.
Oh,
ouch. Mike Vrabel tells reporters that Ryan Tannehill's ankle injury is similar to last year, and they'll make a decision on his availability after the bye. I think we're witnessing the end of Ryan Tannehill. I'm not trying to say that to be funny. I just think things are starting to stack up against his favor a little bit here.
Yeah.
Or I take that back. We might be seeing the end of Ryan Tannehill as a starting quarterback in the NFL. Good for him. He had a hell of a comeback. Yeah, he had a hell of a comeback.
Absolutely.
After Miami, right? Like he was good in Miami.
Got him to the playoffs. He didn't play in that game.
He was good in Miami. Like once he started putting it together, he blew his knee out twice.
Yeah, he couldn't stay healthy. But I remember, Jesse, you might not remember the exact number, but there was a statistic. Like when he played, they had a really solid win percentage, like something along the lines of like 12-5 when he played, or 12. Like I mean, that's
Jimmy Garoppolo-esque.
Yeah, he was solid, and he did a great job of kind of building a second run with Tennessee.
You got to the AFC Championship game with Tennessee once, right?
Yeah, against the it was against the Chiefs. Yeah, the first year the Chiefs won. Yeah, they beat
the Chiefs were up. Weren't the Titans up in that game?
Yeah, everybody was up on the Chiefs.
Right, that was the year. Right.
That was the year the Texans were up like 24-0.
Yeah.
How embarrassing.
And that lead disappeared
super quick. It was like in a quarter, it was gone.
Quick.
More good news
for
fans of teams that have players that get hurt. Eagles, Lane Johnson. Looks like it's just an ankle sprain. So not anything broken. It was looking bad. He left the game, didn't come back. So the fact that it's just an ankle sprain, it's better than they initially thought. He's going to try to play against the Dolphins on Sunday. Good news for the Eagles.
Washington, sorry.
No, go ahead. Because after the football stuff, after the injury stuff, I want to ask you a question.
I didn't have. Go ahead.
Oh, so during the break, we were talking in the chat about the influencer boxing that took place over the weekend. Did you catch that clip of the tag team boxing?
No.
Jesse,
no,
did you see it?
I didn't see the.
I heard about it, but
I
I
saw
didn't
the-
see it. I didn't see it.
No, look.
I saw the end of Logan Paul.
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah,
that
was
was
wild.
crazy. But no, I think I tweeted it out. Just unblock me real quick.
Okay.
And I think my caption was like, "Bro, what?" Like it was weird to see.
The concept of it sounds cool because, like, can you imagine dudes just in the corner of the ropes, just getting his ass kicked? Boom, boom, boom.
Did they make a hot tag?
Yeah,
Like,
he makes it a hot tag.
It's kind of funny.
Okay.
It's kind of
All right. I've unblocked Kenny.
Tag team boxing.
A couple of things. One, it's not real until both guys are lying on the ground and have to dive for their tag.
That's what
team.
I thought I was gonna see.
It's not real until the tag team partner starts stomping his foot to get the crowd into it. That's only when it's real.
He's running alongside the ropes, holding on to the
Yeah, they don't have a string to hold on to.
Holding on to the tag rope. Yeah. And then so I also want to point out that when I watch this stuff, I feel like Kenny does when he watches Puka. I could do this.
I think you could.
I know how to.
The other guy, but the guy on the other tag team partner, just standing there, waiting,
just kicking it. This is amazing. This is
tag
amazing.
team boxing.
What is this? DAZN? I'm ordering this next time.
How does it work? Like when the ref gets to like 8 or whatever, the partner comes in and like.
Yeah, can you make a save?
Yeah, like how do you save in this?
Can you make a save? Can you run in and throw a quick punch and jump out?
Mullet guy was like getting after it. He was throwing his punches, and then he got hit with something he didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Whoa, hold on, tag."
And like, how do you even do? Because you tag, you look like a sucker.
No, Mullet guy looked like a sucker.
But that's the game though. It's tag team boxing.
Tag team. He said, "I'm just playing by the rules." That's what he said. He got touched up with something he didn't like, and he said, "Tag partner."
I boxed this morning for my work. I could do it.
Again against those guys, absolutely.
I could take more.
Do you think you could beat Tommy Fury?
Tommy Fury? No,
Yeah.
no, I don't think
He's
I
like
can do that.
an awful professional wrestler or professional boxer, but he's the one these YouTube guys go up against to say, like, "Oh, I could beat a
Fury
boxer."
in his name.
Well, I could beat a boxer. Like he is the lowest low of a professional boxer, and they look to fight him. And they're 0-2.
I don't think I could beat anyone who's a professional boxer. I probably can't even beat someone.
You might be able to get Tommy. If these guys are hanging with Tommy, like they're not getting knocked out. They lost the fights, but if they're able to hang with Tommy, like you might be able to beat Tommy. I believe in you.
I like Logan, but that stuff yesterday was a little too, or this weekend was a little too much. I was like, wait a minute, what is this?
He almost stopped him when he was on the ground.
Yeah, like they were borderline, like that was borderline his other job.
Yeah. Well, then you saw he called out Rey Mysterio.
Who did?
Logan. He called out Rey Mysterio for a fight in the WWE after his boxing match.
Make that money, bro. Hey, hey, I ain't even mad. I'll tell you this, like I feel like he's been entertaining in every match that he's been in. That will be a match I actively root for Logan. Like someone
in this.
Like I'm so tired of Rey Mysterio. Like we got, dude, his son is a star now. Like Rey, like it's over.
You versus Rey Mysterio has been my favorite thing because it's been going on for 3 years now.
I've been wanting him to retire for like 10.
And I'm with you. I'm with you. It's time.
I thought when they had the match with Dominic versus Rey, they were going to do it. Like they were going to end it right there. And no,
they should have.
We'll just make it a little happy ending here.
Yeah, and it's moved them on to another storyline. Like nothing happened. Oh, also with Logan, in this whole fight card, I'm pretty sure VADA or the USADA had nothing to do with this fight card. Did you see Logan Paul?
Yeah, that's how Logan looks. Like they don't test in WWE, I don't think.
No, he looked he looked even bigger than WWE.
He got the Brock Lesnar treatment where we test some guys, but not all of them.
Like, nah, bro, this is not natural.
I always wonder what guys like that look like just if they didn't do that stuff?
Mm.
Like, what would Brock look like? Because Brock is a giant human. Like, that's not all drug induced.
Right.
It's enhanced,
Yeah.
but it's not all of, like, what would he look like?
I don't know. That's a good question. That's like, what would the? Never mind.
What would the what look like? What would the what look
Yeah,
like?
you know, because I don't know what you were gonna say either. What would what look like?
I don't know, man.
Speak your mind.
I don't know.
We'll keep this show here, to be honest.
I just saw him like 20 minutes ago. I was like, come on, man.
I saw the promo exchange.
And he's like 60.
He's not 60. He's like 54. I saw the promo exchange with Edge and Ricky.
Oh, they got something going on?
Adam Copeland or whatever, and Ricky Starr. It was so bad. It was like Edge called him a low budget rock, and it's like, that's what happens when y'all don't have writers. When y'all come in here are left to your own, that's what you come up with. You call him a low budget rock.
That's the AEW you go to. You call your opponent a low budget, whatever the WWE wrestler used to be.
And Ricky's response, oh, that really sent me over the edge. It's like, all right, like, come on,
Hey,
this is weak.
Hey, they're in trouble.
They might be.
They're in trouble.
There might be.
It's looking.
Someone
rough
needs
right
to
now.
like rein this thing in for them. Like, it's not. It's not. It's tough for them.
They need to make a call to Vince Russo.
Okay, calm down, bro. Calm down. We're oh man, we got to get to the 49ers. I'll just say this. Well, excuse me, we got to get to the Raiders. I'll say this and we'll get to it later. We're 90 minutes into this. We may not have talked about the best team in football.
Oh, we did. We did talk about the best team in football.
We might not have talked about the best team in
about
football.
them at length. What the hell are you talking about?
Well,
the hell are you talking about?
We
talked about them at length.
I don't think we did.
No, I know we did. We talked about the best team in football at length.
I think
you're talking about.
I'm not talking about anything. Your guy right here has got some words to say.
I think you're right. But I was strangely impressed with the Miami Dolphins yesterday.
No, they're official.
Like,
they're official.
They went down 14-0 and just threw out 35 straight points.
They are official.
They just casually just put up points now.
I know it was, what was it, the Panthers?
Yeah.
The Panthers, I think the Panthers made a change at coordinator today. Frank Wright was calling the plays. He was like, I'm not doing that anymore. They're turning it over to their offensive coordinator, who's apparently he's kind of one of the rising stars. He'll get to call plays now for that young offense. And I know that's not a good football team. But for some reason, I was just so impressed watching them because they're down 14-0 and you're thinking, okay, like it's early. But then all of a sudden it's 14-14. Then all of a sudden it's 35-14. And you're like, okay, this offense might be a little bit different than what we've seen from really good offenses in years past.
No, they're the truth. They're the absolute truth.
Might not be the best team in football, but man, they're
well, I had them at number 2 last week.
There's going to be some changes to the power rankings. There's going to be some changes to the power rankings.
They're official.
We'll learn a lot more about them Sunday night.
Oh, absolutely.
I think
absolutely.
they're about to go to work. I think Miami about to go to work on Sunday night. They about to go to work.
I've got some thoughts on that game as well.
I want to see it. But and forgive me, Raider Nation. Let's talk about your Raiders.
Yeah.
The Raiders are 500. We talked about it leading into the week. Like, this team looks terrible. They look awful in every sense. Their defense was certainly a positive takeaway from last week's game. And it was kind of like, all right, I don't have a lot to offer. You won, like, good. You're entering a favorable part of your schedule. Took advantage of it by beating the New England Patriots. I thought they looked better than they did the week prior, where their defense was really good again, or was good again. And they did enough offensively with the combination of Jimmy Garoppolo in the first half, Brian Hoyer in the second. Of course, that'll be a storyline to follow. Josh McDaniels already spoke to the media today saying that he was just adamant. And I think he said this last night. We all saw that Jimmy Garoppolo, he got hurt at the very, very end of the first half, finished the drive. didn't come back. There were tweets that he was taken to a hospital. The Raiders said he was taken to the hospital. It's strictly precautionary. And this morning, Josh McDaniels said they dodged a bullet with what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo. They said it could have been much, much worse. Didn't really offer more than that, other than it could have been worse. No idea what his availability is going to be. And this is where we all, with all due respect to Jimmy Garoppolo, we all knew this would probably happen. He was going to miss a week or 2 weeks. He was going to miss time. And this is where my question always came into play. Are you going to Brian Hoyer, which you did yesterday? And I thought in an in-game scenario, you're going to go to Brian Hoyer. It'll make more sense. He can step in. He's used to, like, no problem. But if you have a week to prepare, you got the Chicago Bears coming up. Are you going Brian Hoyer, or are you going Aiden O'Connell? Jimmy has not been ruled out for the Bears game, by the way. Yeah. But I'm working off what I last saw. My man was in a lot of pain. I'm working off the fact he was taken to the hospital, and I am working off the fact they're playing the Bears. I also am working off the fact that there might not be a big difference between these three quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Who do you go to? Do you go to Brian Hoyer, or do you go to Aiden O'Connell?
I'm going with Brian Hoyer. We're 3-3. We have an opportunity to go to 4-3. Our season is still here. The rookie didn't show me enough to make me say I'm going to go with him over the vet like Brian Hoyer. Not saying Brian Hoyer's great, but if we keep playing defense like this, I feel like I can survive with Brian Hoyer.
Yeah. That's sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
I think Casey's right, because the Raiders, what was it, a couple weeks ago when O'Connell came in, like, you were in a much different spot, whereas it's already at that point, it's like, oh, season might be over. Now you're at a point where it's like, okay, like, it's not a must win on Sunday, but it kind of is, if you know what I'm saying. Like, you're 3-3, point 3 is important and all that for your season. So if you think Hoyer is the best way you can get a win, then yeah, you go with him.
6 of 10, 100, and that's probably a factor, and it's perfectly fair for it to be. He played well. When the entire second half, he was 6 of 10, 102 yards. For context, Jimmy was 14 of 22, efficient as always, 162 yards. That yards per catch is a lot different between those two guys. Also, there's probably I'm going to guess, I don't know for sure, but I think there's probably a higher probability that Devontae Adams won't get murdered with Brian Hoyer as the quarterback. Yeah. Because I'm really confident Jimmy Garoppolo's trying to get Devontae killed.
That was one of the issues when he was with the Niners.
And we talked about that before the season started. He's going to throw across the middle like there's no ramifications for it. And man, Devontae got lit up twice yesterday. Oof. They showed Devontae going back to the locker room, and I'm sure part of it was the fact I think he had, maybe one catch on 2 targets or 3 targets or something at that point. But he had gotten drilled twice, not hit. But if that jacked up segment was still around, he would have been tied for first in the hardest hit
tied for first with himself.
Right. He would have had the 2 biggest hits on a receiver,
like D'Lo and KC.
Well, there's that.
Get enough respect around here for what's going on.
Boy, your man Kenny. I asked Kenny how he was doing this morning.
20 minutes later, we got started with the show.
And he told me, I always remember when you ask someone how they're doing, they might tell you. And Kenny told me.
Need some respect around these streets, man.
Well, maybe one day. Maybe we need a third radio show.
Why don't we just take all top 5 spots?
We're pretty close.
Yeah, not far off. Not far off.
Shout out to all of you, shout out to all the fellas who have followed us over to 102.5. If y'all got wives,
all the fellas in Katrina followed us.
Right,
over.
Right. See, Ramsey did it right. Like, he brought his girl over to. If y'all got wives or daughters girlfriends, whatever, send them over to 1025. Like, we love y'all, but we're allegedly, we're supposed to be talking to a different audience. They're like, hey, look at these September numbers, man. The guys really like you. No.
The honeys don't.
Shout out to Drew Down and the rest of the crew that came over with us.
Oh, this is another thing that they love with your boy. Let me talk to you. They love that. You
Is
see when
that,
they pop for
is that LA Knight?
Yeah.
I don't get it, man. I don't get that dude at all.
Telling you, might just be Cesaro part 2.
I told
Cesaro, every time he takes a swipe at Cesaro, it's hilarious.
I speculated that he's just like the new Zack Ryder.
That's a good. I didn't even think about that until right now.
He's just like Zack Ryder, but like Triple H is buying into it.
You need Kane to push like off the side of the stage again.
Watch this dude. Watch this dude and tell me it doesn't just sound like he's doing a Stone Cold Steve Austin impersonation.
It's a weird Stone Cold,
like the way he walks to the ring.
Yeah.
This, I mean, everybody works the ropes, but still the way he does it, it's like he's doing an impression.
I think if he's acknowledged that though, like he's kind of like, not saying he's like a ripoff, but like he's acknowledged like as much. Like, yeah.
Then I'm not interested. Well, if it's just a guy doing an impression of somebody else, I'm not interested.
Well, I saw that. I don't think he said it was a ripoff, so to speak. He was just like, yeah, I watched those guys growing up, so there's going to be influence there, but I feel like I'd bring my own thing to the
But
table.
his whole, that's what? That's all it is. It's what? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. That's all it is.
I like
it doesn't matter. The crowd.
See, this is your fault.
It's hella awkward. Like it's. So do it again.
Yeah.
So all you did was remove one word. All you did was remove one word. You removed the hell. Because it used to be hell yeah. Now it's just yeah.
I will say,
sucks,
but I'll
bro.
say this about
This is trash.
LA Knight. He obviously he's been doing that since day one. He would do that and nobody would respond. He didn't leave it. He kept it going. And he made it work. I don't understand this from LA Knight, but I like him more than you guys do. I think he's okay.
He's Zack Ryder.
Zack Ryder was kind of cool, though. But that was the same time Jersey Shore was popping off. That's that happened. Real quick, though, on the Raiders.
I am never putting my company in the hands of its fans.
Real quick, I'm trying to find the there it is. Loki says in the chat with the Raiders, we talking about who should start. He said you have to go with AOC. Raiders need to see if he can be their QB of the future. I understand that thinking, but here's the situation. They're not thinking about the future right now.
Yeah.
They're 3-3. Yeah. They're like, yo, we're good now, or at least we have an opportunity now. Let's go with who gets us wins because we can make the playoffs.
And that's all also on the heels of a report that Josh McDaniels' seat might have him seat warmers on. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
I don't believe it, but
well, then you definitely
out
not
there
going to the rookie. Just like you said, I'm never putting my company in the hands of the fans.
Right.
I'm never putting my job in the hands of a rookie.
Oh,
I'm not doing that.
Okay, we'll come back. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to play against the Bears.
Yeah.
But I don't know. If you guys say Hoyer, I guess I can get on board with that. Hoyer played well. I'm not down on that, but man, it just seems like with a week of preparation, it could be a prime opportunity to get Aiden O'Connell ready.
Hoyer was in New England with him too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Hoyer.
And I think you're right.
They just need a W coming out of here. Do whatever you can. Hoyer, just don't turn the ball over. I think you can trust him a little bit more for that.
We'll talk more NFL when we return. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour. We'll talk about this Chris Huerter, Kevin Huerter thing. Is it something? Is it nothing? We'll talk a little bit about the Warriors as well. I got a chance to catch up with some of the pregame stuff after the game when they were talking about Klay Thompson and what his role might be with the Golden State Warriors in the future. So we'll dive into all that. And, of course, the phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Darvin Ham on Anthony Davis. I've requested to see 6 3-pointers a night.
Yeah,
What?
That's from last week, I think.
Eddie Jones.
Finger roll.
Oh, that's
oh
nasty.
goodness
Clyde.
gracious!
That's nasty.
How do you even do that?
That is filthy.
Wow, Clyde. Kyle should be talking here soon. Got my Nick Wagner alerts on, so I know what he says. Josh Jacob, man, just getting yards by volume of carries. 3 yards per carry again. I don't even think Jimmy was sacked on that play. Yeah, he was hit. He wasn't sacked. They didn't give up a sack yesterday.
Tonight a must-win game for the Cowboys and Chargers.
For the Cowboys, yeah.
Not for the Chargers. They go to 2-3 if they lose.
No, because it feels like they're not winning the conference. I mean, excuse me, the division.
Is baseball on right now?
It is. It is.
Why do they do this? Why is this on in the middle of the freaking day?
Scared of Monday Night Football.
Does. Nothing wrong with it.
Fox Sports, yo, it's the playoffs.
Traditionally, the playoffs are always.
Yeah, traditionally it's stupid.
No, I like middle of the day.
The
It's like
ALCS in the middle of the day.
it's like March Madness to a certain degree. They have one game per, maybe two, but one game per series that gets played in the daytime. The flip side to that argument is because of the West Coast, they have to start at 8:00. They used to always say kids never get a chance to watch on the East Coast. When you think about like Reese, he's 10 years old. He goes to bed. If like there's no practice or something, he goes to bed at 8, 9 o'clock. Game's just getting started. So that was always their argument to having games in the day. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Is that Nolan Ryan behind the back stuff? I think it is. Maybe not.
Hey, Rangers fans. Okay.
That's they all converted.
The Ranger baddies.
They all converted because they know their football team, they ain't gonna give them nothing. So let's hope for baseball.
I'll say it on the stream. I'll say it on the radio. I don't agree with the ALCS being played at 1:00.
Well, you gotta do it. Got to do it for nostalgia reasons. I don't have a problem with
nostalgia. What are you talking
playoff
about?
baseball always in the day.
I don't,
historically.
Why would you? Okay.
Nobody's
All right.
watching it though.
I just don't understand why you put the championship series on in the middle of the day.
Well, I explained it already.
I don't. Okay. Look, calm down. I know you're having a day, but take it easy.
I mean, you got at least one of the games. That's what they do for every championship series. At least one of the games. The other reason why is because NLCS game 1 is tonight. So you got 2 games on. One of them has to be. I think this is the only time you got 2 games on. Maybe one other time, but the only time you got 2 games in a day. So one goes in the afternoon, one goes at night. Somebody asked me earlier, I think it was John Poles asked who do I have winning the World Series. I said the Astros. But I mean, look, if the Rangers are never going to lose again, then they're probably gonna win the World Series. They're already up 3-0 here in the top of the first. 1 out, runners on first and second. They've already won their first.
Everyone turned us off now.
They've already won their first 6. Yep, 6 postseason games. They're 6-0 in the playoffs right now, and they're trending towards going 7-0. Like the Rangers might do this. Bruce Bochy might win another one. Shout out to Farhan and his stupid spreadsheet who pushed Bruce Bochy out. Guy's about to go win another championship. Yeah. So there's that. NLCS, like I said, game 1 just started. Diamondbacks, Phillies tonight. Another thing before we go too far, man, shout out to college football. Good weekend. Good weekend.
Interesting weekend.
Interesting weekend
for sure.
Yeah.
Kenny and I spent a lot of time on Saturday talking about the Colorado game.
Oh,
and
man.
I told so Kenny saw, was it 29-0?
I saw the first half.
I saw none of that.
I turned it. I was like, oh, this is in the bag.
All I saw was them blow the game. That's all I got to see. I may have ruined it because they were cooking before I turned the game on.
So Friday night, I may have for fun, had some Cheetos on the game or something like that, because it ain't money.
Of course.
Just some Cheetos on Fresno State.
Yep.
Don't even get me started on that one. That was crazy. And then Fresno State, I lost that one. I had Colorado as well for a little Friday night special. It's like, oh, well, it doesn't matter, but Colorado's dominating 29-0. I move on my Friday night, maybe watch something with Reese, watch something with Ryan and the wife, all this other stuff. Move on my day. I wake up Saturday morning. Usually this doesn't happen, but literally wake up Saturday morning. I see a tweet from Mark Jones saying, if you went to bed early or you went to the club and don't know that Colorado blew that game, I'm here to inform you that they did. I said, what? What? Sure enough, man, 29-point lead at halftime, gone, and they lose in overtime.
Shout out to Mark Jones for that call because I was so tired Friday. I was asleep during the first half, woke up with that, oh, crap, like I'm awake now.
Yeah.
Put that game on and was like, all right, started doing other stuff. I was like, oh, Stanford scored. Stanford's, oh, all right, what's happening here? And all I walked away with was Sac State's better than Colorado.
Well,
that's how the math works.
There you go.
Stingers up.
Stingers up, big time game. We'll talk. We got to talk to Joe D this week because
I think we're going to talk to Coach Thompson this week too.
Coach Thompson too. Big time game.
Yep.
Montana State coming to town.
Yep.
Sac State is number 3 in the nation.
Yeah.
Montana State is number 2. Big time game at Hornet Stadium on Saturday. But getting ahead of ourselves.
I missed Oregon Washington.
Oh, that was a great game. That was a great finish. They had a situation. It's hard to ask you, knowing the outcome, and then you got to see the flow of the game too. But Oregon had a 4th and 2 around midfield with about, I don't know exactly, but I'll just say 2 minutes to go. 4th and 2 around midfield. Washington has no timeouts left. It's like Oregon is up by 4. You going for it or you punting the ball away?
Is this to put the game away?
2 minutes left in the game. You're Oregon. You're
Okay.
up 4. 4th and 2 at midfield. You punting it or you going to get that 2?
Midfield, I probably punt it.
They went for it. I thought it was the right call.
I probably punt it in that situation.
They didn't execute. They lost turned the ball over on downs. Washington goes down in 2 plays.
I just feel like with a 4, you need a touchdown. I'd probably make that as difficult for you as I possibly could by making the field longer.
Game's over if you get 2 yards.
No, I know. I got you. But I didn't catch up on this one.
And like I said, the context of the game, probably matters too. But like it was teams were scoring. It was 33-29. So offenses were clicking. Your offense had been clicking for much of the day.
Well, that might change
we can't get 2 yards.
That might change my mind a little bit. Yeah, that might change my mind a little bit. But if you're saying the offenses, as in plural, is clicking, then at the same time, if for whatever reason you have one bad play, you don't get it, you've cut the field in half for them.
Right.
And I still feel like I'd punt it.
Washington almost scored too fast because then Oregon gets the ball back, no timeout. Maybe they have one timeout. And got almost like the 49ers. Got it within field goal range. Guy missed it to the right. Game over. So that was a phenomenal college football game in the middle of the day on Saturday. Washington probably should go into the top 4 after that win. That was a great win. And then to close out the night, your boys down in Southern California.
Hey, my boys. Those are your boys.
I do kind of like USC. But as long as Lincoln Riley is there, they'll probably
But I'm usually rooting for anyone playing Notre Dame, so that's perfectly fine.
Except now, though, because, they got the head coach.
Yeah, sometimes I forget. Sometimes I don't know. I don't even know why I dislike Notre Dame. I think it's this Notre Dame privilege where like they're always like given marquee games and premium spots and play. Like they ain't good enough to be here.
Yeah,
and then the fact they get embarrassed in every playoff game they've ever been in.
I feel you. The playoff thing is a little frustrating.
But you're right. You're right. I got to be better with
shout out Marcus Howard. But they put that work on USC. Lincoln Riley does it again. Lincoln Riley is going to waste Caleb Williams' time at USC because traditionally the guy just doesn't care about defense. And I know a lot of people say, I don't care about defense. This guy takes it to a whole nother level. How you always have the top recruiting class in the nation or one of the top recruiting class in the nation, and none of it is on the defensive end. USC, they're not going to – this doesn't literally take them out of the college football race because it's only one loss and they've got games to make up. But the defense they have, they're not doing anything. They're not going undefeated the rest of the season. And it's because Lincoln Riley don't coach defense. It's terrible. All he did was – take Oklahoma and move it over to Figueroa.
His job is to make Heisman Trophy winners, isn't it?
Well, he's going to do that.
That's what he does, right?
Yeah. Not to win national championships, I guess.
No, I mean, is he the Coach Cal version of?
Oh. No, the Coach Cal is better at what he does.
Yeah, probably. But Baker was a Lincoln guy?
I think so.
Right. He went number 1.
Kyler.
Number 1.
Yeah. Now Caleb probably number 1.
Yeah. If I'm Lincoln Riley and when I'm doing interviews, those 3 jerseys are hanging behind me, just like Anthony Davis and De'Aaron and, DeMarcus, whoever's hanging behind, Coach Cal when he does these interviews. That's how you recruit right there. Quarterback went number 1. Quarterback went number 1. Quarterback went number 1. By the way, they said 2 of these 3 quarterbacks were too small. Said there was no chance 2 of these 3 quarterbacks would go number 1. Yeah, like no matter how much fans, media, people do this, like it's not always about winning. Winning, there's levels to this. Shout out our brother Bonte Hill. There's levels to this. Like win a national championship, cool. Yeah, we do that along the way. Like cool. But what my job is to get donors to spend money. My job is to get you guys to the NFL. And if I can get this premium position taken number 1, that's what I'm going to do. That's winning for me, and that's winning for USC. Because I got the hottest ticket in town in Caleb Williams. Ain't nobody worried about the Rams. Ain't nobody worried about the Chargers. The Lakers will be here soon enough, but that's fine. They're always here.
Yeah.
I got the hottest ticket in town.
So let me ask you this. Is college football a little different than college basketball? Because your comparison is spot on. But do you think if this last year, I think they lost 2 games. They'll probably lose 2 or 3 games this year. Caleb Williams won the Heisman last year, might win it this year, might not, whatever. But they bring in the next. If that happens every year, you think USC just going to be good with it?
Yeah. Well, but you have the player
You
like
have a
Caleb.
Heisman.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't think so. I think football's different.
No, I think they're good with it.
Because let me throw something else at you.
Okay.
And I know I keep adding to the
It's
situation.
fine.
This happens 2 or 3 years in a row. It just keeps happening with Lincoln Riley.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, yo, this is crazy. And then they get the call from Coach Prime's agent, like, yo, I'd be interested in USC. You think they say, nah, we're good with Lincoln Riley?
No, I don't think. No. Of course they'd be interested. Because it's essentially the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Lincoln Riley, the way that he recruits and the way that he coaches, for better or worse, gets these players, because Caleb's Heisman Trophy last year, Caleb's Heisman Trophy this year, he has one. You know where the other one is? It's the USC. Player X, their Heisman Trophy, it's at USC. Their first round pick, the jerseys, all of that stuff. That's a shiny object for the university. Lincoln gone. The new shiny object in your scenario that you just presented is Prime.
Right.
Is Dion.
Right.
That's the new. You're selling tickets with Caleb Williams. We didn't win the national championship. That's fine. He went number 1. Now you're selling tickets in your scenario because of Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
And Dion is going to have to do the same thing. He's going to have to get guys drafted, and he's going to have to get guys drafted, or he's going to have to win a national championship. You got to be able to do one or the other really, really well. Lincoln seems to do one really, really well, and that is put quarterbacks in a offense that puts them in a position to win a Heisman Trophy, that puts them in a position to be drafted at the top of the NFL draft. And he's going to coach his third Heisman Trophy winner that's going to be taken number 1 overall in the NFL draft. No national championships versus that. There's a lot of schools that would take that.
I agree. I think, and this is apples to oranges. I understand exactly what you're saying. I don't think there's a coach in America that Kentucky would trade Coach Cal for.
I completely agree.
I do
completely
think there's
agree.
coaches that USC would trade Lincoln Riley for. But your point is still well taken. I mean, it's still like it might be like 3 coaches.
So
it's not a big list. It's like Coach Prime, Saban.
Yeah,
that's about
so
it.
I think but again, those guys would do what Lincoln's doing with his quarterbacks.
You're right.
Except they do it on, like, Lincoln Riley's not selling tickets.
Right.
What Lincoln Riley does sells tickets. Nick Saban, Deion Sanders, they sell tickets. That will be the difference at USC.
You're right. You're right. Just the same thing in a different lane.
It's all about how can you prop up your university for donor. College sports is about nothing more than money. That's all it is. It's money for the university. That's it. Ricky Williams made Texas bafflingly rich. An already rich school. I can't tell you how stunned I was the first time I stepped into Texas's football complex. And it only slightly over exaggerating. It was a shrine to Ricky Williams. Everything in there was Ricky Williams, because you can forget with all of the stuff Ricky, like how great he was.
Right.
Like he was phenomenal. I started seeing some of these other universities, and you see, like, that's how they draw money. They got, the Heisman trophies on display. I think about going into the basketball offices at UT, and Candace's Player of the Year trophies were out. All of Pat Summitt's trophy were lined up there. So the first time a recruit stepped into Pat's office, the first thing that her and her parents saw were 5 national championship trophies, Candace Parker's trophy, Shamiqua Holdsclaw's close. You saw all of that the second that you walked in. Oh, and there are replicas of those for everybody to see in a different part of the stadium or in a different part of the venue.
Yeah. Ramsey says something that's uncalled for. He called USC the University of Spoiled Children.
I don't know what Ramsey's problem is. What like Ramsey? Like your Arizona State has a bit of a reputation, pal. You settle down. Thank God you didn't lose Katrina in Vegas. I saw the video. It was close, Ramsey. You knock it off.
Oh, speaking of, I was watching BET Jams on Saturday night, and they had it was Usher's birthday, so they were playing like all his videos.
We'll celebrate at 420 on 102.5.
Yes, indeed.
As he just realizes he forgot to tell Complex that.
Usher, there may not be a caveat. Usually it's like, he's the greatest since this guy decided to bow out or whatever. Usher just might be the greatest, period, at this point.
Okay.
All things, even if you included the man that cannot be named, Usher might be the greatest.
I'm fine with that.
Sorry, Chris Brown.
But we're not talking like Mike and Prince and all that.
We're just talking R&B. I mean, some would say those guys are R&B too, but I feel they're, more pop.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Anything that removes who from the conversation is perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. A couple of other notes in the NFL. We're going to get back to the 49ers here shortly, and then we're going to talk a lot about the Sacramento Kings when James Ham joins us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I did just get a text from Kyle. He said, "You'll be shocked to hear this. They just announced on Shanahan's press conference that he's going to be a few minutes late." So we should have some news on Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, and Christian McCaffrey coming up here shortly. My guess is nothing coming out of last night's game, especially with Trent Williams, given the fact that he played, led us to believe anything was like super concerning. Mm-hmm. My guess with all three of them is we're not going to get much more than their day-to-day.
Yeah.
So, but once we officially get that, we'll pass it along to you as soon as Kyle Shanahan joins the press conference. A couple of other notes. I know we mentioned Miami earlier. Tua's been phenomenal. How about your boy, Raheem Mostert? 115 yards on 17 carries yesterday. He's
a problem.
He went healthy. My goodness. He's that offense is moving just incredibly. Tyreek Hill with another monster game, and Tua, we're moving along here in the season. We're six weeks in.
Mm-hmm.
The MVP thing's starting to become like a little bit more real.
Yeah, man.
It's like, it's fun to talk about. It's fun to talk about. Like now it's like, hey, we're 6 weeks into this. Like he might be the dude.
That offense is one of the great offenses we've seen in recent memory. With how explosive they are, how fast they are, how exciting they are to watch. These guys put up numbers. They put up numbers. They look like a juggernaut, which is why the Buffalo game is so perplexing, because I just didn't think anybody could necessarily do that against those guys. But that offense they look special. They look special. And like you said, Raheem Mostert is out here cooking. Tyreek Hill is doing what he does. Jalen Waddle. Like, these guys are.
Can I tell you my favorite part of the game was when the game was over.
Uh-huh.
And the camera caught Bryce Young and Tua Tagovailoa embracing. It was a lengthy embrace.
Mm-hmm.
And Tua was talking to him. And Tua was doing a lot of talking.
Mm-hmm.
And, Bryce would chime in like a little bit, but like Tua, and I just looked at that like, oh, Tua's a leader now.
He's a big homie now.
Yeah. Like he's got a kid here who's got, massive expectations,
Mm-hmm.
right? On an 0-6 team. Rightfully or wrong, that's going to fall like, on his shoulders, and people are going to look at that.
Mm-hmm.
And Tua pulling him like, hey, I've been through this. I don't know what he said, but I'm imagining, knowing what Tua's been through in his career, pulling a young kid in like that and talking to him for as long as he did. I just thought that was dope. I was like, yeah, Tua's Tua's hit that role now. That's
He's came into his own this season. You can
yeah,
tell.
this is a huge year for him.
Stuff like that. Like even Mike McDaniel says, like Tua calls his own plays at the line now and stuff like that.
How long Tua been in the league now?
This is year
5
4.
year? Oh, 4 years.
And by the way, I got every IG, every tweet that showed me in Mike McDaniel's dress alike. I got it. Thank you to everyone who felt the need to forward
Mike
that.
McDaniel, the best dress coach in the league by far, I think.
Well, yeah, because he dresses like we dress alike. So yeah, he had the sweats pulled up.
I think Kyle's
still
there though.
Kyle
who?
Shoes. Kyle just no.
Kyle had the hat game going down. Don't sleep on Kyle's hat game is iconic.
You're being a good friend right now, but it's not close.
Stop it.
What does Mike do?
He shows his ankles.
He shows his ankles.
He shows his ankles, and he's got
shoes every
Off-White.
week. He's got the shades every week.
Yeah. Kyle been on that. What you talking about?
Kyle wears Off-Whites.
Kyle been wearing Yeezys. He been wearing Yeezys. Kyle been on that. Emmanuel Sanders was talking about that. I was like, yo, my coach out here wearing Yeezys. What was it, 330s or 550s or whatever. Kyle been on that. That's old.
Mike McDaniel is
old
like fitted. Kyle Shanahan just wears sweatsuits. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan like a true boss. He's not wearing his Yeezys out on the field. There's mud, it's raining, all that. True sneaker set.
Okay. Yeah, so Mike McDaniels is the best dress coach
Yeah.
in the league.
He did his best right there.
No, it's fine. If you want to fight for Kyle swag, like do your thing. Kyle's talking though. Kyle Shanahan update. This from our friend Nick Wagner. Debo shoulder day to day. Christian McCaffrey oblique rib. He's getting MRIs right now. Trent Williams ankle day to day. Exactly what we thought.
Yeah.
Just Christian McCaffrey's getting an MRI right now.
Get well soon,
looking for any more notes here. No, nothing else. We're following it though. I got my Nick Wagner alerts on. So if there's anything to pass along, I assume we'll have some results on Christian McCaffrey's MRI later on today. So we'll pass that on. Trent Williams, this from Matt Mayoka. It's not a high ankle sprain. So he's day to day. And then Debo, of course, is dealing with the shoulder. So could be an interesting Monday night against Minnesota if any combination of those three individuals are out. I don't know what the hell Minnesota is, to be honest with you. But those are three big guns right there.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think regardless, I think this team's going to come out, be ready to play, going to be ready to bounce back from what happened.
I don't question whether they'll be ready to play.
Yeah. I still think they got enough, even without those three. That's a big blow. I'm not going to say just they don't matter.
Kirk Cousins is going to want to stick it to Kyle Shanahan. Pause. He's going to want to show Kyle Shanahan what's up.
Right,
Passed
Kirk.
on me.
All right, Kirk. Throw that ball 3 yards down the field
He threw
on
for
a 3rd and 13.
He completed 21 passes yesterday for 181 yards. Strong.
Got the W, though.
Strong Jimmy Garoppolo numbers. Yeah.
Got the W.
They did. And I think we lost Justin Fields, right?
Yeah, I don't know the extent of it, but the hand is
dislocated.
Oh,
He's doubtful already for the Raider game.
yeah. So that's brutal. He had just kind of started to find his footing a little bit. But yeah, it looks like he could be missing the next couple of weeks. So we'll keep you updated on what happens next with Christian McCaffrey. We'll come back. I mentioned James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. A couple of more 49ers notes before we get back to the Kings, before we get back to basketball. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, struggle bus. Shit.
Jeez. Who did this? Yeah, sorry guys. Don't have a 13th round today. Did not get around to watching the fights. They had 2 cards on. Yeah, 2 cards. They had the Tim Zoo card. Then they had another one on the ESPN Top Rank. So I'm gonna watch at least one of them tonight. Let me see here. Trying to see. I'm gonna see what Mike McDaniel's looking like on the sideline.
I can't believe you said Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle been doing this. Kyle's
out there wearing his pajamas.
Honestly, they look the same.
Mike McD's got the accessories.
What accessories?
The shades. He's got the watch.
He ain't got no hat on.
He doesn't need it because he's got a
He
haircut.
can't wear a hat.
He's got a $200 haircut. Can't be putting a hat on top of that.
Well, he needs to quit going to Supercuts. I know that.
Hey, take it easy. He goes to great
If that's
clips,
the case,
okay?
I don't see no Beijing on that haircut. That's what he needs. Shades are a good look, though. Shades are a good look.
I heard you can get like memberships at like Great Clips and stuff like that now. Unlimited haircuts for the month.
What? Wonder how much that costs.
I think it's like $40. I can't remember who was telling me.
Let me see. They would never do that at the places I get haircuts.
It's $40 just for the one.
40. I think it's up to 50. John, how did UCLA do this weekend, sir? Another one I had right. I had a rough weekend though. I didn't. I won a couple of fake dollars. I didn't win as much as I probably should have. Rough week for your boy.
Man, we couldn't hold the streaming audience for shit today. That's my fault. Playing this show right.
The problem is. Yeah, people are over it.
It's just hard when both teams play on the same day. Should the Raiders go after Justin Fields? Low-key, I wouldn't want any quarterback I like to play for Josh McDaniels.
That's the thing about the Raiders winning these games, too, is that Josh McDaniels still gets to stick around now.
Mm-hmm. Hey, if he can punch his way out of this and prove he's a good coach, do it. But I'm having a hard time seeing that being the final outcome of this.
They'll be in the hunt at the end of the year and then miss out.
Appreciate you tapping in wherever you are on the Odyssey app, on the TuneIn app, on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. We appreciate you. Shout out to those watching Twitch, YouTube, Facebook and Twitter. Hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribes, hit the likes, hit the follows, do all of that good stuff. James Ham of the Insiders will join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Lots of Kings basketball to talk about with him, including what to make of Chris Huerter starting in place of Kevin Huerter. Was there a message behind that? Kevin Huerter's, post-game availability. We'll talk about that as well. Keon Ellis had a nice little fourth quarter yesterday for the Kings.
He did.
A lot of fun to watch. He had 11 points. He really put the Kings in a position. They were in a position to win that game late. Obviously sending it to overtime, man. But we've talked about some of the highs and lows of yesterday's game. I think most people, I don't want to speak for anybody. I think most people feel a lot better about the way that the Kings played yesterday than the way that they did versus Toronto or LA, in that we can do the whole, it's just preseason, and that's perfectly fine. But you do want to see the team that you root for play well. Just like I'm guessing Mike wants to see the team that he coaches play well. And we saw that in the first half. We saw this offense really in the first quarter. We saw this offense click in a way that they hadn't clicked in the previous two games. We saw Domas and De'Aaron both being really aggressive on the offensive end. And we saw some good things on the defensive end, again, in the first handful of minutes of this. How much of that was because Chris Huerter started and Kevin Huerter didn't? I don't know. I think it would be silly of me to say, well, that changed everything, because I don't know that that's necessarily true. But Chris Huerter is certainly a different type of player than Kevin Huerter is, and I thought he added a lot to that starting lineup. Does that matter? I have no idea. One thing I wasn't sure of is we talked about, will Chris Huerter have a spot in the rotation? I feel like if nothing else, it's particularly from the last two games, we've learned Chris Huerter does have a spot in this rotation. Does he have a starting spot? Is this a KZ Okpala type situation? Or does, be it starter or off the bench, does he have like a place that he could play with this team? And I believe that he does.
I think that he does. I'm trying to figure out what that means for everybody else, though. Everybody else around him. So, everybody in that roster, and looking for their own spots in there. Like, where do the minutes come from? Is like my thought. Do you tap into Kevin Huerter's minutes? Do they end up splitting minutes? Last year, trying to see, Kevin Huerter played 29 minutes a night with the Kings. Does that go to 22? And, you find 17, 18 minutes a night for Duarte. Like, how does that work? 'Cause
could you cut into Herter's minutes and cut into Harrison's minutes with Keegan playing the 4? Because I think there was a stretch last night where we saw Chris Duarte playing the 3.
Yeah.
And that kind of brings up a second question. Like, does Sasha wind up in some of those DNP roles?
He might. I haven't been overly impressed with that, what I've seen from him so far in these 3 preseason games.
That might be probably the greater takeaway of these 3 games. Like, if you're not taking anything grand away from this, and it's no big deal, that's perfectly fine. You're right. It doesn't count towards anything. But if you're looking on a micro level, yeah, Sasha's been just kind of odd to watch. And I don't know, he did take a shot yesterday that got a big ooh out of the crowd. He didn't make it.
Yeah.
The shot clock was winding down, and he took what looked to be a really clean, like, one-legged 3.
Yeah.
And the crowd was ready for it. It just didn't drop. The shot clock it wasn't like a design. Like, the shot clock was winding down. He was trying to get a shot up.
Bad pass by Kevin Huerter. Not like literally a bad pass, but that was a bad situation. But Sasha,
Yeah. And he got off a pretty clean look that the crowd was ready for, and they were oohing and on just at the shot. It just didn't drop.
Yeah.
But he's been, for the most part, underwhelming in these 3 games.
Yeah. So,
But played well in the first. Sorry, he did the 12 minutes,
right?
12 points in 12 minutes or whatever it was. He did play pretty well in the first, but the last 2 not so much.
And I wonder, what yesterday said about everything, because that was a situation that we all thought we had before JaVale was signed, right? There was no JaVale McGee last night. There was no JaVale McGee leading up to this offseason.
Yeah.
So we thought we'd see Trey Lyles at the 5 and Sasha at the 4. And we were looking at that last night for the most part, and it just was underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing about Sasha, though, as well, is we talked about it a number of different times. He's still getting acclimated to this league.
Yeah.
He's getting acclimated to this country, right? So there is a learning curve. Whether or not Mike Brown is willing to play him big minutes while he learns the game, the NBA game, we'll see. It doesn't look like he's going to be willing to do that. But I'm not saying you are. I'm just talking in general.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not ready to write him off as an NBA guy just yet. I know right now it's looking rough. It's not looking like he's got a good feel for it. I'm willing to give him some time to see what happens.
Writing him off after 2 poor preseason games would be foolish.
There's people who are, though.
Well,
people like, oh, the game looks too fast for him. He looks out of place. So of course he looks out of place.
Scored at will the first time he stepped on the floor. Like, what are we talking about?
What do you expect him to look like right now? Like the guy's on a new team in a new league.
Yeah.
What's he supposed to look like?
Well, again, it's the downside of us having months and months and months and months to focus on Sasha, to actually watch Sasha play when the Sacramento Kings weren't, and to focus on him, and to hear De'Aaron talk about him, and to hear different guys, talk about him through the offseason, and Mike and Monty and different guys. Like we built him up in a way that might not have been entirely fair. Yeah. We built him up in a way that might not be entirely accurate of who he's going to be in this league. But regardless of any of that, we don't need to form our opinion on him 3 games into a preseason.
I agree.
You can form an opinion of his 3 preseason games, but not make a sweeping declaration as to what Sasha Vezenkov is going to be in the league this year. Sasha will look different when everyone else's role changes, right? Sasha will look different when Mike is trying to win a game. Not that Mike isn't trying to win these preseason games. I think he's trying to accomplish a lot in these preseason games. I think he was trying to get guys minutes last night. He was trying to let that group, with Jordan Ford and those guys, run there at the end, and he was going to be content with whatever the outcome was. But when Utah gets here, when this team is in Utah, and the objective is to, win basketball games, get to the playoffs, win playoff series, like whether it's Sasha or, Davion hasn't been particularly impressive this preseason.
I didn't like his game last night at all.
That's all going to change to me. It's all going to change. The tough part is with, speaking of Davion, we'll go there since you said you didn't like his game last night. The tough thing with Davion is you want his shot to drop. I don't know what regular season magic wand swoops in and lets you hit shots that you can't hit in a preseason game, but maybe that really is a thing. I think that's probably the pit in everybody's stomach, is they wanted Davion to be able to be more effective offensively, and so far he hasn't exactly been that.
Davion last night in 17 minutes, 0 for 4 from the field.
Yeah.
3 assists, 1 steal, 2 turnovers.
Yeah.
I just last night in particular, I didn't like the way his game looked, and I'm not rushing to judgment and thinking that this is who he's going to be during the regular season, but that was a little disappointing last night to see him in that setting play the way he did. So they've got 2 more games left, 2 more preseason games left. I'm assuming that he's going to get a lot of opportunity, especially in that last one with probably no starter. Well, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe Mike does play starters in that last one, but I want to see him play better in these last 2 games, man. I want to see him play a better brand of basketball.
History says those guys will play. The Kings only played 4 preseason games last year. as opposed to 5. De'Aaron and Domas. Domas played 27 minutes in the last preseason game last year. De'Aaron Fox played 24 minutes in the last preseason game last year. So, again, that was 4 versus the 5 that they have this year. And the unique caveat, I think, to that last preseason game is it's the second night of a back-to-back.
Right.
So, one is in San Francisco and the other's here.
Yep.
So I'd be curious to see how. I don't think you get 20 minutes from De'Aaron and Domas on Wednesday and Thursday, but that's completely a guess on my part. Obviously, they're going to have to go through that during the regular season, but I would rather them go through that during the regular season than a week before the season starts.
What did you think about the game yesterday? I came away feeling encouraged with what I saw. I wanted to see them play, high level basketball, and the wins and the losses didn't matter. How the fourth quarter didn't matter to me. I wanted to see that group of guys that were going to play the majority of the minutes play really well. I thought the starters played really well.
Yep.
I didn't like the way the bench played. I didn't think there was.
Feel like all of the urgency died.
Yeah, I didn't like the way that they played on the night, but I came away from that feeling encouraged and feeling like, all right, this is what I wanted to see for the majority of the preseason. I want to see that, in the next 2 games or so, at least on Wednesday. I want to see that.
I came away from that game perfectly fine. Like I was comfortable with everything I saw. One guy we didn't. No, I wasn't comfortable with everything I saw, but I was encouraged by the way that they played. One guy we didn't talk about who I thought played really well last night was Trey Lyles. I thought Trey played really, really well last night. And when you start to piece that together with how Keegan has played this preseason, with how Harrison has played this preseason, not really a stellar night from Harrison Barnes last night, kind of a more quiet night. But when you look at the way his play, you start putting together a solid portfolio of the guys who are going to have big time minutes in the rotation when the regular season gets here, having solid outings here in this preseason. And Trey was one of those. Admittedly, I had a hard time watching the game because I was so in my head over the Chris Duarte stuff.
Yeah, that stole the show.
Felt like I was watching him and Kevin Huerter a lot.
Right.
And I may have missed a few things because I was so focused on what they were doing. And I felt like I was laser watching Kevin Huerter on defense.
Well,
which
Michael,
wasn't a good thing, by the way.
Michael in the chat says the biggest story coming out of the preseason for me is Kevin Huerter. The hell is going on with his play? And that's kind of what this offseason has turned, or preseason has turned into. What's going on with Kevin Huerter? Are you sticking with him if you're Mike Brown? Do you make a move for a little better defense with Duarte, even though you're taking away the shooting ability of this team? And you're taking away potentially what everybody seems to agree makes this team special, is their ability to score and the threat of scoring. I don't know. My first instinct is Chris Duarte isn't good enough on offense for me to rock the boat with Kevin Huerter. I wouldn't have started him yesterday. Now you didn't kind of open up Pandora's box a little bit, because even if you bring Kevin Huerter back on Wednesday or for the regular season and say they get off to a slow start, now it's looking like maybe that was the issue. Maybe you didn't open up Pandora's box on that situation. So I wouldn't have done that one. But Mike Brown, he's got a better feel for these guys than I do, obviously.
Well, you know what I'm doing? I just pulled up all of Kevin Huerter's defensive possessions.
I wonder, I meant to put it out there. I should have recorded it. I was putting clothes away while I was watching the game. But I saw a good amount of times these guys doing what Mike Brown spoke about on Friday, and then I think he spoke about as well on Saturday, as far as getting into the offensive player before the screen and getting over. That was a point of emphasis. I saw Duarte do it a couple times. I feel like I might have saw Kevin Huerter do it.
He did. He got called for a foul too when he did it, because he as you were speaking that he literally got called for a foul. Like again, I'm just watching just possession after possession with Kevin Huerter. There's nothing, at least in last night's game, and I'm just started this a few seconds ago, where it's like, oh my gosh, this dude is terrible. He has some shots hit over him. I know the Laker game wasn't particularly well. I got to note that the Lakers really kind of went at him on the defensive end. It feels like he's a little slow on rotations, and I hate saying stuff like that because I don't know what his job is, right? And someone made it clear to me when I was evaluating a player on defense or talking about a player on defense. It's like you never know exactly what they're asked to do because all coaches are different. And so when I watch a player being slow on a rotation, or they let a guy go to the baseline, sometimes that's the design,
Right.
and the person behind him didn't help.
Right.
But it truthfully looks like Kevin Huerter is slow on rotations.
And the thing that I don't like about this is now it's become a thing.
And he seems to be easy to score over because a couple of guys have hit shots over him.
Yeah, man. I think it was
Wiggins twice.
I was about to say Wiggins.
Yeah.
He played really good defense on Wiggins.
Yeah, Wiggins
and Wiggins
twice
just turned
got him.
around about 12 feet away.
Yep.
And knocked it down. So those are always kind of frustrating because you do your job as a defender as far as like stopping them at the point of attack and making them change directions, and they just kind of knock down whatever shot they want to.
So yeah, someone told me he was targeted in the Lakers game, and now the Lakers game has just come up in this horrible looking Honda Center.
Oh, what did the Honda Center ever do?
Dude, the Honda Center, this is hideous. This is a horrible looking venue. Just awful.
Honda Center. I enjoyed the
It's
Honda
borderline distracting. It's so ugly.
Center. The only time I went to the Honda Center was to see the circus. And I was like, oh, that's a nice venue.
Is the circus still a thing, or did we get rid of that?
Yeah, I think it's done.
I think that's probably the right call.
It's the right call. And then these lions started to attack these people too.
Well, they're wild animals.
I shouldn't laugh at that. But
no, they're wild animals. If you get attacked because you're trying to give a peanut to a wild animal, that's your fault. So shout out Jill Adge. Jill Adge was the person who told me to go peep the Laker film. 5 straight possessions in the first quarter, they went at Kevin Huerter. They scored on all 5 of those possessions. So remember, the change came after the Lakers game.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know, man. I'm not a coach. I'm trying to make sense of what we saw. And I think what it all boils down to is what you just said. Is Chris Huerter good enough on the offensive end to get in the starting lineup? The tricky little note to all of this is that Kevin Huerter's not off to a redeeming start to the postseason or preseason. The postseason went tough for him. And again, hey, no heads or tails here in the preseason. Well, that's fine. But if you're just looking for simple things like shots made, I needed to see De'Aaron make some shots. I needed to see Domas make some shots. I did. I'm good. Davion, okay, not quite there yet. Kevin Huerter, all of this other stuff factored in, is concerning.
Yeah. No,
it's concerning.
It is for sure. So I don't.
And you're
right.
By the way, it's a thing now, and that makes it tougher.
And I don't know. I don't know what Mike does here. I don't know. Part of me says, since you already messed with it, just go ahead and start Duarte and start getting Huerter familiar with that role coming off the bench. Because it seems awkward to start him in the game. And then the crazy thing about it was, and another reason why it's the thing, maybe this wouldn't matter at all, but he said it on Saturday. He's like, yeah, I'm starting Chris Duarte on Sunday's game. Like, oh, really? It's like 2:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
We're getting these notifications like, oh, that's what we're doing. So part of me says, you didn't already open up Pandora's box. See what you get out of Duarte, and then get Kevin Huerter used to his role coming off the bench.
So I'm just taking a quick peek. Shoot. I was looking to see if there were any changes in the starting lineup last year in the preseason. And it looks like there's one.
Let me guess who it was. Was it KZ?
It was. And it doesn't appear he was injured or sick because it says DMP coach's decision.
KZ for Terrence Davis?
Oh, I thought you were going to say something different. Trey Lyles.
Trey Lyles.
So it was De'Aaron, Kevin, Domas, Trey, and Harrison. The last game, Malik started, but it looks like Kevin Huerter was sick. Or left ankle soreness. He was out for it. So I'm not going to count that, but there's at least one game where Mike tried something else. That game that was a October 12th game versus the Suns that Trey Lyles started. The October 14th game, Trey Lyles played, but KZ Okpala went back to starting.
And I know you know this, but it's different at that time. There was no history of that team playing together. Mike Brown's first game as a coach, literally like, just tinkering with stuff because we don't know anything about this team. Now there's history. Now we saw that be the starting lineup pretty much all year. We saw it be successful. We saw it not be enough in the first round.
Don't mean he can't tinker. Nothing wrong with a little tinkering.
I wouldn't tinker. If I'm
Kenny hates tinkering.
I was going to say, you probably shouldn't say this in 2023, but I just wouldn't do that unless I'm ready to go all the way. You want to know what I was going to say, huh?
I don't know, but tinkering and ready to go all the way. I don't know. That sounded funny to me.
What were you going to say?
I don't know. It sounded funny to me.
Don't pull out the gun unless you're going to shoot it.
Okay. No, okay.
I
got it. I got you.
So,
but yeah, let's get TC in here. I'm just not. You said TC, right? Yeah, let's get TC. What's going on, brother, dog, player, partner? What's up, TC?
Mixula. Player partner.
What's up with my two brothers?
What you know about that TC, that player partner Mixula?
Old school, bro. D-Lo, hey, D-Lo be coming with hits, man. Y'all got to respect
you. You already
man.
know that. You know that's the case.
Yeah, for sure. Just tapping in, but before we get on the Niners, we all seen what happened. But as far as the Kings, look, I gotta kind of disagree. I know it's early. I love Velvet. I got the City Edition Velvet, that purple and gray joint. But it's like, bro, if we gotta keep seeing this, we might have to pull a trigger on Dorte because him and Sabonis got a cool little relationship. I've seen a couple them passes yesterday, just how they was running. I know with the offense, but I don't think we're gonna lose that much, Kenny. But the defensive end, how he's attacking, that's something that we need, bro, at the point of attack. I'm cool with Kevin with his points, but it ain't like he just like as a knockdown shooter. He super up and down. Like when we first got him, he was shooting high, then he's like up and down, and then with the defense on the defensive end, bro, like that decrease, I don't know, bro. Like I'm cool with Dorte. So if Mike wants to go pull a trigger on that, I'm with it.
Don't lose him either because I want to hear his Niners point too. But
TC, can you clarify? Did you say you have a Kevin Huerter jersey?
Yeah, I got a Velvet. I got that City Edition now.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard that right.
I haven't seen one of those.
So go ahead. Go ahead. Fire Kyle Shanahan now. Go ahead.
Hey, listen, Brock just came back down to earth. You know what I'm saying? It was a few injuries, but we don't want to blame that on injuries, bro. Dude had a bad game. Yeah. He came back down to earth. He's not God. Kyle wasn't in his bag. You know what I'm saying? Sports got his number. But like I said, we're going to let this play out, bro. We got beat by the Browns yesterday. Moody missed a kick, but it wasn't all on Moody, bro. It was the most glaring thing besides Shanahan was about how Purdy came back down to earth.
Minute. What do you? I'm not gonna let that slide, TC. What you mean, most glaring thing besides Shanahan? What did he do to lose that game?
His play calling. He didn't get in his bag. He let Schwartz out coach him.
Half his bag was probably Debo and Christian McCaffrey plays. He couldn't even play.
Where's Kittle at? Where's Mitchell at? Like, get in your bag, bro. Like, I understand two of your top dogs went down, but look, Kittle, what he had like one touch. That's on Shanahan. But
he had to block.
Listen, Kenny, you got to keep it 100.
Keep it real with yourself, Kenny. Be real with yourself.
No, I would like to see Kittle involved more as well. I'm just saying.
That's what you got to dial up your plays for, Kyle. That's on Kyle. But as far as Brock, bro, he couldn't grip the ball. He's selling balls and all that. Like, is this gonna be a problem, bro? When the weather is a problem, are you gonna be like selling balls and fumbling and all that?
All right. Let's just take a break. That's what we'll do. We're selling balls. We're like, Kyle's not in his bag. I just can't. He said, I just can't do this right now. Besides Kyle. Trash.
Oh man.
Okay.
Shout out my boy TC.
We'll come back. We'll address some of that stuff. James Ham will join us, and we'll talk much more about the Sacramento Kings with our 1320 Kings Insider. When D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320. Amazing. We'll get Ramsey right after the break, too.
It's like 90 degrees outside, and it's freezing.
Is it 90 degrees outside? No, it's 82. It looked dark. I ran to the bathroom. It looked dark. Okay. Yeah, Bryce, you dropped that one. That was tough. It was tough. My boy hit me up. He said, hey, man, I need a favor. I need tickets for the first time the Kings play the Spurs. I was like, bruh, first of all, I don't have tickets. Second of all, you said that like that was easy. Like that's not going to be the hottest ticket in the city. Y'all see Wemby on Friday night? Nasty.
He's looking good.
Nasty. Just incredible. Yeah, Michigan, Michigan, you're just tough to get a hold of because I don't know how to. You got to like email me or something so we can exchange numbers because I don't know how to catch up with you. That's what it is, man. Just look at Ticketmaster, bro. Come on, man. Oh man, I'll go to any game. Like I could probably get you tickets to a game. Oh yeah, no, just like Lakers, Warriors, you know. Yeah, I can't help you there, buddy. I can get you tickets to see the Pistons.
You need Kings Hornets, I'm your guy.
Right. That's funny, Drew Down. That's funny. Y'all leave my man Michigan alone, man. Y'all leave him alone. Let me shut down this screen share. Oops. Remove it. Want to get rid of it. There we go. Oh, that reminds me. That reminds me. I believe today is an important anniversary.
Oh man, forgot my drink. Oh yeah, I can do that real quick.
Oh, Scout, you was there yesterday, man. That's scary up there, bro. I walked up there once. I was like, All right, Pistons. I'll be watching. I'm curious. Yeah, I think the yards per attempt, yards per catch, it was like Brian Hoyer was like 10.1, 10.2, and Jimmy was like 6.1. It's like, oh my gosh, Jimmy. Jesus. The upper bowl itself isn't scary, but walking up those stairs they feel awfully steep. Awfully steep. All right.
We're a little less than 2 weeks away, huh?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Cannot wait. Janet Jackson. This always throws me off a little bit, but I knew to make a note of it over the weekend, and I still had to look it up just to be sure I wasn't wrong. Because, again, the timing of it always throws me off, but it was on this day, October 16th in 1968, that Tommy Smith and John Carlos took to the podium in Mexico City with black gloves and raised fist. I'm always thrown off because the Olympics in October, the Summer Olympics in October, confused me.
Right?
But yeah, it was on this day in 1958 that those two men's lives changed forever.
Wow.
And I believe this was when Brent Musburger referred to them as black stormtroopers. So if you've ever wondered why I feel like Brent Musburger can go to hell, that's why. When people show you who they are, believe them.
Yeah.
Brent Musburger showed us a long time ago.
Mm.
It's stunning to go back and watch that race too, because
I don't think I've ever watched
those were the
crazy.
two of the most elite track athletes on the planet. And this is what they're known. And this was it.
Yeah.
This was the end.
It's crazy you said, because like I just said, I don't think I've ever watched the race.
They were, it's out there. And strangely enough, the on this day in sports that I clicked on was Barstool.
What?
Yeah. And they have
they celebrated it.
Well, they have a on this day in sports,
Uh-huh.
and they have a write up on this with videos, including like a couple of different videos. There's another one that I found like maybe a couple of years ago that I had never seen before. It was when I interviewed David Steele for the old Be Conscious podcast. There's a black and white video from a different angle where this is the first time like you can hear the crowd reaction. And it was something. It was something. But shout out to those two brothers and Dr. Harry Edwards. I always have had a great admiration for all three of them.
This is like
that was the end, so you can move on.
Well, this is nowhere near on the level of those two men and what they did. But this was an eventful on this day, October 16th. October 16th, 2006. Dennis Green went to the podium after a loss to the Bears.
What a moment.
They are who we thought they were.
What a moment. We let him off the hook.
We let him off the hook. That was on October 16th, 2006. On October 16th.
I saw that press conference live.
Oh yeah, I think we all
so
like,
great.
We didn't know that maybe it'll be here forever, but we were like,
we knew. Oh, that was special. And then when he slapped the mic, and then like people forget, one of the most important parts of that is the walk off.
Yeah,
like that was the end. We let him off the hook. You want to crown him? Then crown their ass, and then he leaves.
That was
Like,
after
that was a walk-off.
That was after the Devin Hester return, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
They are who we thought they were.
Also, October 16, 2003, Aaron Boone in Game 7 against the Red Sox. It's a walk-off in the bottom of the 11th. One of the great baseball games I've ever seen.
Yep.
If I was a Red Sox fan, I know Jesse is, but like if I was like a at the time 35-year-old Red Sox, I was like, this is never gonna happen. Like it's just never gonna. They were up, I think, 4-0 in that game in the 7th and blew it all. And then to be walked, it was.
I was 7 years old saying the same thing.
Oh man,
I remember like that's probably the worst sports moment of my life.
That
like 7-year-old Jesse was crying. Mom's calling dad, like, hey, you need to handle your son. Like this dude is just hysterical right now. I'm cursing Babe Ruth because I think he cursed the Red Sox. Like that is literally the worst sports moment of my life.
That is crazy.
You got Jesse reliving trauma here.
I'm telling you, like I literally remember it, like just everything from that day.
Yeah. That's one of the great games of all time. One of the Twitter feeds is This Day in Sports Clips, and around this time, obviously, there's a lot of playoff stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to really pay attention. Baseball playoffs might be the best. They have so many great moments, so many great timeless moments. Baseball playoffs phenomenal. And also, lastly, on October 16th, 2014. Travis Ichikawa wins the pennant for the San Francisco Giants with his home run, his 3-1 walk-off home run to beat the Cardinals, send the Giants to the World Series.
See, that's the tricky thing about baseball, though, is like it could be like the Bill Buckner play, right? That didn't win a championship.
Right.
It just extended the series. Yeah. Like there's so much. Now, the Aaron Boone, sorry, Jesse, that ended everything.
Yeah.
Right. Like it could be like so many different, like the Kurt Gibson.
No.
It didn't. Yeah.
Game
Wasn't
one.
that a game one?
Yeah. Game one of that series.
Yes.
They
not that the moments are great, by the way. The moments are incredible.
Right.
Is the Kurt Gibson moment still big if the Dodgers don't win the World Series?
Probably not. No, probably not.
Obviously the Bill Buckner thing isn't even a conversation if they win the next game.
I think the Red Sox were up 3-0 in the Game 7 the next time.
Never discussed.
Yeah.
Never discussed.
Losing it.
It's like the Bartman play. Like,
oh yeah, Alex Gonzalez.
It completely blew.
Not
only did they blow that game, they blew another one.
Yeah, they were up 2-0, I think, in Game 7 of that game. I think that Bartman game's probably coming up in the next day or two.
Is Bartman like one of the craziest sports stars of all time? Just as far as we've never heard from him since. Like he just disappeared off the face of the earth. Like I'm still interested in hearing from Steve Bartman to this day.
Crazy. One other thing, a couple days ago, are you familiar with that Braves Marlins game, Game 5 of the NLDS? And Eric Gregg had one of the craziest strike zones of all time.
Oh yeah, I saw it on. They showed it. They posted like a 2-minute video of it the other day or 3, and I watched all of it.
Levon Hernandez was throwing it in the other batter's box. Strike.
And the amount of batters that just stood there, like
that is still wild.
That's incredible.
To this day.
That was incredible. That was a great video. Yeah. I watched that whole damn video.
I watch it every year.
Let's get Ramsey in here. 916-909-1320. Ramsey, what's happening?
Not too much. I got 2 quick things. The first thing is, as I've told you before, I got family that knows Tommy Smith and John Carlos because they went to San Jose State with him at the same time.
Yeah.
But my other take is, does the WNBA Finals change because of what happened yesterday in the 4th quarter?
Yeah, with Chelsea Gray's injury, it's ridiculous to say it's not going to affect the next game. I mean, the Liberty got a win, extended the series. Still a lot of firepower on the Aces. Maybe, if nothing, maybe it evens things out a little bit. You remove one of those big stars, you remove one of their playmakers. I don't think anyone believes Chelsea Gray is going to be able to play. Yeah, it could.
She might be out for the series.
It could shake things up quite a bit.
I didn't see it, but Katrina was watching the game and told me Chelsea Gray said, "My foot popped."
Damn. Damn. Oh, that is tough, especially with the way Vegas was looking.
Yeah.
I mean, Vegas was looking absolutely unstoppable. Not necessarily in that game. I think the Liberty probably were going to win that game regardless.
In the
But
series.
yeah, these guys these ladies were looking unstoppable. And now this changes everything.
The Liberty can take advantage of this. Like this could be that, blood in the water type thing. There's some sharks over there.
There are some sharks. I don't have a huge rooting interest. The Aces are my team, especially, when that Bay Area team comes around, definitely rolling with the Aces hardcore at that point. But,
Just
I like
out of spite.
Yeah,
that's
what
fine.
it is.
That's fine.
But I don't have a problem with the Liberty. And I'm not going to say you don't want to win like this. You don't win a championship however you want to win. But this is always going to be the story if the Liberty come back and win.
Yeah, but they won't care.
No,
nor should they.
No.
Like they fought all they fought all
win-
season to come for
win that
this
championship.
moment. Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
They
I'm thinking as an outsider's point of view. They're always going to talk about, well, Chelsea didn't get hurt, all this other stuff.
Keep an ear out for some Chelsea great news. By the way, I'm hearing things.
Yeah.
Nothing to talk about yet. But
Can I give you one more on this day? Just one more.
Yeah.
On this day, 32 years ago, this is funny. Ahmad Rashad played 2 minutes in a 76ers preseason game and scored 2 points.
All right, Ahmad.
He was retired. This would be like Wilbon playing in the Kings game yesterday. Like he was not an active athlete.
Yeah.
But he played in the preseason.
I remember when Billy Crystal played for the Yankees and like the Red Sox struck him out.
Hell yeah, they did.
It was like, yo, just throw him a pitch to hit.
Throwing 99 heat down
Yeah,
the
they're
middle,
throwing
set that old man
fastballs at Billy Crystal. Like, will you just let the dude like live? Just throw him a pitch he can
Oh,
hit.
that heat. They brought in Roger Clemens.
Yeah.
Celebrity pitch. Pedro, we need you out here.
Struck him out in 3 pitches.
Pedro
or something.
brushed him back first.
Just point at his head like he did to Posada that one year.
Yo, the Kings need to do this and even let me play on Thursday.
Okay.
Kings let me play. 2 minutes.
Well, Mike's not into guys who aren't playing defense, so I don't know.
2 minutes.
I don't know if that's your best bet.
In case
2
you get a
minutes, let me
starting spot
play.
over Kevin Herter, that's tough.
Oh, damn. Go throw me in the starting lineup to prove a point to Kevin Huerter.
Boy, Mike, would that be the wrong decision?
I think we're gonna go
to prove a point to Huerter.
Mike's just there picking- I think we're gonna go with KC this week.
Kevin Huerter on the sidelines. This guy, he hasn't even crossed midcourt yet.
Hey, that's hilarious. Trying to prove something to Huerter. We're gonna take the media guy and put him in there. That's how bad your defense is.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh no,
That's terrible.
Don't do it, Mike. Don't do it.
James, it's D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app and live with the host of The Insiders along with Kyle Matson, 10 to 12, Monday through Friday here on ESPN 1320 and across streaming platforms on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter. We welcome in our Kings Insider, James Ham. Hammer, something or nothing. Chris Huerter starting in place of Kevin Huerter.
I think we need more clarity from Mike Brown. I know Mike tried to explain a little bit last night, but we're always caught in the middle of this, reporting on an injury, and then while he's explaining what's happening, we're out tweeting out what's happening within with something like Chris Huerter getting hurt. I'm not sure yet. And that's as honest as I can be. Do I think that there's a possibility that there's a long-term situation here? Maybe. But I also know that, first of all, Huerter got hurt in the game.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be part of this equation. Like, is he healthy enough to play on Wednesday and Thursday? Is he healthy enough to play next week when the season tips off? And if not, I would expect Kevin Huerter to be the starter. And either way, it's very possible that Kevin Huerter is still the starter. We just need we need more from what Mike's plan is here at this point. And I know, like, talking to Kevin Huerter last night, he's very confused. Like, at least he understood that they were going to go with this and give Chris a shot. But the line he said was what they were going to give it a week and see how it looked, and then assess at the end of the week. And that's not really a good feeling if you're somebody in his shoes, because what does that mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely not what we expected, but I keep feeling like there are things that we didn't expect that are happening right now. Like, I did not expect JaVale McGee to all of a sudden be in the rotation and be scheduled to play, 13 to 15 minutes a night. That's not something that I would have dreamed of, 2 months ago, because he wasn't on the team yet. But even when they signed him, you were like, okay, this is another guy to compete for the third, fourth center position.
Take us back in time a little bit, Hammer. Like, how did that come about? I'm assuming Mike just offered up, like, hey, I'm about to start Duarte on Sunday's game. And what was your initial thoughts about it? Was it kind of just a throwaway line for you, or was it something that you perked your antennas and was like, yo, this is maybe bigger than just starting a preseason game?
Yeah, it's interesting. So we've been watching all preseason long with the jerseys that everyone is wearing during practice. I think mostly the initial thing was it was Sasha Vezenkov watch, right? So you get the starters wearing black tank tops. The second team is wearing gray tank tops. The third team is wearing blue, I believe. And the fourth team was wearing red. And we kept seeing Sasha wearing blue and like, okay, is he not part of the rotation? This is interesting. And the answer is at this point, like, maybe not. Like, he'll play, but does that mean he might be the 10th and a half man at this point, not the 9.5 man, like that little half there. So we started seeing that, and then I didn't get to make it out to practice on Friday because I had a business meeting up in Roseville, and I saw videos that some of the guys put out, and my first thought was, Kevin Huerter's wearing gray. And so when we got to practice on Saturday, Kevin Huerter was wearing gray again, which signified that he was playing with the second team. And Chris Duarte was sitting on the sidelines. He wasn't out on the court. He was sitting talking to somebody, and we couldn't really see what he was wearing. And then when he stood up, he was wearing, the black jersey that usually goes with the starter. So it became the first question that we asked Mike on practice on Saturday. And of course, Mike, was very clear. And again, that becomes another situation where, Jason Anderson and I, we drop our cameras, our phones, and we start tweeting out right then that Chris Duarte is starting on Sunday. We tried to get to the bottom of it a little bit that day, whether it was just like something they're going to try out or something more permanent. And I think Mike's approach was kind of like, let's wait and see. We know what Chris does. We certainly have a really good idea of what Kevin Huerter does. He started 75 games for the Kings last year. He was their third leading scorer, one of the better 3-point shooters in the NBA last season. And then you have this new guy who, like, most of us know who Chris Duarte is, but he barely played last season because of injury. And in the season before, in his rookie year, he was really, really good. He was impactful for Indiana, but he couldn't stay healthy last year, and he lost his job. He lost his spot in the rotation. Then he lost his job with the Pacers completely as they started to morph into something different. So yeah, I think this is an interesting thing, but it's also something that we've brought up a couple of times. Kevin Duarte is a Mike Brown type of player. We're talking about a two-way player here. We're talking about a guy who in his rookie season was excellent on the defensive end. And, his defensive metrics were really good. And he's physical. He's tough. Like, these are the traits that Mike Brown, in past stops has valued. And so it's not surprising to see him in the conversation. but it is because, we kind of felt like this was going to be the way the season went, that things were pretty set with the starting five.
Injury, yeah. I mean, I'm drawn back to a time earlier this preseason in a media scrum where Mike said, "Yeah, I'll probably mess around with the the second five and the third five, but probably won't touch the first five." And yet here we are, and so I'll ask, injury notwithstanding, or soreness, or whatever the update is on Chris Duarte, all of that notwithstanding, did either of those two guys help their cause last night?
Yeah, I thought Chris Duarte was really impactful with the starters. Like I thought he was. I thought he moves well without the ball. Him and Sabonis clearly have chemistry. Like they played together for a year and a half together. And this is something I brought up on the Insiders too. Like Chris Duarte, like Sabonis mentioned to us the other day that like there's a language barrier with Chris Duarte. He English is not his first language, and there's a language barrier. And I think having Domas there is big because they've worked out together a bunch this summer too. But like people forget, Domas speaks Spanish fluently. And so to have a player on the court with you that like when you're having things thrown at you from the coaching staff and changes, and like you need to be here, you don't need to be here, or like even when you're calling out calls from behind him as he's like in game action, Sabonis has the ability to switch back and forth between, like Russian, Lithuanian, English, Spanish. I would assume that, if he wanted to learn French, it would take him like 5 minutes. So that's something that actually helps on the court. The Kings do have Jordi Fernandez on the sidelines who speaks Spanish fluently, but you have to remember that like someone who, while Chris Duarte speaks basketball, he also processes language in Spanish first and then, translates it in his head. So like these are things that actually do matter on the court. And I think that the flow of the game and everything looked really good when he was on the court, and defensively, maybe they were a little bit better, but it's not like you were playing against Steph. It's not like Chris Paul was out there, Draymond wasn't out there. So it's really hard to gauge like where you're at. And then I didn't think Huerter played poorly. He missed some shots. But like, look, we all know that Kevin Huerter's like one of the craziest streak shooters we've seen. Like for the first 6 weeks of last season, he shot 50-something% from three. And the last 2 weeks of the season before they got to the playoffs, he did the same thing, right around 50% from three. So you're looking at two very contrasting style players, but I also think there's a really weird dynamic here because if Chris Duarte is your starting shooting guard, what does that mean for Kevin Huerter? That means that Kevin Huerter's not your backup shooting guard because that's Malik Monk. We all know that. So where that means he's sliding over to the three. So again, there are layers to this that I don't think we've fully like been able to like wrap our heads around at this point. But this could all be for nothing. This could just be Mike Brown tried something, an experiment for a weekend to see how it would look. He wants to get Duarte some minutes with Sabonis, with the starters, because in the normal gameplay of a season, these guys will play together. And that's the way it goes. Like, so I think this could be much ado about nothing. It also could be a really interesting, like next 10 days building up to the season.
So here's the question that you would be able to answer perfectly, right? Because it could be much to do about nothing. When I watched your interview after the game with Kevin Huerter, it did not feel like it was much to do about nothing coming from Kevin Huerter's side. And I'm just speaking off of just watching, listening to him. I mean, his tone is always about the same, but it felt like it came off at least like there was some frustration, on his end as to why this is happening, or, uncertainty as to whether or not, he knew this was where it was going to lead. So I'll ask you, because you were there, you talked to him, like, did you get the same vibe from him that he doesn't know where this is going to go? There is some frustration on his end that this is even happening, or did he come off as if it was just kind of business as usual and everything will be fine? He'll be back in the lineup.
Yeah, I did not get like the latter there. I did not get that everything is fine and like he doesn't know. That's what I got from him. So I'll say this, like when there is a player in a situation like this, number one, he doesn't have to talk to the media. Like, especially after a preseason game, they could have just said, hey, he already went home for the night. He's not here. Or he could have waited around for a few minutes while, and they could have said, hey, like media is still here if you don't want to sit here and talk. But he didn't do that. He came in. We like to rib Kevin about he's a huge New York football fan. He's a New York Giants and he's a New York Yankees fan. So there's always that type of witty banter going back and forth either way, especially with the Giants playing during the game while the Kings were playing. He went in, he got a shower, he came back out, he got dressed and was like, okay, you guys ready? So number one, he stood in, and that's a big thing because a lot of players won't do that. And that's okay, right? A lot of players just will say, hey, like, I don't want to do this tonight. He was maybe a little more terse than normal. Like his answers were shorter, especially early on. But I thought as he warmed up, like you could see that there's a bit of like confusion on his side. And like, look, it doesn't feel good. Like we've all been through this where you lost a job, and whether he's lost his job or not at this point, he doesn't know. But the way Kyle kind of described it earlier on the Insiders was like, it's like if Charlie walked up and said, hey, Kyle, we decided that we're just going to have Damian sit in with James for the first hour and a half. And then we're going to bring you in for the final hour. But we're not sure if that's just for today or if that's going to be what it's going to be like going forward. But for today, that's what we're going to do. That's what it kind of feels like with Kyle. Like with Kevin, he was just kind of like caught off guard by a little bit. And he knows he's got to improve. He knows he's got to get ready for the season like he always does. But I don't think he really expected it.
I've never publicly lost my job, so I don't know what any of this stuff is like.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know what you're being facetious. I get it. But like I described it with Kyle too. It's like if someone wanted to interview me the day after NBC decided they didn't want to cover the Kings anymore and weren't going to have me around after 6 years, you probably would have seen a side of me that people were very uncomfortable with. Because I know the work that I put in. I know like the things that I did, the brick walls that I ran through, riding
ham with a few drinks in them, boy.
Yeah.
Get ham with a few drinks and it'll tell you.
Yeah. I mean, writing like 550 stories a year for 3 years, the toll that takes on a person. And then to like, you didn't do anything wrong, but we're just not going to do it anymore. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay. And thanks for the timing. The timing of it is great, which I think it's a little bit with Kevin. Like, hey,
sure. Yeah.
I should be gearing up and getting ready for my season. And all of a sudden I'm like trying to figure out where I'm at with this group. And I don't think he expected that.
It feels like there could be a couple of different things at play here. So I'll ask you a question that we're kind of glued to. You may not even had the chance to hear this yet, James, given how busy you've been, last night and today. But Monty joined Mark and Richard Jefferson yesterday on the broadcast. And one line that Monty said that stuck out in my head, it's actually a line Kenny's been saying, for a while. But Monty said we have to improve our defense without sacrificing our offense. And he raved about how important the offense was to everything that they did last year. It feels like it boils down to me if Kevin Huerter is back to shooting, 45, 50% or even 40+% from three. I don't know that Mike would make this move no matter how frustrating Kevin Huerter is on defensively or how frustrating Kevin Huerter is defensively.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have someone that can replace him, right? Again.
And that's probably not Chris Duarte.
Yeah, I mean, it could be long-term. You don't know. I mean, Duarte's 26. He's actually, I think a year and a half older than Kevin, which is interesting. But even though he's a third-year player. Yeah, I think we all looked at Duarte as like a budget buy during the offseason. Like, oh, that's an interesting pickup. But at the same time, I told you guys, players who can't step on the floor and actually play minutes,
it doesn't matter what your 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 guys look like if they're never going to play like 35 minutes a game or 30 minutes a game or 28 minutes a game. If they can't impact, if they can't step on the court, it doesn't matter how good they are defensively. They can't impact the game. Like bench players who play defense but sit on the bench don't help you. And I mean, sure, they help you in practice and everything else, but they don't actually impact the game. So all of a sudden we're seeing this switch where, again, we got JaVale McGee playing. We've got Chris Duarte playing. And it makes sense because it was always a question, like all throughout the summer, how do you improve the 24th worst defense when you don't make any defensive changes? And like, I don't know, like you can only scheme so much. At the end of the day, players are players. They do what they do, and you can have them work cohesively better as a unit in year 2 than year 1. You can add some wrinkles that maybe help like clear up some issues, but it's really hard to mask a bottom 6 defense in the NBA and expect to just have it change overnight without actually swapping out some of the pieces that you have.
And see, then that's the thing that I think about, right? Like, is it worth kind of rattling the cage a little bit to get Duarte in there and have all this happen? I mean, it's been 20, and it's not like we're doing anything wrong. This is what everybody wants to talk about, but it's been 25 minutes on this. You know what I mean? And it's like, if I'm Mike Brown or whatever, Mike Brown doesn't care what the media is talking about, but just to have this be a thing, is Chris Duarte, is he the guy that you want to have all this centered around, if that makes any sense? Like, I'm trying not to say anything, is he good enough like that? Like, I don't mean it like that, but like, come on, like, I'd rather just have Kevin Huerter feeling comfortable in his spot, have Duarte ready to go, off the bench, and maybe in a spot start if Huerter was hurt or something, as opposed to now I've got to deal with Kevin Huerter not knowing what his place is on this team. Maybe that affects his confidence. I would not have done it. Like, I would have just, if he's sending a message, if he's trying to get something across, I would have just done that in a conversation and not with taking him out of the starting lineup. But
yeah,
I'm assuming too.
I think there's something like, okay, so the way that it was presented to us was that, Mike Brown presented to us as media members is like, look, we had a conversation in front of the team that we were going to do this, that everyone needs to get better at like a very specific thing on the defensive end, the way that they're handling pick and rolls, the way that they're physical with the players. Like there has to be a change here. And like, so we're going to try something new this week. We're going to try Chris at the 2, and we're going to bring Kevin off the bench. But so like it, on its face value, it was supposed to be like, this is a message for everybody, but it's a message for everybody that one person realistically feels the punishment of. Like, that's the way it feels like if you're in that situation, I would imagine. And so I could understand like Kevin being like, okay, so we have a problem and the other 4 guys are still out there, but I'm not. So what does that mean to me?
Yeah.
And so that's a problem, right? But Kenny, I think really to answer your question that you were initially asking is, you could say like continuity and everything else, right? But let's not forget that Chris Duarte as a rookie averaged 13.1 points, 4.1 rebounds, 2.1 assists. Kevin Huerter as a rookie averaged 9.7 points per game. Kevin Huerter in his second year, 12 points. Third year, 12 points. Fourth year, 12 points. It wasn't until he got to Sacramento that he averaged 15.2 points per game and shot 40% from the field, from 3. So my point is that you did it with one player last year, where you were able to elevate Kevin Huerter from, a guy who was stuck. He'd plateaued at 12 points per game. And now you're looking at a player that as a rookie was equal to or better than Kevin Huerter as a second, third, and fourth year player. Maybe not quite the shooter, but as far as versatility and everything else, the biggest question with Duarte has always been injury, or at least last year it was injury. And again, we're going to face the same thing right now, where he did have an MRI last night and he has a small bone bruise, but everything else was clean, according to Mike Brown.
That bone bruise is hurt though. Like that's not a That's not a ready to go Wednesday type thing.
Well, it just depends on the player and where it is and how it worked out. And like, because I didn't even see where it happened because, we don't have a bunch of replays going on where we would see an injury like that.
I
did see
do, and
him.
I didn't know which one it was.
I didn't either. I didn't see.
Yeah, I saw him take a couple of hops off the court, right? So I definitely saw that. But anyways, this is an interesting, it's a dramatic point in preseason. We thought that this was going to be like the most vanilla preseason we've ever seen, where like the only thing that's to be decided is how many minutes some player might get, or how Sasha Vezenkov translates his game during the preseason, how many minutes he's ready for in the opener. Now there's a new wrinkle to it. And, again, the wrinkle could go away tomorrow when we get to practice and like, okay, Kevin Huerter's back to the starting lineup. And that could be one of two reasons. It could be that Chris Duarte can't practice. And it could also be that it was an experiment and they wanted to see how it looked. And now they have more film on it and they're going to go from there.
You mentioned, like, what do you do with Kevin Huerter in the situation of Chris Duarte starting? Is the same true if Kevin Huerter's starting? Like, what do you do with Chris Duarte?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always been the question, like, where do you put him? But I think a 3-guard backcourt or, him at the small forward position is fine. And I also think, like, look, Mike Brown likes to start a big guard. He does. He, even if you go back to his time with Cleveland, he had J.R. Smith for a bunch of time. You go back to his time with, maybe he had J.R. Smith. Certainly with Golden State, he had Klay Thompson at the shooting guard position, that 6'6" guy. And Kevin Huerter fits that bill. But so does Chris Duarte. And I think Duarte is a little more versatile as a defender. First of all, he is a better defender. Kevin Huerter is a superior offensive player, in my opinion. But the fact that Duarte really can defend like 1, 2, 3, and in a weird way, I think there's even, moments in a game where Duarte could go back and forth and defend both forwards. Like he's physical enough, he's strong enough. That's kind of how he does it. But either way, this is a moment for everyone to improve. And, for Duarte to try to fit in, for Kevin Huerter to, to show that he can do what it is that the coaching staff needs from him in order for him to move back into the starting lineup. And then for the rest of the team should be looking at this as well and saying, okay, I don't want to be in that situation. And that can be, again, we talked to Mike early in preseason about their rebounding woes. The rebounding woes are still there. They're rebounding, they're getting out rebounded in every game. And, at what point do you start having heart-to-hearts with your veteran, Harrison Barnes, who's got 2 rebounds in 3 games? Like, these are things that you got to start talking about. It's not just about the defense. So the way you end a defensive possession is with a rebound. And if you can't get a rebound, like what happened last night again against that team, where against Golden State, where all of a sudden you're starting to see rebounds fall the wrong way. Like if it's only Domas getting rebounds, that doesn't work. So it was good to see Sasha Vezenkov, and it was good to see Keegan Murray and even De'Aaron Fox step up and go grab rebounds. You got to have it from everybody else.
Let's talk more about Sasha. We'll do that. We'll talk a little bit more about the game and the kind of the grand picture coming up as the final 2 preseason games are just ahead of us on Wednesday and Thursday night. So we'll do that when we return here with James Hand, the host of the Insiders, here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I think I finally hit the point where I might be freezing to death.
It did get really cold.
That's funny. I'm going to answer a couple of questions in the chatty house. First of all, Huerter said I have to get quicker and better condition in the off season, and it looks like neither of those were addressed. That's not the case at all. Like Kevin Huerter looks just like Kevin Huerter last year. The only difference is every shot isn't going down. In my opinion, like I think he did get in better shape. I think he is ready to play. And like, I don't think this has anything to do with that. I don't think he looked exhausted. Which is again, same dude saying that. I do think he looks stressed out because like this whole thing is new. I I don't know. I'll answer this. When Huerter is not hitting his shot, what else does he do? Sounds very familiar with another two-guard the Kings had.
Oh, boy.
Kevin Huerter is an excellent setup man. He's actually a very good passer. He does average, 3.5 assists a game. He is a nice secondary creator. And it's not just about the shot. He's also sneaky good off ball. He's great around the rim, which is something that's totally undervalued. There's some other scout recycler. Is Chris Duarte a starter on the playoff team? Not so sure. But we also don't know if he is. Again, last season, De'Aaron Fox wasn't a starter on a playoff team. Real life. It is what it is. So, yeah, I mean, some of these things, it just takes time to figure out. So, and I really like Chris Duarte. I do. I think he's, I think he's a nice pickup. I did not like him as a number 13 pick in the draft because he was 24 years old. And now there's a lot of talk of him going all the way at number 9 instead of Davion Mitchell. There was talk of him going number 10, number 11. I was like, okay, it's a really, really old rookie. But when you're building a playoff contender, having a 26-year-old third-year player isn't a problem anymore. You just hope that he's had enough time to get healthy and everything else.
Hey, Ham. I'm being half serious when I say this. Actually, probably 3/4 serious. I know he's kind of old, or older. He's not old. Did Keegan Murray grow an inch or two? He looks taller.
I don't know. I
guess I'm the only one who thinks he looks taller. He looks taller to me yesterday watching him.
I may or may not have heard what Sasha Vezenkov's actual height was yesterday, but I'm not going to say that until I have it confirmed by multiple sources. Yeah.
Confirmed.
Yeah, and I would say too, the other issue that it's not like Duarte was perfect. He was bad in game 1. In game 2, he was really good, but that fall-away jumper he tried over Gary Payton yesterday and got swatted was bro, come on, man. That's a bad matchup. You should have known right when you got to it. You should have got rid of it. And this team doesn't shoot 14-foot fall-away jumpers unless your name is De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
I'm watching Kevin Huerter's defensive film.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Someone break it down?
No, I'm just watching it.
On an endless loop.
On an endless loop, yeah. Just from one to the other.
From last season or from?
From these 2 preseason games. From the last night's game, and now it's into the Lakers game. What'd you say, Jesse?
Okay, let me sign on. We're ready for the OG trade.
It's time for the OG deal.
Mm.
Oh. Gabe Vincent. Goodness gracious.
Oh. Uncle Keegs. Voice got a little deeper, too.
Well, it's coming back, James. Keegan became an uncle and his voice changed. Wild times.
Got an inch or two taller and his voice changed.
I'm watching the defensive film we were talking about earlier on Kevin Huerter. Obviously it's not good. I just don't know how much worse it is than everybody else. Again, it's not good. It's just not oh my gosh, there's a bunch of elite defenders out there. And then Kevin Huerter. That's not really the case. I don't know. I think this is nothing. I don't think Mike's I don't know what Mike's intentions were, James, but I don't think it's resulting in Kevin Huerter doing anything but being the starter when next Wednesday rolls around.
Yeah, I think we're still in a if it's not broke, don't fix it type stage here. And if you want to pepper in more Chris Duarte, or if you want to give more minutes to Malik Monk or more minutes to Davion Mitchell, okay, but like this whole thing, it's kind of upsetting the apple cart. And again, I think it's going to take care of itself here because, we got 2 preseason games left and it's a back-to-back. Like the second one, I'd be very surprised if any starters played at all. Like why they give them a back-to-back in preseason is pretty wild. And it's like a home and road, right? Or a road and home. So they're going to be in Golden State on Wednesday, back here for Utah the next night. And of course, Utah is who you open the season with. So you don't want to give them any of your scouting report. So I really do think that like this thing will probably take care of itself just because, look, if they start the starters and on Wednesday, there's a good chance Herter has to start. It is what it is, and I think we can also look and like Colby Jones has played really well. He's not stepping in and taking a starter role, but man, Colby Jones is fun to watch. That dude knows how to play the game.
Do you have any idea at all how Mike is going to approach those 2 games?
These coming up?
Like, is he is De'Aaron and Domas going to play a back-to-back?
I wouldn't expect. And if they do, it'll be like first quarter and then they'll be out. Like he'll go cut back to like 8 minutes or something. I at least that's what I think. It's possible he also just goes straight up with second team.
Or just
second
don't
team,
play
third
him on
team.
Wednesday and play him Thursday here at the arena.
Yeah.
Give the dental office, the
what they gave
closing
you.
Give the dental office the closing lineup with all, I love all those brothers out there, but give them Alex Lynn and Keon Ellis and let that group go out there and start unfinished business from the Golden One Center. Let them go out there and get that dub.
Yeah. And let the legend of Jonathan Kuminga grow.
Hey, he's a good ball player.
He looked good last night,
He's
too.
a good ball player. He's just.
Wait
a minute. Oh, this is why Drew Down has been angry with you all day.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's why Drew Down, like I brought it up earlier. With Drew Down, I pulled up his Come on, man.
Wait a minute. What's wrong with Jonathan Kuminga?
Okay, so first of all, from start to finish, he's never getting those calls ever again. He's never going 13 of 17 from the free throw line. That's for starters. That's number 1. Number 2, he's never going to get to dribble the ball 14 times on a possession, 17 times in a game. That's not who the Warriors are. That's not their offense. Lastly, the same dude who didn't play in the playoff series just finished the overtime session in a preseason game.
Oh, he played a couple minutes.
Oh no, he came in. He played the overtime session. He came out for a few minutes in the fourth, and then he went back in. He played 34 minutes. Like, okay, it's possible he's in the rotation, but I think anytime you see a player who's doing this in preseason, it makes you like sit there and scratch your head because nothing that he did looked like Warriors basketball. That's not what they do. That's not who they are. And I'm like, all right, this is fine. Steve Kerr, just like the three of us, we're just trying to get everybody through that Wednesday and Thursday without anyone getting hurt. Like, nope. Hey, you're not playing. Alex Lynn is playing. Colby Jones, like Kessler Everett's gonna play 48. Like that's Jalen Slauson. He's slated for 36. Like, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Like whatever Kuminga did, a lot of it, came against. He kept playing like long after the Kings had pulled starters and everything else. So maybe it works out for him, but I just know that Klay Thompson one time scored 63 points and he dribbled the ball 12 times. And I watched Kuminga dribble the ball 12 times on like 20 plus possessions last night. That's just not who they are.
See, I think I understand everything you're saying, and you're right with a lot of it. My issue with Kuminga and the Warriors is he's just not gonna play that much. Like when it comes down to it, when Draymond comes back. Now the first month, 3 weeks of the season, maybe he's going to get a lot of playing time. But then that's when you talk about how many shot attempts is he going to get, how many opportunities is he going to get that way. But when they get the whole roster back, like I've been saying, not saying that there isn't any time in between this, but he ain't starting the game and he ain't finishing the game, no matter how good he looks.
No, and it's possible that he develops and he becomes a really solid NBA player. He's got a great NBA body. He plays with force. He plays hard. But again, like that is a system team. And, we hear all the time, oh, well, just wait till Chris Paul gets his hooks into him. He'll be able to turn him into something. It's like, okay, is he a pick and roll center? Because that's what Chris Paul likes to work with.
Yeah.
I'm confused how 38-year-old Chris Paul is going to make Jonathan Kuminga into a basketball player overnight. So,
Yeah, and once again, I want to clarify because not a lot of people, but a few people in the chat are getting upset because we're not going crazy. I don't think I'm gonna speak for him here, and he can correct me. Nobody's saying Kuminga's not talented. We're talking about the opportunity to do what he did last night is not going to be there on a regular basis. I think he's super talented. I think he's going to be a really talented ball player in this league for year to come. Where are the minutes and the opportunity like last night going to come up? I don't think they're going to come up.
Yeah, his
very
best
often.
bet is going to be the first month of the season, apparently.
Yeah.
Or roughly the first month of the season.
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm saying that like what he was doing is not sustainable and it's not something that they do. And like, again, like this is about like, how does he fit? And the fact that he's playing in overtime in a preseason game, that does tell you a lot. The fact that he couldn't get off the bench in the playoffs when they needed an athletic forward, that's a problem. So, and it's a problem he needs to figure out, like I think he's got a ton of talent. He's a like top, what was he, number 7 pick in the draft? Yeah, but you gotta figure out how to fit within the team that you play for.
I saw him on the court. He's a deceitful 7'4". He's a very unassuming 7'4".
Yeah.
Let's talk about Sasha. We're 3 games into this with Sasha. What do these 3 games tell you, if anything?
I think first of all, he's going to take longer to find his way than what we expected.
He's taken us on a wide variety of emotions that Sasha Vezenkov has. He's taken us on a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, I think he's still like, I like the way he rebounds. Like he's smart and savvy, and even if he's not very athletic, like at least he's in position all the time. Not only did he have 6 rebounds yesterday, but I think he probably tipped the ball out to his teammates like 2 or 3 other times, where you just saw that like he knows where everybody is. He's got a savviness to him. I haven't thought that his defense was nearly as bad as advertised. There were moments where, again, I thought he was in space and in a stance and no one blew right by him and went and did something crazy. I thought there were some rotation points where he was a little slow on his rotations and fouled people instead of beating them to a spot as a help defender. But again, we're just seeing somebody who's trying to figure out his way. And we're also seeing it in like short bursts and with different players every time. And it's going to take a little while before he finds his way into a rhythm and a rotation that makes sense. And hopefully it's like 10 games into the season or it's 5 games, but it very well could be that it's like 30 games into the season where we're still wondering where's that guy, and the Kings don't need a shooter like that yet. And they're still trying to figure out the Kings on defense. So, I like him as a player, but like he needs to make sure that he's an NBA quality athlete, and he can get there, like by getting in great shape and by, working on things. But as of right now, he's an NBA quality shooter, and like a cutter, but there's some other things he needs to work on.
This is something crazy. I'm just asking something crazy. And I thought about it. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'm gonna just ask you: is there any way he's going down to Stockton for a couple games?
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean,
I don't think so either, but I thought about it yesterday.
I'd have a tough time, and especially, I mean, the Stockton roster is already. You can see how it's already like created. Like we haven't even got to the draft or like true free agency or anything else with the Stockton roster, and they've they added a point guard, which I always forget his name. It's James something. They've got Colby Jones, who will spend quite a bit of time there. They've got the 3 two-way players in Keon Ellis and Jalen Slauson and Jordan Ford. They've got Scalaby Sierre. They've got Chance Comanche. They've got Deontay Burton. So that roster is almost full. Mm-hmm. So, maybe there's a possibility for him to go down there if he's not getting any run at all. But I think there's also some value to him, being there with the team, getting acclimated to the team, getting acclimated to the U.S. and the city, and having Alex Len as a tour guide / partner in crime. All of those things I think are a good thing for him. Even last night, he didn't want. Well, I mean, he would have talked to media, but they're like, "Do you need him?" And then we looked over at him, and he's shivering. What? Why is he shivering? And it's he just went in the cold tank, and I don't think he's done the cold tank a whole bunch. And he's like, I am so cold. It was this funny moment where he's literally he goes to stand up, and you can see him there are plenty of things that Sasha is adapting to in America, and one of them is a cold.
Apparently, it's the cold tank.
yeah. So anyway, I definitely I think that he's gonna get there. It's just gonna take a little while.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to Stockton either. But I thought about it yesterday, not because he can't play in the NBA or anything, but just hey, get used to this style of basketball a little bit. Here's 25 minutes that you might not get in Sacramento. But it's so crazy, the way, and I wish this would change, kind of like how baseball uses minor league as a rehab. Mm-hmm. In the NBA, that's such a disrespectful thing, and something's wrong with him. No, get him some tick, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I do wish the stigma of the G League would change too. And I also wish that they would be a true minor league system, and that they would maybe bump the roster up to 12, give you some developmental guys. Maybe there's a bigger budget for trainers and for development coaches at the G League level, where we're seeing 10 and 12 man staffs at the NBA level. I think it's still more like a 3 or a 4 man staff at the G League level. I'd like to see them bolster some of the things that they're doing there, so you can help these kids, develop and learn the game better, and get fundamentals, the speed and the athleticism of the game changes quickly from the college level to the pros. But then you have the G League, where you have a ton of super athletes, but a lot of unrefined athletes. So yeah, I think that the G League experiment, it's so close to being really productive, but there's still so many nuances to it that have to change in order for it to be a true minor league system.
De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis will not have to go to Stockton to get into midseason form, as we've spent a large portion of today talking about Chris Huerter, Kevin Huerter, and the obvious acknowledgement from Mike Brown that there's an issue defensively that this team desperately needs to get better at if they want to go further than they did last year. The plus side to this, James, was for about 5 minutes last night, the Golden One Center was on fire. The Kings basketball was back, and they were scoring at a high clip. Domas was hitting 3-pointers. He was hitting turnarounds at the elbow. De'Aaron was getting back to the basket. It was a moment where it was, this is game 8 of the first round of the playoffs. This, it is turned up in here. Regular season basketball is back. Postseason basketball is here, or whatever. It died down pretty quickly, but we did see a lot of positive things with that offense in the first quarter.
Yeah, I think at one point Jason Anderson looked over. He's like, "What are you guys saying? 15,000 here?" And I'm like, "Man, I think there's more than that." I'm like, "Look at the food lines. Look at all the people up in the watching the football game." And the brewery up above. Look at all the people in the mezzanine. I'm like, I think this is really close to a packed house. And it ended up being, they announced it 17,838 for a preseason game. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. Sacramento Kings fans love their team. And for that matter, there are plenty of Warriors fans up. It's you can get a cheaper ticket for for preseason game than you can at Chase Center for, any game, and certainly in
nicer
Sacramento.
arena.
Yeah. I totally agree. And, the weather was spectacular. It's one of those, we're going through one of those October swoons where it's just perfect outside. But yeah, I thought the basketball was really, really good early on. They were moving well. They're sharing the ball. They still have an issue as soon as they go to the bench, like the wheels are falling off. The bench unit just hasn't been able to find their rhythm. But again, they're not a cohesive unit that was together all last year. And even when you take Kevin and you drop him in with the second unit, now you're talking about another change. You take out JaVale McGee, you're talking about another change. So I think that there's a lot of good that we can take away from that game. And then I'd also say, Dame, the late in the game, like the Keon Ellis thing was spectacular. And that also had everyone in the entire arena up having a great time. Like Keon Ellis just goes into, he went plaid, which is a Spaceballs reference, which I know you guys, neither one have likely watched, but
I've seen Spaceball. Rick Moranis.
Yeah.
I've seen Spaceballs.
He's Lord Helmet.
I couldn't recite a line for you, but I've seen Spaceballs.
Yeah, they skipped straight to going plaid, like as opposed to going.
Yeah, shout out to our friend Dr. David. That's
Rick Moranis.
Yep.
We don't need to say what he's surrounded by. That's a line from the movie. I'm surrounded by blank. Dr. David knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, watching Keon Ellis have his like clear and present moment, like, hey, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here. That's what like we keep talking about. We saw Trey Lyles have it in the first half. Oh, Trey Lyles has checked in. Trey Lyles, he's checked in. We're good to go.
Yeah.
And we're waiting for all these players, and then you don't really expect Keon Ellis to have a moment, and then he does, and you're like, oh man, not only did Keon have a moment,
Keon Ellis is here.
He had a heat check. Like you're like, whoa, bro, what's happening? But you gotta love it, Jordan Ford coming up with the big layup to tie the game and make us stay an extra 5 minutes. All of these things were like,
that should be banned.
Yeah, I know some people are like, is that it? I'm like, I don't think that's it. Like I've never been to a game where they just call it. Maybe a California Classic game, we had a tie one time, and they're like, okay, that's it. Okay,
they should have called it, but they definitely aren't going to call it. You know why? Because the Kings were favored by 7.5.
Yep.
So
that's a good point.
If there ain't no conclusion and they betting on them things, they ain't them games gonna keep going till they can go now.
That's facts.
They can play 10 overtimes.
That's facts.
Yes.
Keon Ellis would play every minute. Game ends with Keon Ellis and Jordan Ford playing like 100 minutes each.
I can't wait for the game
Mike
where
just refusing to make a substitution. Overtime after overtime. Mike just don't make
coach. I don't see nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
De'Aaron's back in the cold tub. He ain't even coming out.
I can't wait.
Back in the cold tub.
Domas went home. Like, I don't know what to tell y'all. As a matter of fact, I'm out. Y'all finish this up. Mark Jones will coach.
I can't wait for Thursday when Keon Ellis scores 28 points in 34 minutes and has 17 free throw attempts.
James.
Come on, man. What Kuminga do to you, man?
The funny part is all of it would be in the flow of the offense. I know it would be. It'd be like, hey, look at that. Cutting off somebody. Oh, look at that. Keon Ellis, DHO. Top of the key, 3-ball. Boom.
What's funny is one of those shots Keon took last night was such trash.
Oh man!
Oh yeah!
At the end of he took a couple because there was one at the end of the shot clock that was really really bad.
Well,
but then he had the heat check.
The heat check one.
Yeah,
the heat check one was.
The heat check one was like the heat check one. Mike would have thrown him out of a regular season game.
He was horizontal to the ground, followed away.
You could see him over there with the giant hook, like ready to just grab Keon and you rip him off the court as soon as he runs by. Like, nope, that was all. That's all, folks. No more of that.
He had a good moment last night, though. He was playing well. Hit some big time shots.
I hate this, but the show is about to end. I'll throw this one last thing at you. Out rebounded 53-41. Is that going to continue to be a problem? Is that worth keeping our eye on?
I think it is. And Mike Brown said he wouldn't address it until it became like a true problem. And here we are. We're still talking about it. And like we just have not had the moment where 5 guys go rebound. and it at some point it's got to change.
All right. We got ESPN programming coming up for a couple of minutes, and then Cowboys Chargers.
Who's winning tonight?
Cowboys.
Chargers.
Are you just doing that to be?
I think the Chargers are better than most people.
I think the Chargers are ass. Oh, you got Chargers. You got the Chargers. James shaking his head. You got the Chargers. Wow.
Damian Whitner here on ESPN 13.
I really enjoy watching Justin Herbert throw the ball. That dude can
Right.
throw the ball.
All right. All right. So now I'm rooting for the Cowboys. Ain't this something? All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate
things
y'all.
back to normal now.
Back to the boyhood team.
Cap. All right. But all three of you can go to hell. I'm going to do another radio show on 102.5. Y'all can come over and hang out with us. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Make sure you're tapped in tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Chargers.
Wow. Vamos Chargers.
Big Justin Herbert guy.
Polo, it's true. We are kind of sort of home of the Cowboys.
Well,
I know it's weird, but we are.
I'm the Raiders.
All right.
Yeah.
Bunch of buttons.
Sorry out there if you're a big Kuminga fan. I just I saw a player that was doing stuff that could never work within the confines of what they do as a team. And he'll never be allowed to do.
Warriors have a lot of talent, though. They got a lot of talented guys. I like Kuminga. I still like Moody. I like Pods, the rookie.
I think Moody has a much better shot of actually being part of what they're doing. And then Pajemski, they almost have to have him play. Although, I don't know about that. If I'm them, man, give Lester Quinones a shot. That dude can ball. I don't know.
He thinks it's Paul George right now, though.
I feel like I've seen more of him than any other person because he's always at the California Classic or Summer League or some weird thing where but man, that kid can flat out shoot. He can play. I'm like, why not give him a shot? Pajemski, they drafted to replace Dante DiVincenzo, but I don't know if that's.
But he's a skilled ball player. I like his game.
Yeah, but not in year one. I don't know how that helps in year one. I think Moody is going to have a bigger role than. Well, he's got a chance to have a bigger role than Kuminga. Again, I like him as a player.
Like him.
He fits what they do.
Squad. They do have talent on the squad.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. Anyway.
All right. Well, we appreciate you guys as always. Hit the thumbs up before you go, please. I've been lagging on that, so please hit the thumbs up so Jesse can stop scolding me for not doing it. Thumbs up and subscribe, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m.